I write this as a reminder to put all that I've seen and heard into words. For far too long, I've looked back on these past few years as something impossible, something that happened to someone else. But that's far from the truth. Even if the truth and I have always had a tentative relationship at the best of times. Consider this a confession, a peek behind the curtain of something that I never would have believed. Let's start from the top. My mother was a police officer in a busy metropolitan area. I never wanted to be a police officer like her, but it seemed inevitable. No matter what I tried to study, I would always fall back on that familiar role. The lawkeeper, arbiter, and diplomat. The one who settles disputes and held people to their word. For a while, I thought that I might get into politics, but I get too flustered in debates. I can't stand a dishonest argument, so politician or lawyer were not an option. So when I say that I never wanted to be a police officer, that's the God-honest truth. But I had to be. It was the only thing that made sense. My mother died of cervical cancer in my last year at the academy, so when I finally got to walk my own beat, I couldn't help but to feel that I had replaced her. My handler was very understanding of what I was going through, so when it was time to hit the streets, she cut me a lot of slack. A little too much, it turns out. So there was this one part of the city that my handler told me to actively avoid. Whenever we got a call originating from this one area, my handler actively ignored it, unless it was something akin to an ongoing shootout. It got to the point where we would respond to calls only to never show up. It was shady as hell, but practice is often very different from theory. I thought it was some kind of unwritten rule. Turns out it was a lot worse than I had imagined. My handler and a couple of other officers were economically involved with what can best be described as a smorgasbord of illicit dealings. Ignoring calls allowed these activities to run rampant, and we got a cut of the deal. Well, they did. The union swept a lot of it under the rug. 3 officers quit their jobs and went into private security, but I didn't want that. I still felt like I had my mom's boots on and I was in her place. So when it was time to plead my case, I did what I could to make a fair and reasonable argument. But as I've said, I'm not good in debates. I remember the chief looking up from his papers as an advisor whispered in his ear. He gave me a concerned look. "Obviously, we can't keep you here," he explained. "But if you're really up for it, we got something in mind. But you gotta really be up for it." I agreed. Hell or high water, I would do my job. This is how I ended up as a rookie in the Tomscog Police Department. Tomscog is a shitty little rural Minnesota town in the middle of nowhere. If you don't know where to take an uncomfortable left off the highway, you'll miss it. And there are no signs, and most people who move there never leave. It's like a social black hole, the equivalent of unsubscribing from all internet platforms and walking into the woods. According to the chief, a lot of officers with questionable backgrounds were given a chance to work at Tomscog PD. Not because they desperately needed people, but because it was a good way to gain some brownie points with the local government and keeping the union happy. In fact, people with questionable ethics were encouraged at the Tomscog PD. I thought it might have to do with a lack of action. I mean, a bad cop can't really do any harm if there's nothing to do. I got to the station on a foggy November morning after a hasty over-the-weekend move. There was space for 2 squad cars on the lot out front, but both were out on patrol. A shoddy white plastic sign with Tomscog PD hung outside, along with the town seal, a blue sunflower on a golden shield. I had never seen those things before I got to Tomscog, but all of a sudden, they were everywhere. 6 people looked up from their desks as I entered. Most of them paid me no mind, but the sheriff painstakingly got up from his chair to greet me. A man in his early 50s with the build of a human meatball and the handlebar mustache of an ex-wrestler. He reminded me of a cartoon character, only with less of a smile. "Mason Brooks," he said, offering a meaty hand. "My condolences." "Excuse me?" "My condolences," he repeated. "I imagine you ain't too excited to be here." "Oh, yeah, no, it's fine," I said. "Happy to be of service." "You shitting me," he laughed. "Well, ain't you the belle of the ball?" He gave me the tour of the place, the armory, the evidence lockup, the holding cells, and of course, my desk. If he hadn't pointed it out, I would have thought it was taken already. There was an unwashed coffee cup and a candy wrapper on it. Don't mind that," Mason said. "People kinda come and go." "I didn't figure this place would have that kind of turnover." "You'd be surprised." He picked up a name sign from the edge of the desk. It was blank. I met my partner as he abused a vending machine. He was a balding man in his late 30s, wearing a kind of pinkish round sunglasses that made me think of John Lennon. I offered him a bill to try the machine again, but he waved me off. "If you just hit it right, you don't have to pay," he said, giving the machine another bashing. Mason just grinned, business as usual it seemed. "This is Nick Aiken, your partner, and for the time being, handler," Mason explained. "Again, my condolences." "Shit, didn't I just have a partner?" Nick asked. "Neither I haven't had my morning Irish or somebody's beating my head straight, because I can't see 2 of you." Mason frowned. "Desk is empty, name's gone. Time for a newbie." "Right." Nick shook my hand as a Coke rolled out. He seemed more eager about a free Coke than to have somebody watching his back. Mason gave me an apologetic smile. "He'll show you the ropes," he said. "A man's an idiot, but you do well to listen. Idiots live long round here." "He ain't joking about that," Nick added, not looking up from his Coke. And with that, we were on our way. Nick fired up a cigarette long before we left the station, then took me around the back to a civilian vehicle. An egg-white Volvo with rust stains that reminded me of bird shit. "All squad cars taken, huh?" I asked. "Yeah, folks are cleaning up after Patrick." "Sorry, what?" You'll see. Maybe." Tomscog has a single main road stretching through the entire town. There is a gas station, a high school, a couple of shops. A peculiar flower shop at the corner that seemed only to sell those trademark blue sunflowers. There was a sort of upward tilt on the west side of town that made the houses look stacked on top of one another. On the other side of town was a vast lake, eloquently named Frog Lake, where houses stretched out along the western ridge. It was a peaceful enough place, and in the right light, you could tell that it was someone's home. But like with most little towns, you can't imagine what kind of people live there. It's like when you see a house in the middle of nowhere. Who chooses to live there? What happened? I guess I hadn't yet come to the realization that I was about to become one of those people. Nick pulled up next to a corner pub, a place that looked old enough to have grandchildren. Before getting out of the car, Nick gave me a tired look. We're just gonna go talk to a guy," he said. "He never comes into town unless there's something shitty going on. We're gonna have a chat." "Got it. Don't ask him any questions, leave that to me, and don't touch him. He's a bit contagious." "Well, in what way?" "Every way that matters," he sighed. "And what did I say about questions?" "You said not to ask him any. You never said anything about asking you any." He tilted down his pink sunglasses, giving me a tired look. Shaking his head, he got out of the car. "I give you a week, rookie." Stepping into the pub, there was only 2 other people present. The owner, a sturdy man in his 70s who seemed transfixed on a thick-screen TV that played mostly static. The other was a man in his 40s with long dark hair. He had a couple of silver streaks running along his ears, a clean-shaven look, and a trucker cap. Much like Nick, the guy seemed comfortable wearing sunglasses inside. "Digman," said Nick. "You dragged your sorry ass back to town, huh?" "Meeting family," the man smiled. "It's a special day. You gonna cause any trouble?" "Of course not." "Let me rephrase that," said Nick, throwing me a tired look. "What kind of trouble you causing?" "Nothing," the man replied. "Just meeting family. Maybe going for a walk." Nick wasn't very happy with that answer, but there was little he could do. They said their goodbyes and we stepped outside. The moment that we got out, Nick fired up another cigarette and called it in. "Yeah, Digman's up to some shit." He spoke into the radio. "Keep a tail on him." Mason's voice came through, and they didn't seem to bother with codes or formalities. "Nick, you're a snake. You're all tail. You stick to him." "Oh, come on," Nick groaned. "The newbie can do it." "Do we need to have a discussion about the division of labor, Nick?" Nick took his hands off the radio and looked up at the sky with a sigh. "No, sir." And that was our first assignment, spying on a civilian for no obvious reason. We saw how he met a shady-looking young man in his 20s, and the 2 of them spent a lot of time talking, eating nachos, and catching up. Meanwhile, I was trying to pass the time by getting to know Nick and the town a little bit better. "Tell me something," I said. "What makes being a cop here different from everywhere else?" Nick adjusted his sunglasses. "We don't sign reports," he said matter-of-factly. "What do you mean?" "I mean what I said, rookie. We don't sign reports." "I mean, of course you do. Everybody does." "Well, we don't." He looked back at Digman through the window, deeming him not to be an active threat. "I mean, yeah, we got paperwork, but we don't really do it," he clarified. "Say you find a dead guy in an alley with his throat cut. What do you do?" That's a crime scene. You gotta..." Nick horked up a sound like the wrong answer at a game show. "You say it's an accident, you file it, and that's that. That's what you do." "Hell no." "Hell yes you do, and you know why." He turned to me, looking over his sunglasses. Something stern came over him. "Because if you don't, people die." He explained it as best as he could. The Tomscog PD never truly investigated anything on paper because if they did, there'd be people coming by to ask questions. Questions like why people kept getting murdered, or why there were so many accidents out by Lake Atabat. And with questions, there'd be investigations, reporters, and government agents. "We can't have that," Nick continued. "They don't understand this town and they'll get themselves killed. We're doing a necessary evil to keep the lid on." "That doesn't make any sense." 35 people died here last year, Nick continued. "In a town of 7,500-something people, you know where that puts us. That's the highest murder rate in the country by a mile. Hell, we make St. Louis look like a cotton candy petting zoo. It doesn't make sweeping it under the rug any less shitty. More than half of those who died were outsiders. Relatives, good Samaritans, passers-by. If we can stop them from coming here, that means less dead folks stuffed in containers around the high school." He turned his attention back to the pub, leaning back in his seat. Without looking at me, he asked, "So if we find a guy with a sliced throat in an alley, what do you say?" "I ain't saying it." "Play ball here, newbie. I ain't asking, I'm telling." I swallowed my pride. The sheriff had asked me to listen to this man, and I wasn't about to mess up on my first day. I didn't like where this was going, and I wasn't buying that whole shtick. But I wasn't gonna make any enemies. Not today. Sounds like an accident, I said, rolling my eyes. Awful stuff. A goddamn tragedy. Over the next few days, Nick and I tailed this Digman fellow, but there wasn't much to see. He kept to himself most of the time. Instead, we ended up going around town responding to various requests and reports. Mostly domestic stuff, but a few odd cases popped up here and there. For example, every squad car had a BB gun for shooting frogs. We spent a good couple of hours on that. When asking about it, Nick just told me that we did it to keep folks from catching the nastiest headache of their lives. He didn't elaborate. There were other cases as well. We had to get a woman who had eaten a bucket of dirt to a hospital. We had to take down fake stop signs that somebody had put up by the road leading out of town. Once a week, we had to go to the closed-down Tomscog Public Library and burn a copy of the Diary of Emmett Rask, who seemed to come back on its own. It was clear that this town was nothing like I had imagined. This wasn't your average small-town kind of living. This was survival in a place where basic rules of life seemingly came and went, much like the many rookies of Tomscog PD. Over the weeks to come, I was having trouble adapting to life in Tomscog, and we were filling out half-assed reports that sometimes outright lied, and no one seemed bothered by it. I started to feel a sort of resignation. My colleagues took notice, but there wasn't much they could do. Nick was actually pretty sweet about it. He tried to show me around town and introduce me to the various folks who lived there. It was clear that he was making an effort, in his own casual way. I got myself a small house at the far end of town just off the main road. The prices were ridiculous. I could afford a 2-story, 5-room house as a single with a police officer's salary. Despite that, I settled for something a bit smaller. I figured the prices were just going to drop further, so any buy was a loss. But with the numbers we were talking about, it didn't really matter. Still, getting settled in Tomscog was just odd. That's the best word for it. I barely considered myself a police officer anymore. I felt like a street sweeper. I wasn't serving or protecting. I was systematically ignoring problems for money. And not only that, but I was expected to do so. The turning point came on New Year's Eve. There were 4 of us staffing the phones, but most of us had mentally checked out hours ago. I was playing games on my work computer and the other 3 were having a dart contest in the break room. Nick was about 4 beers in. I almost missed the phone ringing. We had one line for rerouted calls from emergency services and a direct line. I had never seen the direct line ring before. I answered it. "Hi there," a woman on the other end said. "This is Miss Babin. I'm gonna have to ask you to send a few officers." "What is this concerning, ma'am?" "I'm not entirely sure," she continued, "but I think something is affecting the residents." "Something?" I asked. "Like an animal." "You better put Nick on the line, dear." I called Nick over. He had a short conversation with the person on the other end and then slapped his own face with an open hand. "Shit." He whistled and the others perked up. He cleared his throat and put his hands on his hips. "We got a situation at the Babin building. We're heading out." There was no discussion. Whatever it was big enough to make Nick put on a serious face. I don't think I had seen him really do that until that point. I drove. It was the first time that we had turned the sirens on. Nick was checking his handgun over and over. "Oh, this is Digman," he groaned. "I don't know how or why, but it's gotta be. Man's a menace." "You two got a history." "Everyone's got a history with Digman. Bad history." I took a right, following the northernmost road to the outskirts of town past the gas station. There was an apartment building with several cars parked outside. The moment I stopped the car, Nick was out the door. The others weren't far behind. I ran to catch up with him, and as he opened the front door, he called back to me. "Oh, and don't talk to Roy. He's a freak." The moment I stepped inside, I could taste some kind of chemical in the air. Ammonia, maybe a bit of chlorine. Nick didn't seem too bothered by the smell, but I could tell that he was worried. He turned to me as we got to the stairs. "You want to protect and serve, right?" "Yeah," I said, blinking at the question. "Of course." "Then get to the top floor and start moving people. This place is contaminated." "With what?" "No idea. I'm gonna go check it out." While Nick went to speak with the landlord, me and the other 2 officers went up the stairs. The others stopped short of my floor, but I kept going. The smell was getting stronger, and I could feel it settling in the back of my throat. Some sort of chemical spill. This thing was gonna stick to their furniture, no doubt about it. I knocked on the door of the top floor. Someone rushed to open it. I figured they had been waiting to get the all clear to leave, so I relaxed a little. But as the door flung open, I didn't face a thankful citizen. It was a woman in her early 60s, her pupils so widened that they looked black. I had seen plenty of people on drugs before, but this was a whole other level. She stared at me with this huge grin, and as she did, I saw one of her teeth fall out of her open mouth. It clattered against her homemade welcome mat. Before I could introduce myself, she attacked me. She had this blue tint on her hands, like she had accidentally washed them in some kind of ink. That's where the smell was coming from. It had the same powerful chemical stench to it that the rest of the building was bathing in. Those hands dove for my face as if she wanted to pinch my cheeks.
"A little weed,"
she laughed.
"You came to the harvest."
She was surprisingly strong, but she had no technique. My heart skipped a beat as I got a meaty slap across the chest as she tugged at my radio, but I managed to wrestle her to the ground. I put her in a hold that would make a grown man cry, but she laughed like a shrieking maniac. As I handcuffed her, I could see other doors around the floor open up. There were 3 men in their 20s still wearing party hats from their New Year's celebration. One with the blue stuff coming out of his ears, another from his mouth. The third looked like he was crying at. Another door with what looked like a married couple and a young girl. Yet another door with an older man wandering out in nothing but his stained underwear. All of them with those blackened pupils and unearthly smiles. Some of them getting an occasional twitch, like their nerves were settling in cold water.
"A little weed,"
one chuckled.
"She comes willingly. We are blessed, we are so blessed."
And still, the older woman under my knee laughed herself hoarse. I was outnumbered. They sprang to action, rushing me, almost tripping over one another. I dove into the old woman's apartment, kicking the door closed with the heel of my boot. I hurried up to lock it, and as they piled up against the door, I tripped backwards, knocking over a vase. The attackers were throwing themselves at the door with wild abandon.
Yes, come play."
Someone laughed.
Come see the harvest. A little weed."
I was cornered on the top floor. I touched my radio but couldn't get a message through. Everybody was talking all at once. I wasn't the only one panicking. This wasn't just happening on my floor. I had my taser and my firearm. I was trying to make sense of it in my head. Sure, it would probably get swept under the carpet one way or another, but I had never fired my gun at a living thing before. Was I even capable of doing that? But as the door buckled and the door frame creaked, I was going to have to make a tough decision. Would I fight to live another day or accept whatever may come? What kind of protect and serve would I represent? Another slam at the door. I needed time. I needed something, anything. And so I ran into the bathroom. I backed into it, locking it the moment the front door came down. The lights were off and all I heard was this light drizzle, like somebody had left the shower on. I turned the lights back on. My eyes stung. The smell was so pungent that it burned my nose, forcing me to sneeze. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I wasn't alone. There was an old man on the floor. It looked like he had slipped and slammed his shoulder against the side of the toilet. He couldn't get up. He was almost entirely covered in that blue sludge, and I realized it was still running from the shower and the tap. He was looking at me, his eyes wide and black, his face half smiling at me, partially paralyzed.
It'll eat.
He lisped.
It'll eat.
Banging on the bathroom door. Laughter. Anywhere else, that would just be what New Year's Eve was supposed to sound like. But to me, it was a promise. There was no doubt in my mind that these people would do something horrible to me if they got the chance. I had my hand on my service weapon, trying to figure out what to do. I've never been great with debates, not even in my own head. I kept going back and forth. I could do a warning shot first, and then I would go for kill shots as soon as that door budged. Or should I go for the leg? Should I do something about the old man? Was he a threat? Did I have enough bullets? I am armed and ready to defend myself, I called out. No response. Just more laughter and nonsensical gibberish. My hand was shaking. I was more scared than I had realized. I will fire, I yelled. I'm warning you, I'll shoot to kill. Nothing. If anything, it just made them cheer even more. Louder, eager.
Little wheat, little wheat, little wheat, come to the harvest.
The radio came through. Nick. What's happening up there? They're breaking in the door, I yelled back. I need backup. Hide, he screamed back. Can you get to the bathroom? I'm locked in. It's that chemical thing, it's making him crazy. I looked at the shower. It was still running, making a viscous goo that dripped at a steady pace. The door buckled. I saw the flash of a black-eyed, grinning face as the hinges struggled. Another voice came through. The woman from the phone. She was using Nick's radio. They use the smell. If you can smell like them, they won't attack. Looking at the running shower, I had an idea. It sounded insane, but this town didn't play by the rules. I was gonna have to adapt. I put my service weapon away and pulled down the shower curtain, wrapping it around and over me like a cocoon. And then I stepped into the shower. I watched the blue goo run off of me. Even through the plastic, it felt warm to the touch. Whatever this was, it was downright toxic, no doubt about it. As the door gave way with a crackling wooden bang, I pushed myself into a corner, hoping for the best as the shower kept running. They all slowed down to look at me, all those eyes turning my way. Even through the blue-tinted haze of the shower curtain, I could see their exaggerated grins, their nonsensical words rotating into something new, something calmer.
Join the harvest. Yes. Yes, joined. The Reaper came. Thank you, little wheat.
I clutched the shower curtain close to me, begging that I wouldn't get any blue stuff on me. It ran right off but soaked into the soles of my shoes. I can't overstate how awful the smell was, and as we all stood there looking at one another, I was coming to terms with just how screwed I might be. They could reach me in less than a second if they wanted to. And even if they didn't, the fumes of this thing would be enough to send me sprawling to the floor in a matter of minutes. I wasn't getting any air, no matter how hard I breathed. It was like my lungs were coated with something sick. I was blinking to stay conscious. What the hell had I been thinking? This was like trying to save yourself from drowning by wrapping your head in a plastic bag. It was just another way to suffocate. I couldn't feel my knees, but they were locked upright. But even with the tiniest sway, I'd fall like a Jenga tower, and that would be it. I felt my fingers touch the tip of my service weapon. Maybe it wasn't too late. Maybe I could just kill them all and be done with it. But no, I couldn't. I was losing control. I couldn't move my thumb. I'll fire, I wheezed. I have a right to defend myself. I dipped in and out of consciousness, leaning against the wall. There was commotion in the other room. A couple of people left, a few stayed to look at me. I could hear the crackling of a taser, breaking furniture. I didn't recognize the voices, but I could hear the trained cadence of other officers. I must have blacked out at some point. I tried taking a step forward and I ended up collapsing on the floor. The shower curtain unfurled, all covered in blue, staining the floor like one of the town's trademark blue sunflowers. I ended up face to face with the old man. We shared a moment just looking at one another across the bathroom floor. Him grinning like a maniac, me just trying to stay awake. "Why are you smiling?" I whispered.
Because it's all a joke, little wheat. And it's so funny.
Seconds later, somebody grabbed me by the shoulders. I was dragged out of the apartment, getting a quick look at what had happened. We had gotten back up, 4 other officers, including Sheriff Mason himself. The attackers had been tased, zip-tied, and handcuffed. They had just pushed the kid into a wardrobe and barred the door. As my vision cleared, I watched Nick taking off my boots. "Oh, it hasn't soaked through," he sighed. "You'll be okay." "Sorry, I didn't help." "Are you kidding?" he scoffed. "No casualties, a couple broken bones and a few bruises. Yeah, but these people are gonna be fine." He looked back into the apartment. They were still writhing around and moaning about harvests and wheat. Nick shrugged, looking back at me. "I mean, kinda fine." In the hours to come, the remaining people were evacuated. Most folks would recover after a couple of thorough scrubbings, others had to be hospitalized. I spent the next few hours sitting in our bird-shit civvy Volvo, trying to figure out if my legs were to be trusted yet. I could still taste the ammonia. I was going to need 100 showers. I caught a conversation between Nick and Mason. The sheriff was furious as to how they hadn't prepared for this. Nick recounted every call that we had checked out over the past few weeks and nothing stood out. That is, until we got to John Digman. He said he had a family in town, Nick explained, that they were going to catch up. "Going for a walk," I smiled. "That doesn't sound too bad." Mason turned to me slowly and then back to Nick. "Go for a walk?" Mason frowned. "He said that. John Digman said he was going for a walk." "Not specifically that he was, but yeah," said Nick. "So what?" "And you're telling me this now?" Mason looked like he was about to beat Nick with his own shoe. Instead, he bit down on his handlebar mustache like an improvised binky. "He's doing it," Mason sighed. "That rust-brained possum is gonna do a year walk." "A what?" Mason pushed Nick up against the hood of the car, pointing at him with his entire hand. Mason was pissed, more pissed than I had ever seen him. "A year walk. Get your mom's fun bags out of your ears and perk up, you scab-faced idiot. A year walk." Mason walked away, putting his phone to his ear. He looked back at Nick from the other side of the parking lot, still screaming at the top of his lungs. "Call the duck. Tell him we need 2 of everything, 1/4 yesterday." And Nick calmly walked to the driver's side of the car, opened the door, and sat down. He took off his pink-shaded sunglasses and buried his face in his arms, leaning against the steering wheel. For a moment, we just sat there breathing together, as if there was a chance this would all blow over any second, if we could just hold on a little bit longer. Nick leaned back, keeping his eyes closed. I felt like I had to say something. "I'd take it that calling the duck is bad." "Yeah," he nodded. "It's bad." "How bad are we talking?" He looked at me with a kind of earnest sympathy that I've never seen in him before. This was taking a toll, a real toll. This wasn't silly glasses Nick. This was, I got bad news Nick. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a stutter. Finally, he just threw up his arms in surrender. "No idea, but it's as bad as it gets." This is the emergency glass you break after all other glass is already broke. The alarms that other alarms pull to get out of trouble. It's the worst. I'm counting on overtime then. It was a comment to lighten the mood, but Nick just shook his head. Without a word, he got out, leaving his pink sunglasses behind. He walked off, screaming expletives as he dialed the longest number I had ever seen. All the while, the New Year's Eve celebrations were going strong. Rockets and lanterns lighting up the sky to distant cheers. Warmth returned to my hands and feet. I was beginning to understand. When they said the town of Tomscog was unlike anything else, this was what they were talking about. It wasn't just some hick town in the middle of nowhere. It was a place where the rules were different. And where rules are different, laws had to be different. This wasn't just the place where the bad cops go. We were a necessary evil. And in the months to come, that was going to be a hard lesson to learn. For a couple of weeks after our run-in with the contaminated apartment building, there were a lot of people coming and going. Sheriff Mason had called in the cavalry. I saw a couple of unmarked vans and at one point a bus, a sort of mobile base. I saw people associated with the Duck once. They were wearing a sort of battery-powered full-cover helmet that looked straight out of a cheap sci-fi flick. Mason was too busy to be bothered, but I talked a lot with Nick. Apparently these were the people you called in when there was something that you couldn't normally handle. Things like lactose parasites, a virus that reacted to delta waves, or a being that could camouflage itself so well that you needed a type of paranoid schizophrenia to see them. The stories that he told were outright mad, but they were all second or third-hand accounts, and slightly embellished. I only met him once back in 13, Nick explained. We got containment duty, nasty business, an eruption or a localized geological event. Spewed a bunch of cave gunk into the air, made some kind of thing go wonky. It all sort of smelled like dinner to him. What do you mean thing? But we didn't have enough drainage, so it was a mess. Nick shook his head with a sigh. If we got these people around, there's gonna be problems, but we got bigger problems if they ain't here. Mason didn't keep us in the loop. Most of the time, he sent us out on seemingly random errands. One time, we were to sit by a field of blue sunflowers armed with shotguns, tasked to shoot anything that moved. Anything. Luckily, we didn't see anything but still. Another time, he asked us to go to supermarkets in the area and buy a number of items. We were then to meet up with an associate that would handle the items and double-check for statistical issues. It didn't sound all too bad, but I got a bit nervous when the lady we handed it to came fully geared in one of those CDC hazmat suits. There was no patch or mark, she was unaffiliated. We also had to do bi-daily check-ins on Frog Lake, both to make sure the frog population was in check, but also to see if someone was swimming around. It was early January, but apparently it was known to happen. The lake had historical significance to the area, and people sometimes did strange things in it. I remember stopping at the local gas station for a hot dog with Nick once. We had been out to check the trees for red birds all day, and I was getting sick and tired of being thrown around town like a wet napkin. This wasn't police work, and I made my dissatisfaction known, at least to Nick. "Yeah, I hear ya," he said, "but we don't have anyone else. Closest fire department is up in St. Cloud, and the less we talk about animal control, the better." "I don't get it," I sighed. Sheriff just drops a weird word and all of a sudden it's high alert for weeks on end. "The year walk thing," Nick corrected. "Yeah, it's gonna be months." "So you know what this is? A year walk." "Right," he continued, finishing his hot dog. "It's like an idiot holding up an eat me sign and all kinds of weird stuff shakes loose to have a bite. And anyone can do this at any time. Oh no, you gotta be in the right place at the right time. There's gotta be like an intent." He tapped the side of his head. and you gotta be an idiot. While the sheriff and the higher-ups kept chasing their tails with big picture stuff, we were the boots on the ground. Nick and I were kept in the dark about a lot of details, but we were still expected to drop everything at the drop of a hat. I mean, that's the job, but it's not what I signed up for. There were other jobs around Tomscog to apply for, and this just didn't seem worth it. We were always on call, and sometimes we'd get rung up for the most ridiculous things. Like this one time, I got a call to check on an elderly woman. I was to see if she had something in her ear. If she didn't, I was to give her migraine medication. How was that urgent enough to wake me up at 2:30 in the morning? But that's the thing with Tomscog. No matter the call, it's a coin flip between nothing and a nightmare. And we were due for a nightmare. One day, we got a call about somebody dumping trash by the side of the road. It wasn't a priority call, but the sheriff was too busy to hand out any other orders. So yeah, Nick and I checked it out. It was an early January morning. Sun was still rising and the snow from the previous night was still settling. Not a cloud in sight and just a light mist rising from the warming frost. The kind of weather where it feels like summer but looks like winter. Nick pulled over and smacked the dashboard. His sunglasses looked more pink than usual. Up and at 'em, we're here. I stepped out to see a washing machine by the side of the road, cables and pipes and all. It looked to be a couple of generations behind, but still pretty modern. The only weird thing about it was the color. It was solid black. I guess we just haul it off, I said. You got a junkyard. Nick wasn't convinced. He walked up to it and opened the hatch. Something black inside. Looks like oil. So it's broken. Then why didn't they just throw it away? How was leaving it by the side of the road not throwing it away? Nick nodded, adjusting his pink sunglasses and scratching his head. I don't know about this one, he admitted. This has weird shit written all over it. We called Sheriff Mason and got a clear order to drive the thing out of town and drop it off a cliff. I thought it was an exaggeration, but he made it abundantly clear. Not to burn it, not to crush it, not to dump it at a yard. Drive it out of town and drop it off a steep cliff. It was odd to say the least, but we were used to it by then. And we tipped the thing over, draining the liquid, and threw it in the back of the car. It was a strange substance like a watery black pudding. It kept bubbling despite not being warm. Nick kicked it off the road, threw a rock at it, and we were on our way. We took a long ride out of town, following a dirt road that had barely been touched. We drove past Lake Adabat and took a turn at what looked like an old quarry. I gave Nick a curious look. Boss said drop it off a cliff, so we're dropping it off a cliff. And up we went. We took the thing out and pushed it all the way up. I could tell this was a sort of gathering spot for high school kids. The only things left behind were empty beer cans and half-smoked, poorly rolled joints. Nick didn't seem to notice or care. We pushed the washing machine all the way to the edge at the top of the quarry. It's strange. You don't know how high up you really are until you look down. Every whiff of wind that passed by made the cliff whistle, and every uneasy step had this long echo to it. Nick didn't seem all too bothered by it. I started to suspect that maybe he had been one of the kids who had hung out here once upon a time. We braced ourselves and gave the washing machine a final push off a cliff. It wasn't a straight drop. The thing bounced against the side 2 or 3 times, gaining in speed before it splashed into the water far below. It took about a minute before it sunk, and when it did, I could see something black pouring out, puddling on the surface of the water. I'm sure it's fine, Nick smiled. Let's get lunch. There wasn't that much going on for the rest of the day. The sheriff was pleased to hear that we had followed his orders to the letter. Apparently, we had solved the Hank Byron issue before it even started. He did not elaborate. As that day came to an end, I changed into my civilian clothes. I found a black spot on my socks. Turns out that a splotch from the washing machine had stuck to them. I didn't think much about it, I just threw it all into my laundry basket. I figured I would deal with it soon enough. But as these things often go, I kinda forgot about it. We got really busy the next few days. Some of the folks that we ran into at the Babin apartment complex were facing complications and had to be hospitalized. We were called in to provide assistance, literally holding some of them down as they were given medication. Even after all this time, some of them still had blue discoloration on their skin. And Nick also made an effort to check in on John Digman and his family, just dropping by occasionally to check on him from afar, making sure there was nothing strange going on. I couldn't help but to get the feeling that Nick resented these people. I didn't quite understand why. Yes, the Digman fellow had started something, but I couldn't grasp what it was. But the younger guy, he just seemed like a scared kid. Hell, he barely even left his apartment. It took me weeks to even get his name. Peter, or his nickname, Perry. It was after a particularly long day that I came home to a strange sensation. I was kicking off my shoes when I felt a salty smell. It took me a while to realize that it was coming from the laundry basket. I hadn't thought about it for some time, but opening it made a wall of stench wash over me. Pushing some underwear and shirts aside, I found my stained socks. Except it wasn't just a little black stain stuck to the side anymore. It had grown to the size of a tennis ball, and it was pulsating. Yeah, I wasn't having it. I had seen enough of Tomscog to know that it was not the kind of thing that I wanted to get involved in. Instead, I tossed all of my used clothes in and closed the basket and took it out back. I grabbed some lighter fluid from the kitchen and set the whole thing on fire. I thought that I heard a scream from it, but I convinced myself it was only air pressure. Perhaps it was. Once there was nothing but ashes left, I took a shovel and buried it in a hole at the edge of my property, just in case. And then it was business as usual. We spent an entire day throwing garbage bags into an incinerator. Another day we checked horses for fleas. Not the kind of police work I had imagined, but whatever. At least I wasn't alone in my misery. Nick was right there, sharing the suffering. But late at night, I couldn't help but to worry. I'd find myself glancing out the window to where I had buried that thing, imagining it swelling like pus in the dirt. At times, I'd convince myself that I could taste that salty smell in the air. The stress of moving to Tomscog had reignited an old habit of mine, smoking. I'm not proud of it, but it was a way to deal with things, like holding hands with an old and terrible friend. At times, I would wake up in the middle of the night and sit by the window, having a cigarette as I imagined something erupting from the ground just out of sight. One of those nights were worse than the others. We had an awful snow-mixed rainfall. It was practically snowing sideways, the kind of weather where you could put a hand out of the window and make a snowball. It was eerie, sounding like little taps against the windows. Someone could have knocked on my door and I wouldn't even notice. It snowed all day. Nick and I had mostly stayed at the station answering calls and writing up reports. There had been some lights flickering earlier, making me unsure about firing up my computer. Power wasn't always a certain thing in Tomscog, it seemed. I stuck to my phone instead, playing some music to drown out the howling wind. Every now and then, I'd peer out the window. I couldn't see anything on a good day, but during a stormy night, I could barely see my car. It was all dark. I'd put on a playlist and cracked a window to blow out some cigarette smoke. I watched the smoke swirl and twist until the wind caught it. It was almost poetic in a way. The natural state of things taking away all the bad, one cutting breeze at a time. And then as I blew out the last of my cigarette, the smoke shifted. I was blowing straight into something solid, like a black wall. There was something pitch black right in front of me. My heart skipped a beat. Looking up, I saw the snow gather around the edges of something impossibly tall and dark as the night. I could guess the vague silhouette of a person, but it was so dark that it looked invisible. It was at least 9 feet tall and solid black, and still as a grave. I slowly stepped back, keeping my eyes on it. I reached for my phone, clicking off the music. The thing outside didn't make any noise, it just stood there. Now, I had seen things since I got to Tomscog, but this was something completely different. It wasn't just weird or quirky, it was downright impossible. There was nothing like this in the history books. They don't teach you about this at the academy. This was the kind of thing that only nightmares can teach you about. I looked down at my phone, placing my thumb on the number pad. I didn't dare to look away for too long, shifting my gaze up and down between the thing at the window and my phone. Sheriff Mason was higher up in my contact list than Nick, so I just made the first call that I could. I had to reach someone, anyone. 2 signals passed. "What?" the sheriff answered. "There's something outside my window," I whispered. "It's tall, ink black, maybe 9 feet. It's just standing there." "What?" he repeated. "It's outside right now. I don't know what to do." "Didn't you throw that washing machine off a cliff?" Wait, yes. "Then how are you?" There was a crackling noise as something moved. I gasped, and the sheriff shut up. A 5-fingered black hand gently pressed against the window, causing something dark to drip down the side and pulling at the bottom of the window frame. The thing looked in with a blank, featureless face. No eyes or nose or mouth, just a head, like it only barely remembered what a person was supposed to look like. "I think it's trying to get in," I whispered. What do I do?" "Is it all black? All the way through?" I think so." "You see nothing white? Nothing at all?" "No," I said, looking a little closer. "No, there's nothing." The hand pressed harder. The glass shook, and as cracks gathered, it was already too late. It only took a second. The window shattered, and a long arm reached for me. The warmth of my home dissipated as a freezing wind forced its way in. Shards of glass littered my bedroom carpet. I was casually dressed in a pair of sweatpants and a white shirt. Up until now, that had been enough. All of a sudden, it felt like nothing. I dropped to the floor, not even noticing my phone bouncing away. The long arm seemed to bend and twist at impossible angles, fumbling towards me. It knocked down a painting and my bedside table along with the lamp that shattered on the floor, destroying the last of what little light I had. I crawled under my bed, searching desperately for my phone and cutting my hands on the broken glass. I looked back as I heard another creaking noise, watching a long leg gently step inside. I could hear a distorted voice coming through my phone, somewhere off to the other side of the bed. Reaching for it, something stirred in the back of my mind. I pulled my hand back. At the speed of a heartbeat, one of those long, ink-like arms reached all the way across my bed and slammed down a vicious fist on my phone, pulverizing it with a force that made the floor bend and crack. I stayed under my bed, instinctively covering my mouth with my bleeding hands. I tried to control my breathing as to not snort my own blood. The thing was inside my home. The window was broken. I heard an uneven stomping as the thing stumbled back and forth. It had the dexterity of a newborn deer on ice, slipping on carpets and cables, thrashing against every corner of furniture and every door left askew. It's as if it didn't understand what a home was and recognized everything only as frustrating obstacles. As soon as something moved it, it would launch itself in that direction with complete abandon, crushing anything in its path. Because of its size, it would accidentally knock things off tables and walls, which in turn would cause it to turn and attack. And still it didn't say a thing. No grunting, no huffing, nothing. Looking around, the only thing within my reach was my cigarette and a lighter. I had my car keys in my pocket, but I would need those if I were to get out of there. As the thing thrashed around in my living room, I planned my next move. It was only a matter of time before it found me, and I had to be proactive. I was gonna trick it to give myself some time. As a dull moment lulled, I looked out from under my bed and angled my hand towards the broken window. With a flick of the wrist, I threw my cigarettes and lighter, hitting the corner of a dangling shard. There was a little tink sound. Not enough for the thing to notice, but as the shard came loose in the wind, I held my breath. It fell. It shattered against the window frame, and a smattering of footsteps came thundering towards me from the living room. It took the bait. In little more than a second, a dark mass threw itself out the window, bringing along whatever shards had managed to hold on. The thing was so big that I could feel the rush of wind follow it. It fumbled around in the snow, desperately smashing and stomping at everything and anything. I had to make a judgment call. Should I try to sneak by or make a run for it? I decided to play it safe. I took it slow. I crawled out holding my breath. I chose my steps carefully, but it was dark. It was hard to tell what I was stepping on. I poked around with my big toe, making sure that I didn't step on any big shards of glass. The thing was too busy messing around outside to notice. Taking my hands off my mouth, I slowly relaxed my lungs. I forced new air in, the cold mixing with my adrenaline to send shivers down my spine. Making my way into the living room, I could feel my weight pressing down on the wooden frame of a fallen photo. I think it was my graduation picture. The frame slipped and I lost my footing. The world turned upside down as I landed face first on the floor. Losing my breath with a violent thump, I could tell that I had bruised my shoulder. The noise outside stopped, and for a second or two, there was a perfect silence. And then it attacked. I looked back as it came crawling back inside like a squirming tadpole. I got up on my feet, rushing towards the front door. I had a head start, but it was gaining on me. I caught a break as it tripped over my couch, but even then, a long arm had managed to brush against the back of my head, fingertips sticking to my hair like freshly chewed gum. I ran outside, the snow soaking straight through my socks. Keeping my head low, I ran for my car. A click of a button and I dove in on the passenger side. The moment I did, a wet hand slapped against the window, accidentally closing the door behind me. The hand was large enough to cover the window almost entirely. For a brief moment, I thought that I had made it. It couldn't get in. But then the glass started to crack. I remember crawling backwards over to the driver's side. I heard this murmur, a begging. I didn't even realize that it was coming from me. As the window on the passenger side door shattered, I rolled out the driver's side door. It would have to crawl through the car to get to me, I thought. But no, it was too late. The arm was too long. It reached all the way through the car, grabbed my legs, and pulled. I was dragged through both windows, straight through the car, and then thrown out on the other side. My whole body felt like a cold bruise. I couldn't get up. I tried to move, but I just managed to roll a couple of inches, panting for dear life. The thing loomed over me, ready to strike, to crush me. It had no face, but it moved its head like it observed me, bobbing back and forth like a snake. And still in that moment, I was trying to fight. It was all that I could do. So when it raised its impossibly long arms, I expected all the lights in my mind to go out, that I had done all I could and that would be that. And in that split second, a primal fear gripped me. I regretted everything. Absolutely everything. But I heard a light tone. The world stood still for a moment. Another light tone. A distant car. It was honking. I tried my luck just a little and moved, but felt a massive hand to press me down. Albeit carefully. It was curious and it didn't pay me no mind for now, but it wasn't letting me go anytime soon. A car rolled around the corner and the driver got out as soon as we got caught in the headlights. It made me realize how dark this thing really was. It reflected nothing. It was like a black hole. Sheriff Mason stepped out, wearing nothing but a shirt, cotton slacks, and a pair of slippers. He waved at us, forcing a whistle from the lips hidden behind his walrus-like mustache. "Hey," he called out. Hank Byron." The thing turned to him, letting me go as it did. Whatever this was, it found Mason far more interesting. Mason stepped forward, silently ushering me to get inside my house with his left hand, making a phone gesture. He wanted me to call someone, Nick probably. I hurried inside. The last owner still had a landline and I figured I might as well use it. As I did, I could still hear them speak outside. "Hank, I'm sorry," Mason said. "I thought you were safe and sound. I didn't think you'd get lost like this." There was no response, but Mason paused as if there was. "Oh, this must be scary, I know. And painful, terribly painful. I get it. You never asked for any of this." And there was a thump and the creature moved. "Look, I got you something. I know it hurts, son, it hurts bad. This is what you're looking for, right?" A pop of a trunk, a shuffling noise, a couple more thumps. "There we go," Mason sighed. "It's okay, take as many as you want." As the thumping grew distant, Mason came inside the house. I'd called Nick and screamed at him to hurry over, and for a short moment it was just me and the sheriff. He flipped over my couch and collapsed on it, taking a long, shivering breath. I couldn't tell if he was scared or freezing or both. What did you do?" "I got him, a bunch of bones." "Bones?" "Yep," Mason nodded, "bones." You gotta give me more than that." Fair enough. You've earned it," he groaned. Turns out in a town like Tomscog, some things never really go away. And many years ago, when a sick high school kid got crushed by a washing machine, it seems that something got stuck. "So Hank, he repeats what he remembers," Mason explained. "And that kid, he remembers something awful." "And what is that?" Mason looked me in the eyes, and for a moment I wasn't paying attention to his stupid mustache or his bacon-fed cheeks. This was a man who had seen things. "He remembers all his bones breaking, and he wants to put himself back together." Nick showed up after a while. He had let me stay with him for a couple of days as we replaced the windows. I was slowly coming to terms with the fact that if the sheriff hadn't shown up, that thing would have literally ripped the bones from my body. Now it was free to roam however it wanted, something that didn't seem all too alarming to Sheriff Mason. It was to be a later issue, it seemed. As Nick drove me back to his place, I clutched a plastic bag with toiletries and clothes and wondered, did I really want to do this? Could I? Why? Nick patted me on the shoulder, snapping me back to reality. We watched the snow collapsing against the windshield. Wipers went back and forth, struggling against the glass. "It's okay," Nick smiled. "We got this." I looked ahead at the endless tunnel of dark. I took a deep breath, feeling the salty sting of sweat burn against my wounds. I watched Nick's pink sunglasses vibrate on the dashboard and felt the absence of my cigarettes. "Yeah," I nodded. "We got this." I stayed at Nick's far longer than I ought to. The guy was rarely ever home anyway, spending most of his time either working overtime or helping at his brother's garage. Nick didn't talk much about his brother, but he seemed to be a hard-working, red-blooded kind of guy. Nick would only talk about him in ways that would start with, "How this one time Tommy did the craziest thing." I crashed on the couch. My place needed some serious renovation, and the only one able to do the work was this carpenter from the Babin apartment complex. I only saw him in passing. He had the look of a hunched-over vulture in human form. Nick advised me not to set foot near my place until the guy was done through and through. "You don't want to meet Roy," he said. "Guy's a freak." One night as I lay awake on the couch, Nick tiptoed past me to get a midnight beer. I waved an arm at him. "I ain't sleeping," I said. "No need to sneak." "Oh, I'm just late on my feet," Nick said, wandering over. "You want one?" "Ah, what the hell?" He handed me a beer and slumped down on the lazy boy chair next to me. We looked at the TV. It was still on, but there was a countdown warning us about shutting down in about a minute after prolonged inactivity. Some kind of power-saving thing. "I still can't believe this shit," I muttered. "There are like actual, unreal things out there." "Yeah," Nick sighed. "Take some time to wrap your head around." "How far does it go? Like demons, angels, that kind of thing?" "I don't know, maybe." Nick shrugged the question off, downing 2 big gulps of beer in one go. He sighed, leaning back in his chair, suddenly looking a lot more tired. He wasn't gonna make it back to bed. "I guess it's just one of those things." "And just one of those things, huh?" He shot me a final tired look, cracking a coffee-stained yellow smile. "Oh, don't pretend like you knew how the world worked before you got here, rookie. You had no idea." I mean, he wasn't wrong. Nick was out like a light, leaving his beard dangling from his hand. I plucked it from him, keeping it from spilling all over the carpet. Looking back at those early days, any normal person would have left town long ago. But it wasn't that easy. I got the impression that making too much noise might get you in trouble. And not just a little note on your personal record kind of trouble, but the kind of trouble where you're pushed into a van and never seen again. Nick was one of the most relaxed people that I had ever met, and even he spoke of the duck like they were boogeymen. The Department of Unknown Crisis. What the hell kind of name is that? The good thing about being far down the chain of command is that you're rarely involved in big picture stuff. The sheriff and his coordinators spent days on their own, leaving ordinary officers like Nick and I to deal with the day-to-day issues. We caught a guy speeding, checked out a couple of broken windows, helped a drunk guy get home. Nothing out of the ordinary. And for most of January and the start of February, that was it. And that is until we got a call about the Rosemills. The Rosemills worked at the local middle school. They were a husband and wife of about 50 years old. You could spot them sometimes sitting together at the local cafe, talking away for hours. It was kind of sweet to see 2 people so in love, even after more than 2 decades together reportedly. I didn't know them personally, but still, I would hate for something to happen to them. They seemed like decent people. We got a call that the Rosemills hadn't been seen for a while, and we were asked to do a wellness check. Nothing out of the ordinary, and we had done a couple of those at the time. So off we went. It was the last thing that Nick and I were supposed to do that day. It was late afternoon and the sun was already setting. We rolled up to the Rosemills' home, parked our car, and stepped outside. Having a quick look around, I could tell something was off, and Nick stopped when he realized that I wasn't following him. "No tracks," I said. "No one's been around for days." I could tell what Nick was thinking pretty well by now. He was thinking that maybe they had skipped town. Without saying a word, I shook my head and pointed a flashlight to the side of the house. Their car was still parked there, covered in snow. "All right," Nick sighed. "You go out back, I'll check the shed. Roll back in 5. There was a broken window out back and a couple of snowed-over tracks leading down a hill. Signs of a struggle. Possibly a second set of tracks, but it was hard to tell. It kind of looked like somebody had either jumped out or had been thrown out of a window. I called it into Nick with my radio and I followed the tracks. As I peeked over the edge of the hill, my heart dropped. The lady of the home, Lacey Rosemill, lay dead about 20 feet further down, impaled by what looked like a long steel rod. I yelled at Nick to hurry on over. I was already on my way down the hill calling it into dispatch. I spoke out my last name, badge number, address, victim, and reported it as a suspected 187. Seconds later, I heard Nick following me down the hill. As soon as he saw the body, he also called it in. "Cancel that dispatch," he added. "Patrick's out." Lacey Rosemill was dead in the snow, face down with a frozen pool of blood spread out underneath. She had done her best to get away. Signs of struggle on her arms. Buried in her back was what looked like a piece of sharpened rebar. The tail end of it was longer than my arm. I looked at Nick dumbfounded. He rolled his eyes. "This happens sometimes," he said. "Didn't I mention Patrick?" "You got a killer on the loose," I snapped back, "and you're not doing anything." "It's not like that. Come on." He brought me back up to the house. The front door was open and the hinges were barely holding on to the stale wood. This house was covered in cheap, peeling paint, leaving flakes of green and white across the porch. As we stepped inside the house, flashlights at the ready, Nick explained. "Patrick isn't really his name, it's just what we call him. Patrick, like Bateman, American Psycho, you know. And you're not putting him away, not even after this." "There's no point," Nick continued. "The guy just kinda comes and goes. I saw him get hit by a truck once and a couple of days later he walked out at Lake Adabat like nothing had happened. People don't work like that, Nick. People don't come back. Who said that he's people?" As we moved through the house, I got the impression that Nick was looking for something. He kept checking for trapdoors and hidden compartments. The thing with Patrick is that he doesn't just kill anyone, right? He kills just the right kind of people. What's the right kind of people? The kind of people that'll end up hurting a whole bunch of other people in the long run. I helped Nick flip over a dinner table, checking a storage compartment connected to the kitchen floor. Nothing but old booze and a couple of valuables. Nick didn't seem interested. "A couple of years ago, there was a guy who lived out by St. Gal, right? And he had this, let's call it unhealthy interest in some of the locals. Now the guy hadn't done anything yet, but we all got the creeps from him, and we didn't really know what he was up to." Nick turned to me, making a finger gun. I could see my reflection in his pink sunglasses. Pow, out comes Patrick, taking the guy out with a piece of rebar fired from a homemade crossbow. The whole thing's made from an old Volkswagen spring leaf. That thing could be had a frickin' rhinoceros. But the guy hadn't done anything. True, nodded Nick. But the sick stuff that we found in that old-timer's hippie hut sure indicated that he was about to. And that's the thing with Patrick. It's like he just knows when shit's about to go down. I was starting to get the idea. Nick was looking for whatever had caused Patrick to attack these people. In his mind, there had to be some kind of reason behind the violence, a justification. We searched for about half an hour before we ended up in their bedroom, going through their clothes. "I don't even know what we're looking for," I admitted. Like guns." Sometimes it doesn't show," said Nick. "But Patrick never fails, not once. If you end up killing people, indirect or otherwise, he might have something to say about it." "Well, doesn't that mean that him not killing this Digman guy means that Digman's off the hook?" "I said killing people, rookie. Digman and his kin ain't people." Finally, something white reflected back at me. A box of something in the back of Lacey Rosemill's wardrobe. I brought it out for Nick to see. It wasn't anything incriminating. It looked like a box of unpainted Halloween masks, plain white with black straps. Some of them had an air filter, others had black felt to hide your eyes. They looked pretty expensive, but I had never seen anything quite like it before. They weren't factory made. There were too many imperfections, like the faces had been carved out by hand with a fine tool. There was a shipping stamp on the side of the box, indicating that they had ordered it from somewhere about a week prior. I picked a mask up, looking it over. It had a strong jawline and an ambiguous smile. "And this one's kinda handsome," I grinned. Nick rushed over, almost tripping over his own feet. He smacked the mask out of my hand, bruising my thumb. Before I had the chance to protest, he pointed at me. "Don't touch these things. Don't." After that, things turned into a circus. Nick called it in, and this time we caught some attention of the higher-ups. Apparently the masks were noteworthy. I didn't really get it. To me, it was just a box of masks. And we still hadn't found the husband. He was still out there. I ended up working overtime. As the sun set, I sat down with Nick. We had just finished putting up the tape over the doors and windows. The Rosemill's yard was flooded with law enforcement. "Those masks are bad news," Nick explained as the body of Lacey Rosemill was carried off in the distance. "We've had some issues with them before. We thought they had migrated to West Virginia, but they seem to be back." "Masks don't migrate," I added. "Those masks will mess you up," Nick corrected. "And not in a ha-ha kind of way, but like they mess with your head. So somebody handing them out might be bad enough to get Patrick to kill you." "Oh, big time," Nick nodded. "There's gonna be a manhunt for old Tucker Rosemill tonight, and I don't think anybody's about to read him his rights." Before we called it a night, Nick was asked to make a statement to Sheriff Mason. Meanwhile, I stayed outside, checking out the firepower that we had called in, the equivalent of an unmarked SWAT team, all without texts or markings. Eerie people, the kind of people who don't think twice about putting down a threat. I caught a last look at the box of masks. It was just sitting there in the back of a van, covered with literal red tape. On top was a plastic blue sunflower seal, something to mark the box as something from Tomscog, Minnesota. I thought about how easy it would be. You could pick up one of those masks in a second just to try it on. A couple of them looked kinda cool. One of them sort of looked like me, but like an idealized version. A little softer, a little thinner. I'd look good in it. A bit creepy, but good. But looking at the armed guard standing by the van, I wasn't about to take any chances. I may be reckless, but I'm not an idiot. I was still crashing in Nick's place, so I waited for him to come back. I was just sitting in the passenger seat, legs up on the dashboard, dozing off a little. It had been a rough couple of nights. I didn't know what to think of this whole ordeal, but by the looks of it, it was out of our hands. Still, that image of Lacey Rosemill face down in the snow, it felt unreal. People in Tomscog seemed so used to death and destruction that it barely fazed them. And maybe that would rub off on me over time. As I daydreamed, I saw a new figure wander onto the crime scene. This guy was easily around 6'8". He wore this white poncho with a pair of garden gloves, those with rubber fingertips for a better grip. Tossed over his shoulder was this massive crossbow, along with a makeshift bag of rebar-like bolts. He covered his face with some kind of World War II-era rubber gas mask, filterless. He sort of wandered onto the scene like it was nothing. I saw how armed men and women made way, letting him pass by unobstructed. Some barely looked at him, as if used to seeing him. I got out of the car to get a better look at him and ended up following him back to the hill where he had shot Lacey Rosemill. He calmly wandered over to her tarp-covered crime scene, picked up the rebar bolt and put it back into his quiver. And then he wandered off like nothing had happened. Seeing a whole crowd of policemen not as much as raise an eyebrow was absurd. This was the bizarro world of police work. A couple of the SWAT guys seemed to have questions, but their superiors just sort of shook their heads at them. The guy just wandered off. As Nick drove me back to his place that night, I couldn't help but bring up the elephant in the room. Before I even opened my mouth, I could hear him groaning. "You really okay with this, Nick?" I asked. "Having people killed. Is that justice?" "It's not. It's not about that," he explained. "Like it or not, it's gonna happen. It just feels weird, like we're watching this from the sidelines. We kinda are. Nature's correcting itself." We quieted down, watching the black road ahead. I thought back to the early mornings with my mom, hearing her talk about the various dilemmas that she had run into on her patrols. The cut and dry, the black and white. There was no room for interpretation. But here in Tomscog, here we had Patrick. "You get a feeling for these things," Nick sighed. "Sort of." That night would turn out to be my last night at Nick's. I got a text early the next morning that my windows and floors were all done. I would need some new furniture, but apart from that, I was good to go. My car had been back from the shop for a while, but it just felt excessive to drive around with both mine and Nick's. We always went to the same places anyway. And that morning was an all-hands-on-deck kind of deal. Like Nick had said, Tucker Rosemill was a target. There were pictures of him on the whiteboard by the entrance. People were already out talking to known associates and trying to draw up a timeline. It felt like a reverse murder in a way. We were looking for the victim rather than the murderer. And Nick and I were kept out of it for the most part. Everyone was asked to call in if we saw Tucker, but apart from that, we were on regular patrol duty. While Nick didn't seem all too bothered by this, I was having doubts. While most of the day was business as usual, I had this sneaking suspicion that some damage had already been done. People were looking at us differently, and I spotted a couple of boxes by some trash cans that looked an awful lot like the one we had seen at the Rosemill's place. But if these mask things were such a problem, wouldn't they have popped up by now? But despite it all, I didn't see a single mask. I didn't hear a word about them, and yet I couldn't shake this feeling that something was up. That night, I went home to my own place with my own car. I was looking forward to it. A couch to crash on is nice for a couple of weeks or so, but you really start to notice things that you take for granted, like privacy. But as I got in my car, I looked at the passenger seat. There was a white mask there. It was the same that I had seen back at the Rosemill's place, the exact same, the one that I had wondered about. There were no broken windows, no forced locks, none of it. It was just there, but it didn't feel intrusive. If anything, it felt like it had found its way home. I picked it up. My first instinct was to try it on, but I saw the bruise on my thumb from where Nick had slapped me the other day. It was only a speck of a bruise, but it was there. With a reluctant flick of the wrist, I tossed the mask into the back of the car, promising myself to get rid of it later. I decided that I ought to drop by Nick's brother and give him my thanks for helping with the car. While I was there, I figured I would check if there was something wrong with the door locks. People can't usually get into cars willy-nilly. And going by the garage, I could tell that something was off. One of the doors was wide open and there was no one around. I parked by the far end of the lot, checking the place out at a distance. No immediate danger, it seemed. I got out and had a look around. There were no cars parked, and there was one in the shop still under repair, but that was it. No one was around. I could walk right in and clear out the register without anybody having the slightest idea. A little plastic sign with a cheerful back and a snap text swung back and forth by the main entrance. I tried giving Nick a call, but I couldn't get through. But something tickled my spine. I heard something. Going inside, I noticed something odd by one of the bathrooms. The door was slightly tilted and the water was still running. Rubber marks on the floor like there had been a struggle. In the next room over, I could find a storage space for spare parts, as well as a fresh, empty box. One that looked eerily similar to the one that I had seen at the Rosemill's place. And right next to it on the floor was Nick's phone. I must have heard it vibrating. I had a radio back in my car, so I called it in. I mentioned to dispatch that I couldn't get a hold of Nick and that there were signs of a fight. I was hit back with a ton of issues. There were people missing from the night shift, delayed transports, sudden communication blackouts. It seemed that this entire operation had begun to fall apart piece by piece. I looked back on my mask, now resting comfortably on full display in the back seat of my car. Could that little thing really be that bad? It was just a thing. While the sheriff hadn't called me in yet, I decided to get back to the station, at the very least to see if anybody had heard something from Nick. I got in my car and headed straight for the station, stopping only for a red light. I took a sharp turn, glancing back to make sure that I didn't cut anyone off. I caught something in the rearview mirror, something inside my car. Someone had hidden in the back seat. A second later, they'd put the mask over my face. No, it wasn't like I had changed into a different person. This thing didn't just make me into something that I'm not. The only thing I felt as it was put on was this outburst of emotion. Like it was okay for me to act out. Okay to do anything really. Like the anonymous side of this thing was so palpable that it ate away at my inhibitions. I'm not entirely sure what happened next. I remember these weird flashes. I pulled over, opened the back door on the passenger side, and proceeded to beat the ever-living crap out of whoever was there. I just remember a lot of blood and a handful of teeth, and this burning sensation in my knuckles. And laughter. A whole lot of laughter. I think it was mine. What's scary about these masks is not what they do to you right then and there, but what you feel afterwards. In the moment, all you feel is this elation. You can do whatever you want and get away with it. No one can stop you, it seems. It's this sense of ever-growing freedom, and the longer you keep it on, the better it feels. But looking back at it, I could have done anything. I was vulnerable. I could have jumped off a cliff just because I wanted to feel the wind rush against my arms. I could have dove headlong into traffic for a chance to see a funny face on a surprise driver. There was this endless potential and nothing to stop me. So with my mask firmly secured, I did as was expected. I went with the flow. It was so easy to meet the others. I could feel them. It's as if my senses were laser focused to spot the masks in the distance. And we just ganged up. And then we let loose. I remember shooting out streetlights with my handgun down by Frog Lake. We duct taped a guy to a bench and stole his wallet. Another masked person ripped up a bunch of dollar bills and tried to feed them to the ducks at the pond, but they seemed less than interested. I didn't even know who the other masked people were, but we all sort of looked the same, so it just made sense to join forces. There was a lot of broken glass, cuts on my hands, screaming, someone getting beaten with a chair leg, a fire alarm, a burglar alarm, gunshots, and this endless, ecstatic laughter. I laughed so hard that my lungs hurt, and that little voice in the back of my mind that told me to stop had just died. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what happened that night. Thinking about how easy it would have been for me to kill or be killed, it turns my stomach. Everyone just spoke whatever came to mind. There were no filters. Some were screaming the most vile, disgusting crap. Others just confessed to whatever they had hidden away in the back of their head. I don't remember half of what I screamed, but I remember one thing. It's hard to forget. I remember us cornering someone, and as I stared into the face of a terrified and unmasked stranger, I screamed at the top of my lungs. "The law ain't shit. You're not worth shit. This is all shit." There were at least 24 of us. Some broke into the high school, others, myself included, decided to go running into a field. Someone tripped, breaking an ankle. The rest of us laughed and beat them with a shovel. We took turns and made it into a sort of game. I remember the palms of my hands burning. I had shards of glass stuck in them. I didn't even care to pull them out. At some point, I collapsed from exhaustion. I watched as pine trees swayed in the wind. It was a freezing February night, and the sweat on the inside of my mask was freezing. Long strips of my hair turned into icicles. Somewhere in the distance, I heard movement. I rolled my tired head over to the side, looking into the distance. It was a person with a mask of their own, but it looked different. The others turned to him too, almost reverently. The sense of calm fell over us, like seeing an old friend or a beloved parent. He had this gray hoodie that barely covered his unnaturally long limbs, covered in insect-like thick hair. The mask that he wore looked a little different, like an exaggerated Greek drama kind of thing, except it moved. Looking closer, it seemed that it wasn't just a mask. That was its actual face. It slowly moved across the field, bowing down to check on us. Every masked person got their straps tightened and a rough hand brushing their hair aside, like a caring mother tending to its young. It looked me in the eye without a flinch of malice. It was curious and eager, joyful even, to that thing we had been given an amazing gift. It just didn't understand. And for some reason, I thought that it was kind of handsome. And by morning, things were dire. I was hypothermic, but the mask sort of muddled the feel of it. Also, the snow was surprisingly isolating. Who knew you could get warm from covering yourself in snow? A handful of us managed to get up and walk through that field in the early morning. Some stayed down, either dead, unconscious, or giggling. It was surreal watching those white masks glisten in the sunlight as we shook and stumbled our way back towards town. But we didn't make it far. I was completely blindsided. Out of nowhere, something smacked me on the side of the head, breaking the side of the mask wide open and sending me crashing to the ground. As the mask broke, my first instinct was to try and put it back on. I didn't even realize I was doing it. My head rung and I could barely keep my eyes open. I wasn't sure if it was from hypothermia, sleep deprivation, or a budding concussion. Take your pick. But it was Patrick, the massive guy with the crossbow. He had elbowed me to the ground. How a guy his size had shown up out of nowhere was beyond me, but maybe I really wasn't in the best shape to pay attention. He had this hook on his belt that he used to prime the crossbow. He stepped down on the frame, hooking the cable to his belt and pushing. It clicked, vibrating with terrible force. It was ready to fire. Pulling a slice of sharpened rebar from his quiver, he prepped the shot and looked down at me, as if making a judgment call. He had these terrifying eyes. The skin was so dry that it looked like tobacco, and neither eye was even fully open. He didn't blink. He just looked at me. I hadn't even realized that I was scared. It had been so quick that I barely registered what happened. But there he was, ready to do what needed to be done. Patrick killed those who killed others, and in my line of work, especially in this town, it was inevitable. I felt this bottomless hopelessness sink into my chest like a black puddle. I shook my head, turning away. I'm gonna kill if I have to, I shuddered. I might have to, I might. His finger was on the trigger. the rattle of a steel spring aching to release. I held a hand up, shielding myself despite knowing that a bolt would pierce straight through me if given the chance. Hell, it would skewer a car. I didn't know what I had done that previous night. I could have killed someone, it was all a blur. I was a twitch of a finger away from death. But Patrick just turned away, looking over the field, and as casual as taking a breath, he raised the crossbow and fired. The bolt soared through the air like a whistling rocket, striking a mask wearer in the neck. Even at a distance, I could hear a snap and watch as the body went limp. The head almost came clean off, rolling back and forth with a severed spine. That force was terrifying. At close range, that thing would have destroyed me. Without a word, he wandered off, letting the crossbow rest over his shoulder. He was done. I stumbled forward, barely managing to reach an unconscious mask wearer. I fumbled through his pockets, hoping to find a phone. I didn't find anything, and so I decided to rip off the mask and hope for the best. Maybe he would make it. It was Nick. He was in bad shape, real bad. I rushed to find help. I ended up checking the pockets of the man that Patrick had killed. I'm not going to describe the sensation of rifling through a dead man's clothes, but let's just say that it was visceral. He did have a phone though. I managed to get a call through to the emergency services, which in turn managed to patch me through to Tomscog PD, and within minutes help was on the way. I caught a glimpse of the face of the dead man. Turns out it was Tucker Rosemill, the other half of the duo that had imported these masks to begin with. I sat with an unconscious Nick for what felt like an eternity. He looked weird without his pink sunglasses, almost normal. I figured somebody must have gotten to him at his brother's garage, maybe the same way they got to me, by getting backup keys and hiding in the back seat. By the time medics arrived, Nick was on the edge of waking up. I think I caught a smile as he looked up at me. Maybe he was just happy to see a familiar face, not covered in a white mask. "I ain't sleeping," he slurred. It would take some time to recover. I had to get a couple of stitches for the glass in my hands, but both Nick and I would be on our feet in a couple of weeks. The sheriff granted us sick leave, so that was something. It gave me time to set up new furniture at my place after the Hank Byron incident. There were no more killings from Patrick for a while. Most of the mask wearers either wore themselves out or accidentally broke their masks over time. There was no one there to fix them or help them. It's as if both the distributor and the mysterious creator had no intention of coming back. I'm not sure why. Looking back at it, that time is a blur, but it evokes the same feeling as dancing on the edge of a cliff. I was just moments away from disaster, and I would have welcomed it with open arms. That awful, wholehearted abandon. Infinite seconds of complete, terrifying freedom. Nick and I didn't get much time off after our run-in with the mask folks. Enough for February to make way for March, but that was pretty much it. I spent most of that time making myself comfortable in my house again. But no matter the furniture and the new floor smell, I still had that feeling that something was out there just out of sight. The town of Tomscog was relentless in that way. You could never really be sure that you were alone or safe. I had no idea how the long-term locals did it. Once the dust settled, we were put back on active duty. Nothing big, just surveillance. John Digman and his relative were holed up at this old ranch by the southwestern exit of town. There weren't a lot of spots to position ourselves for a stakeout without outing ourselves, but we settled on a hill within a viewing distance. The station had plenty of binoculars. There were 3 surveillance teams, and Nick and I ended up on the evening shift, starting at 5 p.m. and ending around midnight. Round-the-clock surveillance. Being forced into such a proximity with another person has a couple of unintended effects. I think this is the time where Nick and I became real, actual friends. Up until that point, we were still sort of work buddies, but we hadn't really sat down and just talked. I learned a lot about Nick during those days. I had no idea that he used to be married, for example. His wife had run off with a male stripper from Salt Lake City. 6 years of marriage down the drain on a single ill-timed company retreat. And then there was his ridiculous pink sunglasses, as he described them. And they make you brave, you know. When you look at the world through rose-tinted glasses, all the red flags just look like flags. One evening, as we bonded over shrimp and fried rice, the conversation lulled a bit. The Digmans were keeping to themselves, so there was nothing to report. We were just sitting there, vibing to his classic hard rock collection. I decided to bring up something that had been on my mind for a while. I don't get why everybody doesn't know about this town, I said. It's unreal. It's literally unreal. Oh, you forget, Nick explained. You just sort of forget. All these things, they're so unlikely that you start to fade it out from your mind over time. Like a story you forgot you read. It's like it never really happened to you, you know. Yeah, but people around here go missing too. Do y'all just forget about them and move on? Sometimes, Nick nodded. But it's not like a willing thing. Sometimes things just disappear, like they were never here to begin with. He tapped the dashboard, as if trying to conjure a thought, and then he snapped his fingers. Your desk, he exclaimed. Remember how it didn't have a name? Yeah, it most definitely did once, but whoever used it is just sort of gone. Poof. After our shift, Nick took me on a ride to show me what he meant. There were a couple of houses that were fully furnished and clearly inhabited, but there were no names registered to them. No initials on the mailbox and nothing but empty frames on the walls. These show up from time to time, Nick explained. There's nothing that we can do about it. Even if they were our best friends at some point, how would we know? It's like they never existed. You know what's causing this? Oh, take your pick, Nick shrugged. Ain't just one thing that can cause it. It's like once you go too far and touch something you shouldn't, it takes you away. We just stood there for a moment looking at this ghastly house. The fancy living room rug painstakingly selected. Empty plates from a dinner finished months ago. A shirt casually tossed over a chair. Now the home to a curious spider weaving a brand new web. It was a life frozen in time, waiting for someone to come home. Someone that wouldn't. I tried not to think too much about it, but the thoughts surfaced every now and then. The next time Nick and I went down to the station, I took some time to go through the desk that I had been assigned to when I had first joined. There were still a few items left. A couple of empty picture frames. That was to be expected. A pack of gum, an empty wallet, a couple of blank receipts. The strangest things were a set of smooth keys. There was no way to tell what they had been used for. Handcuffs, maybe. It was pointless. Whoever this person was, I would never find out. And while the rest of Tomscog PD seemed perfectly happy with not knowing, it just gave me the creeps. If something could affect people on such a personal level, nothing was off the table. I tried to not think about it too much, but the implications were mind-boggling. You could just disappear and nobody would know. Nick didn't seem too bothered though. He saw me rummaging through the desk and gave me what can only be described as a sympathetic shrug. I guess he figured I had to come to terms with this in my own way. That night as I went to sleep, I had the strangest feeling in my stomach. It was like a new kind of worry. We've all had those nights when we twist and turn, worrying about something, but this was different. This was like world-shattering. Like existence itself was a fragile thing. It felt like the universe itself was cruel, wishing me only harm and pointless indignities. I lay awake staring up at the ceiling, hoping a comforting thought would look back. And when it didn't, I cried. The kind of cry where your sinuses burn and you can't close your mouth, where you look like you're just silently screaming as you stain your pillow with tears. That night is when I started to write this all down. I figured I hadn't been forgotten yet, and that in case of my sudden disappearance, there was at least a chance something might be left behind, a remnant. But I saw it more as an act of defiance, a challenge, that if I was taken down and removed, they would have another thing to remove, and I would keep adding to that pile, so that taking me out of the picture would at least be as inconvenient as possible. I remember I was halfway into my recollection of coming to Tomscog, what would later be my first post here, when I leaned back. As I did, my head bumped into something where there ought to be nothing. I spun around, but there was nothing there. I figured that was a good indicator to stop for the night. I wasn't coping very well, but at least I had gotten some of that pain out on paper, and that would hold me for a bit. Over the next few days, I regularly took down notes about strange things that I had seen, or stray thoughts that ran through my mind. I was scared that I might end up forgetting something. It was a safety blanket in a way. Nick didn't say anything about it. He'd probably seen something like it before. Hell, maybe he had been that way himself. It was nice not to have a judgmental stare over my shoulder while still retaining some form of normalcy. Our stakeouts were drawn out and frustrating, but at least we didn't have to worry too much about what we were going to do that day. But what stuck with me was the little things, the little moments in between. Nick and I would sometimes have these long talks over dinner, for example. I remember the takeout bag from the gas station still warm on my lap. And Digman uses no power, Nick once said in between bites of his second hot dog. Nothing, he's completely off the grid. So look. I brought up my binoculars and had another look. There were plenty of lights on at Digman's place, and that was only what we could see. There were also satellite dishes on the roof, a large radio antenna, and a couple of large black cables running from the main building to the guest house. You can't say that's not weird, Nick insisted. Sure, yeah, I agreed. I see no solar panels, so it's gotta be something else. I've been saying that for years, Nick sighed. But it's just one of those things, you know. One of those weird things. And Digman, I sighed, shaking my head. Yeah, Digman. We ended up taking turns checking out the place, making notes whenever somebody came or went. We'd use the binoculars for an hour each, letting the other one use the charger as we browsed on our phones. It made things bearable, but the long hours would get painfully slow at times. We couldn't move around too much or there was a chance that we'd be spotted. But by the fourth day or so, we were almost praying to get noticed. But hey, at least we didn't get the night shift. I remember getting out to stretch my legs. It was around 10 p.m. or so and the clouds had slowly settled overhead. There was pressure building. We'd probably have bad weather within a couple of hours. I took out my phone to check an article from my hometown when a red light came on. As I tapped the screen, there was a second brief flash of bright red. I blinked it away and looked up. Something had changed. For some reason, my heart was beating a little faster. March in Minnesota can get real dark real fast, so no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't see anything. There could have been 100 people in those woods staring at me and I'd be none the wiser. I got back to the car, suddenly feeling vulnerable, uneasy. Was this what my predecessors had felt before they went missing? I'd get that feeling every now and then. I would notice a red light going off on the radio or by the camera on my phone, just something small and brief. And every time I felt that bottomless pit in my stomach, that thread of something taking me away. I couldn't pinpoint why, but I always ended up taking a closer look. There had to be something out there. It continued at home as well. I would see a flash of red by my oven and microwave, a reflection in the TV, little reminders that something wasn't as it should be. I thought that I might be going paranoid, but it wasn't that simple. Paranoia comes from the idea that you're perceiving threats when there are none. But in a place like Tomscog, how can you be sure? What does a threat that can erase your existence even look like? How would you know if you were looking at it right this second? The next morning, as Nick and I were driving out to our overlook, I was behind the wheel. Nick was taking a nap in the back seat, having been up late last night catching up on some UFC fights that he had missed. I didn't even know he was into that stuff. I considered teasing him about it, but the guy was exhausted. I figured there was a 50-50 chance that he was just using this as an excuse, and that he had been up for some other reason. Maybe this was his way of coping with things. I was a bit stuck in my own head when I took a right turn and going up a long hill. There was something on the road. I stepped on the brakes, swerving to the side. Every light on the dashboard flashed red as the car came to a screeching halt, almost throwing poor Nick out of the back seat. I could hear him fumbling with his pistol. "It's nothing," I said. "Nothing. There's nothing there." "What the hell, Rook?" Nick relaxed, groaning as he turned his back to me. "If it's nothing, then you do nothing. You don't step on the brakes for nothing." I couldn't argue with that, but the road was clear. The dashboard too. And yet I had this feeling that something had been very, very wrong just now. I was starting to feel it. Just moments before the flashing red, there would be this electric charge going through my hair. A little jolt as if to say, something's coming. It's hard to explain. It felt like goosebumps, but a bit milder, and almost artificial in nature. The thought crossed my mind that maybe it had to do with Digman and whatever oddity he was cooking up on that ranch, but I couldn't be sure. Whatever they were doing was hidden behind dozens of layers of secrecy. For all the hours that we had spent out there, we got nothing. As Nick took a turn on the binoculars, I got out again. I walked a couple of steps away from the car, taking in the smell of the pine trees and the damp air. I could feel it coming on again. This time, instead of looking for a red light, I looked up. And for a brief moment, I saw something further down the hill. The vague silhouette of a person. And in a flash, it was gone. I started to look for them, not just then and there, but for the next few days. Maybe I would have been better off trying to let it go, but I wanted answers. Tomscog is a coin flip of a town. On one hand, ignoring something might be your best option. On the other hand, it might kill you. I had a hard time figuring out what was what. One night as I set my alarm and went to bed, I noticed a subtle red light coming from the living room. Looking up, I could see that it was my smoke alarm growing brighter than usual. Much brighter. And in the living room, there was again the vague silhouette of a person. I carefully sat up, looking into the distance. I could see their shoulders move up and down, as if they were breathing heavily. Fingers squeezing like they were trying to grab something. But looking a little closer, an icicle ran down the back of my spine. They had no head. With the blink of an eye, it was gone. But as I ran out to double check, there were these wet stains left on my floor. Like someone had walked in with their shoes on, leaving melted snow on the carpet. Something had been there. Something real and physical. I talked to Nick about it the next day. The red lights, the headless stranger. He didn't seem to recognize it, but offered me some advice either way. "I'm gonna assume you're not pranking me, or that you're crazy, or sleep deprived, or any of that shit. I'm gonna assume you're telling me the truth, right?" he said. "If so, you're doing something you shouldn't. Things don't just pop out for no reason. You're doing something wrong." "And what would that be?" I asked. I'm not living your life, rookie. I got no idea. I retraced my steps. There were two possibilities. It could either be a result of us surveilling Digman or something about the missing people. As I was the only one affected, I was banking on the latter. Something related to the empty houses and the abandoned desk at the station. Maybe this was a hint to the answer. Someone trying to tell me something they shouldn't. That night as I got home, I dragged a chair out on the porch. Using my radio, I slowly switched between frequencies, looking for something to turn red. I was inviting it in, looking to have a conversation. I was going to confront it. I wasn't about to let myself be dragged off into obscurity for nothing. I'd been at it for about 45 minutes. My fingers were freezing and I had trouble feeling the dial. And then a click. I turned the dial back a little, getting a clear red light on my radio. Looking up, there it was, no more than 6 feet away. A headless man. He was wearing a familiar policeman's shirt and pants, along with a black tie. His head had been violently ripped off, leaving a cascade of blood drenching his clothes. There were tufts of skin still reaching up over the collar, gently moving as some instinct forced the man to attempt breathing. I just looked straight ahead. It wasn't attacking me and I wasn't attacking it. Instead, I leaned back in my chair, hoping for an answer to reveal itself. We both needed something here and I hoped that he might understand. He took a step forward, an awkward blind step, arms outstretched like a child fumbling in the dark. I got up from my chair, reaching out to him. The moment that his hand touched mine, he grabbed me intensely. It bruised my arm a bit. For a heartbeat, I thought that I had messed up, that maybe this thing was about to do something awful, but no. Instead, he turned my hand palm side up and poked it with his fingers. He was trying to show me something. He needed something to write with. I handed him my notebook and a pen. He scribbled something down, and as he did, I heard this whining noise from my radio. The battery was collapsing. Seconds later, the whole radio popped open like a badly microwaved dinner. And the man was gone. My notebook fell to the ground, stained by melting snow. The notebook said 2 words: Night Skull. Nitescol. It was a lead. I talked to Nick about it the next day. He still wasn't buying it, but he knew better than to completely dismiss me. He explained that there were people taking adult education classes at the local high school after closing time, mostly woodshop and carpentry, but a handful of other classes too. It was the closest thing to a night school that this town had. I asked Nick if we could switch up our shifts a little and go there. He looked at me like I was an idiot. "Why would you want to go there?" he asked. "Well, to check this out," I said. "It's something." "Yeah, but that's your business," he continued. "Why would I want to go there? What's this got to do with me?" "Don't you want to know what happened to him? The guy was a cop, Nick." "Well, that's exactly why we ought to leave it alone. If he messed up that bad, I can guarantee you that we will too." And Nick didn't like it, not one bit. He thought it was an awful idea, and yet he agreed. We switched to the morning shift the next day and went to check it out. You can say a lot about Nick, but the guy doesn't back down. After our next shift, Nick and I went to the local high school after hours. I had brought along a fresh radio and some new batteries. If that had worked once, I figured it might work again. There were a couple of folks having some kind of Narcotics Anonymous meeting, so we stayed well away from that. Instead, we wandered the halls, turning the radio and hoping for something to stick. Nick tagged along but kept his attention firmly on his phone. He was listening to some kind of podcast, I think. There was a brief red flicker. I elbowed Nick, who took out his AirPods. I flicked the radio back and forth, and every time I did, it blinked red. I showed it to him. That's it, I said. We've got something. Isn't that just the frequencies rolling back? No, look. I zoned in on the precise point where the light was brightest. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. I could feel my heart sink, thinking that I had dragged us out there for nothing. And then looking around, those fears gave way to something new. Further down a long hall, there he was, the headless man. Nick looked up and recoiled, nearly bowling himself over. I could hear him firing off a barrage of, "What the hells?" as the headless man pointed down the hall. "We gotta call this in," Nick wheezed. "I'm calling this in." "Yeah, you do that," I said, "but I ain't losing track of this thing." I followed the directions of the headless man. Nick followed suit, trying to get the sheriff on the radio. There was some kind of interference stopping him, probably from the way that I had tuned my radio. The headless man would appear whenever the corridor branched, pointing me past the cafeteria, the closed pool, and the teacher's lounge to a small section at the back. There wasn't anything in particular there. It was a space between classrooms. No door, no staircase, no nothing. Just a blue sunflower haphazardly drawn with a Sharpie. The headless man approached me and carefully put his hand on my radio. With one hand, he slapped the blank wall, and with his other hand, he made a rotating motion with his fingers. We were retuning my radio, and as we did, the headless man faded. There's something here, I said. There's gotta be. You sure about this? Nick asked. I was. He wasn't. I did find another frequency that made the light on my radio turn red, but no matter how hard I tuned it, it didn't seem to do anything. I asked Nick to join in, and when we both found the sweet spot, I could feel a sort of electrical hum in the air. My eyes watered and itched, and when they had cleared, there was a door in front of us. A black door made of foul-smelling dark metal. Nick shook his head, giving me an apologetic look. He didn't want to do this, and I couldn't blame him. In a way, I didn't want to either, but I figured this wasn't a trap. If it had been, that thing could have just ripped my head off to begin with. This was something else. Maybe answers to something that I hadn't known to question. "Oh, don't make me. Please don't make me." "Hey, you can go," I said. "Call the sheriff. Just leave the radio." I put my hand on the door handle. There was an oily substance to it, like I had been covered in soap. As the door swung open, I saw a long dark corridor ahead. With my flashlight in hand, I stepped in. And despite it all, Nick stayed right behind me through it all. There was a powerful smell of ammonia and chlorine, like a somehow well-cleaned and simultaneously rotten hospital. Nick left a shoe in the door to make sure that it wouldn't close on us. There was a slight dampness to the floor, but despite shining a light on it, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. It was just this solid, slightly organic feeling black. Nick had trouble keeping his cool. I mean, I did too. But I felt like I had to stay strong for him to not freak out. Nick had trouble keeping his cool, and I did too. But I felt like I had to stay strong for him not to freak out. "I don't know what kind of inside-out bullshit this is, but we gotta go," Nick said. "Upside Down," I replied. "What?" "Upside Down is the Stranger Things place. Inside Out is a Pixar movie." "Well, maybe I'd rather be in a Pixar movie than whatever the heck this is." Our radio whined as the battery struggled. It was this long, electric wailing like a distant cry, and as we came to the far end of the black corridor, it got stronger. We stepped out into what looked like an old apartment, like old, 1920s old. A faint red glow made its way through clogged-up windows, casting long shadows across a dusty floor. Particles danced in the air, floating slowly upward. It was strange, but the place itself wasn't anything unusual. A small kitchen, a bedroom, a minuscule living room. I had seen worse. And then Nick tapped my shoulder. The radio whined louder as he pointed up. There was no ceiling. Instead, we were looking up at an exact copy of this apartment, but as seen from above, except there weren't two nosy police officers tuning their radios there. Instead, the floor of that apartment was filled with paper bags, rustling as something inside them moved. There was a sound coming from them, like a tapping, smacking kind of noise. I didn't take my eyes off them, but Nick backed away. He was a heartbeat from making a break for the door. I turned my radio a little just to see what would happen, and as I did, something shifted. The paper bags came tumbling down. The moment they hit the ground, my battery popped, leaving a black trail of smoke rising from the speaker. And Nick gasped. I looked back only to see the corridor leading us back out, slowly collapsing in on itself. The next few moments rushed by. Nick was freaking out, accidentally stepping on a bag. As he did, it split open, revealing a decapitated head. Its mouth was still moving, pale eyes looked my way. They were desperate, so ungodly desperate. Nick just kicked it. It bounced off an empty bookshelf with a meaty squish and then smacked against a window, cracking it. As the floor of decapitated heads began to murmur, I saw that crack in the window grow. And as it did, something outside the window moved. Something headed straight for us. A part of me wanted to stay. I wanted to see what was out there and what was causing this. Nick, on the other hand, didn't plan on sticking around. He took me by the arm and dragged me into the bathroom and locked the door. As he did, I heard glass shatter in the other room. Looking up, this room was the same as the other. There was no ceiling but a copy of the room that we were standing in above. Nick got up on top of the toilet, reached up and pulled himself as far as he could. Seconds later, something flipped. Gravity shifted for him, sending him reeling upwards. He was standing on the ceiling looking down at me. "We gotta go," he yelled down. "Come on." The door handle was turning. I prayed that Nick had remembered to lock the door. Luckily, he had. But whatever was on the other side didn't seem too pleased about it. I got up on the toilet and reached upwards. Nick grabbed my hand, pulling me upward. For a brief moment, we were both sort of suspended midway through, but Nick was heavier. He pulled me up just as the door broke. A long ashen arm reached through, holding a paper bag like a searchlight. "Up!" a muffled voice wheezed. "They went up!" My stomach turned as we exited the bathroom, coming out in what looked like the first room that we had entered, now with the bags above us or below us yet again. We didn't have time to think. We just had to go. We ended up climbing out a window, running down another corridor. I almost slipped on a haphazardly thrown bag. We ran past what looked like a high school chemistry room, stacked floor to ceiling with headless bodies. There was an auditorium filled with unused clothes, arranged as if they were an audience looking at an empty stage. We ran through collapsed rooms, a maintenance tunnel, some kind of computer storage space, a boiler room, and finally, a pool. There was a plastic cover over it, but I could tell there was something underneath. The cover was moving. I could see shapes of 5-fingered hands moving just below the plastic, trying to reach through. The far wall had collapsed, sending hundreds of tiles careening across the floor. We could go around the pool and climb the debris, but we would lose precious time. We had to get across. I took a tentative step onto the plastic. It was unsteady but solid, and Nick followed suit. When we made it halfway through, I could hear something coming from the corridor behind us. Whatever was out there still wasn't done with us, and as footsteps lumbered closer still, the edge of the plastic cover broke, revealing a pale hand reaching up from below. We ran. We were out of breath and terrified beyond belief, but we ran. And the moment that I got to the other side, the plastic broke wide open, revealing what can only be described as a mass of writhing bodies, all reaching, fumbling, stirred by the sudden movement, stirred by each other. and beyond a field of waving hands and outstretched fingers, I saw a grayish figure in the distance, holding up a paper bag towards us. It was catching up. Nick pulled me into a locker room, closing and barricading the door behind us. I started to open lockers, only to reveal more paper bags tumbling out of the floor. "Keep going," Nick screamed. "There's gotta be something." Every bag screeched, giving away our position. Each one of them desperate and clueless, undying. Dozens and dozens and dozens of them, all unique but eerily similar. A thump against the door, a muffled voice. Nick pulled out his pistol. "Come on." Door after door swung open, bag after bag tumbling out. And after every locker was open, we were none the wiser. There was nothing for us. Nothing. For a moment, that was it. I put my hand on my gun, not knowing what to use it on. Whatever was coming through that door would be nothing like we'd come to understand. If there was a chance we'd end up stuck in this place, I didn't want to be around for it. To be one of these things locked in perpetuity, that was hell. And up until that point, I hadn't considered hell to be a real place. But it was. It really, really was. "Come on," Nick repeated. "Please." The door buckled and bent. The pressure from the outside was immense. There was a cackling noise, a hoarse laughter. Looking down, I noticed something familiar. One of the bags was the same that Nick and I had used to get when we got hot dogs from the gas station, a regular cop stop. I picked it up, opening it. There was the head of a man inside. He was probably in his early 40s, short blonde hair, high cheekbones, tired, dusty eyes. He didn't seem angry. He wasn't screaming for us to get caught like the others were. He just looked my way, trying to see through the cloud of his iris.
"That you?"
he asked. "Yeah," I stuttered. I think so." He smiled, an honest-to-God smile.
"All right then."
As the pounding on the door got louder and the hinges buckled, I looked into the eyes of this dead man. He tried to tell me something but couldn't. He furrowed his brow.
I don't remember my name. I forgot,"
he said. "You got me here," I huffed. "You gotta get me out."
"I wanted you to get something. It's so distant, it's so..."
Nick abandoned the door. He grabbed my arm, pulling me into the shower room. There were no more doors, but we could hide for a bit. We ended up cowering in the corner, our voices echoing against these ceramic tiles. My voice lowered to a whisper as the barricade broke, and something rummaged through the other room. "There's gotta be something," I whispered. "Please."
"There was something in here. I left something."
"What?" Nick slowly got up, checking the far side of the wall. I checked the other. My heart was beating out of my chest. After a couple of seconds, Nick made a clicking noise at me to call me over. He handed me a tool belt, the same kind that we had. It had a radio. As we slowly turned our way back to a red light, the lumbering thing from the other room grew closer. It was mumbling something to us, muffled threats and promises. It sounded like it was limping, dragging one foot behind it, dry limbs crackling as arms and knees bent, ceramic tiles cracking as an immense weight pushed down. 2 red lights lit up on our radios. Feeling our way along the left side of the wall, we felt something opening up, a corridor similar to the one that we had entered through. We ran straight ahead with complete abandon, slamming ourselves at the door at the end. And as we did, a final message from the head I had brought along.
"You got it,"
he said.
"You got me."
It flung open, spitting us back out in that same corridor, only we exited upside down with our heads towards the floor. We fell on top of each other like a pile of ferrets, but got back on our feet within seconds. Like a dog struggling for grip on a slippery floor, Nick bolted towards the exit, spurring me along. As I got up, I noticed something gray covering my clothes. The head that I had been holding had turned to ash, leaving a fine layer of dust on the floor. Nick was still one shoe short, but he didn't care. He burst through the front doors, diving into the driver's seat of his car. I was right behind him. He was panicked beyond belief, but even in that state, he stopped to wait for me. He was screaming at the top of his lungs for me to hurry up, but he didn't leave, not until I was in. My heart slowed as adrenaline subsided. My hands felt cold and I couldn't stop blinking, but the familiar hum of an engine calmed me like a lullaby. As we gained some distance from the school, I noticed something on the floor. Nick had brought along the tool belt. I picked it up, checking it piece by piece. An empty can of pepper spray, a pair of handcuffs, then finally, a badge. The name was gone, but there was still a serial number. Maybe that was the piece that he wanted us to bring along. While there was no name associated anymore, the number was still there. For all it was worth, this was a little piece of proof that there had been someone working at Tomscog PD at some point. They were a man down, and even though they couldn't remember him, he had been there, and he had worn that badge. In a way, that badge number was as much a name as his God-given one. "You think that's it?" Nick asked. "You think he got what he wanted?" "I think so, yeah. He knew that I was looking for him." "And now you're done, right? You're done." "Yeah, I'm done." Nick stopped the car, taking off his pink sunglasses. He was still wheezing like he had run a marathon. The smell of ammonia and chlorine stuck to him like a curse. "I told you no, but you did it anyway," he said. "I told you I didn't want to." "It's done, I'm sorry. Get out." It got quiet, just the hum of a car engine, and Nick's fingers drumming on the dashboard. "Nick, what are you? Get out." I unbuckled my seatbelt and stepped out, leaving the door open. Nick buried his face in his hands. His pink sunglasses rolled off the dashboard, landing on the passenger seat beside him. "I'm getting another partner. You're not dragging me into this shit again." "Nick, I'm sorry, but I had to." "You didn't have to do shit all. You wanted to do it. You wanted to poke this town and see what would happen. Well, guess what?" He leaned over, putting his hand on the door. "Well, this is what happens. This is what always happens, and if you cared enough to listen, you wouldn't have put me in front of something that rips people's heads off." "How was I supposed to know?" "Because nothing good ever happens. You step too far, you get killed. You get cut, shot, or stabbed. Or best case scenario, your wife runs off with some sleazy oiled up Magic Mike looking dude from Salt Lake City. And if you don't leave well enough alone, I'm not gonna be there to bail you out. Not again." He slammed the door shut and sped off, leaving me by the side of the road with a badge, an empty can of pepper spray, and a pair of handcuffs. I watched the red lights of his car disappear around the bend. I walked home that night, dragging my feet through the gray-stained sidewalk sleet. I got a badge in my hand, a literal gold star for my willingness to go the extra mile. But maybe I had gone too far just this once. Maybe that's what the headless man had done too. The following Monday, I was called in to have a meeting with the sheriff. I could tell that it was a serious conversation. There was very little in the way of jokes and jabs. Instead, I was asked politely to sit down. I knew there was going to be trouble. Sheriff Mason leaned back in his chair with a sigh. "I heard you almost got Nick killed," he said, "and he ain't happy about it." He tapped the answering machine on his desk. "Who the hell even has one of these anymore?" Maybe we ought to deal with the deeper issues first," I countered. "Like that thing at the school collecting heads." "You think we ought to do something about that, huh?" "Well, little Miss Krispy Kreme, there's a whole lot of sugar going around this town, and I ain't got enough Pac-Mans to gobble it all." He got out of his chair and painstakingly walked around his desk, sitting down next to me. I could smell the beard oil from his walrus mustache. You ain't even scratched the surface yet, but you gotta calm down. And for you to calm down, I gotta pull you off patrol. Nick was paired up with a twitchy guy named Reggie. Reggie was in his early 40s and had the shape of a badly drawn stick figure with a receding hairline. Apparently he had been working dispatch for 3 years, and now I was supposed to take over his position. I was to work on the phones back at the station for the foreseeable future. I was put at a desk with a slightly newer computer, a headset, and a chatty coworker. The first time that I met Charlotte, or Charlie for short, she was handling something that I can only dream of understanding. The conversation went a little something like this. Sir, I don't know how many arms you've found. You put them right back where you find them. And don't go planting them like trees. That's disrespectful. Charlie was energetic, like a cooped-up parakeet. She had trouble sitting still and wandered back and forth whenever she could afford to stretch her legs. She looked to be no more than 20, maybe 25, but she was closer to 40 and had 2 kids back home. The only thing that kinda gave it away was her nails. You could tell that she used her hands a lot. She introduced me to a lot of the basic systems, how to see and handle phone queues, what to take down on reports, standard protocols, that kind of stuff. I spent the first few days just watching her do the job and then slowly getting easier calls redirected to me. Now, while we were officially taking calls for things like tips and wellness checks, we also got calls from the duck people that the sheriff was working for. We had simple instructions when dealing with them. Don't ask questions. We were to do as we were told, and if we couldn't, we patched them through to the sheriff. As March dipped into April, I was getting pretty good at it. I had effectively replaced Reggie, who I could see drop by the station every now and then with Nick following suit. I tried to talk to them a couple of times, but Nick wasn't having it. Reggie seemed like an eager puppy, just happy to get some attention, so every attempt I made to patch things up with Nick got swallowed up. I brought in donuts. Reggie was happy to talk about it, while Nick silently grabbed one in the background. I refilled the coffee machine. Reggie was happy to grab a cup, while Nick filled up his thermos. Every conversation starter I tried got derailed. It was one of those times that prompted my first real conversation with Charlie. It was a dull Tuesday afternoon in between calls. Charlie was busy trying to make sense of her kid's schedule for the week, scratching her head as she scrolled up and down on a second-hand iPad. "What are you doing out here anyway?" she asked. "You killed someone." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, most folks that get here done do some dumb shit they can't take back." "Oh, sorta," I nodded, "but I ain't killed anyone." "You wanted to." "Wanted to what?" "Kill someone." It was a strange question to be asked so casually. I just tilted my head at her, giving her a questioning look. "Look, all I'm saying is that if you gotta get deported to dipshit nowhere, population whatever, you might as well get your money's worth. Whatever you did ought to get you something is all." I shook my head at her. "It got me nothing." Charlie lit up with a grin, leaning across the room with her knuckles out, and I tapped them. "Screwed if we do, screwed if we don't, huh?" Most of the calls I got were completely harmless. Somebody locking themselves out of their house, a worried neighbor spotting a dog in a car. I even got the cat stuck in a tree call once. But there were a couple of strange calls too. Most of them came from the dock, the strange men in black kind of people that Sheriff Mason had called in at the start of the year. One time they called in to check if anyone had reported any strange aerial sightings, giant birds or insects, stuff like that. When I told them that we hadn't had anything like that, they hung up on me. I got a few calls like that, most of them harmless or nonsensical, but given the kind of calls that we could get from ordinary folks in Tomscog, It wasn't that unusual. Things took a pretty drastic turn when I got what seemed like a harmless call. By then, Charlie wasn't patching them through to me or routing them. We had a 50-50 split on calls. It gave her more time to check her Facebook. I got a call from an older woman that I had never talked to before. I didn't recognize the name, but I could see she was registered to a Tomscog address. My son got me 8 rubber ducks for my bathroom, but when I walked in this morning, there were 12. She explained. I'm sorry, what? There are too many rubber ducks, is that it? Yes, I don't know where they came from. I think someone broke in. I see. I looked over at Charlie. Her ears must have perked up at rubber duck. She mouthed a silent, "What the hell?" at me, and I just shrugged. Ma'am, unless this is some sort of immediate threat, I'll ask to see if a patrol can stop by to look for damages later today. Please take some time to check the locks on your windows, all right? Oh, I'm sorry. The old woman laughed. I'm sure it sounds ridiculous, but I've checked again and again and there's too many of them. All right, we'll see what we can do. You have a nice day now. According to our systems, one of our units was available. Seeing as how there was nothing else to do at the moment, I tagged them on the radio. Unit 115, this is dispatch. Do you copy? Nick here, what do you got? I was a bit startled. I hadn't talked to the guy in weeks. Hey Nick, I continued. You doing all right? Yeah, he cut me short. What's the stitch? I explained the situation to him. He could barely keep himself from laughing, but I guess he figured anything was better than babysitting the Digmans on yet another stakeout. So I got him and Reggie to check the old woman and her mysterious rubber ducks. Now, this seemed innocent at the time, just a fun anecdote. I spent most of that day talking to Charlie about everything and nothing. She smoked at her desk, but she sat next to a window and was kind enough to tilt her head out when she exhaled. It was a nasty habit, but at least she smoked menthols. She loved the rubber duck story and had all kinds of follow-up questions about it. Her kids would definitely hear about it at family dinner. Guaranteed. And then she got a call. It was probably 3, maybe 4 hours after the rubber duck call. I could tell that it was serious. Charlie put out her cigarette and leaned forward taking notes. She was talking to the duck. They were the only ones who called in that Charlie never questioned. As soon as the call ended, she ran up to the front doors and locked them, and then she started to go down the side of the room, checking that every window was closed and secured. Check the windows, we gotta lock up. What did they say? They said they'd get back to us, but until they do, we gotta lock up and make sure nothing gets in. We checked every room and made sure that it was all locked up. There was no one else around, just me and Charlie. It was that time of day when the sun started to set, freezing an icy sheet over the melting snow outside, giving a crackling noise to every footstep. Temperatures were dipping fast, and even inside the station we had put on jackets to keep the heat up. The radiators hadn't worked for months. I decided to power through. The next call that came through was routed to me. It was one of the duck folks. You could tell by the extension on their phone. As soon as I clicked on that receiver, the voice on the other end came through. And did you secure the station? Yes, we locked all of it. You need to take inventory. Everything larger than a fist, write it all down. Every single item, even if it's nailed to the wall. That's gonna take hours. Then it'll have to take hours, he snapped back. And when you're done, you're gonna do it again. And if a single thing on that list is out of line, you call me on this number immediately. If there's one lesson that I'd taken away from my run-in at the high school with Nick, it was not to stick my nose where it didn't belong, and this seemed like one of those times. I dry swallowed my questions. All right, I said, but we're getting overtime. Charlie and I armed ourselves with notepads and divvied up the rooms. She'd take the bullpen and front desk, and I'd take the break room. She'd take the bathrooms, and I'd take the locker room. And then we had 2 interview rooms, the sheriff's office, an evidence room, and a conference room. This was going to take hours, possibly long into the night, especially if they were serious about us doing it twice. I was halfway through checking the break room when I saw one of the squad cars coming back. It wasn't Nick or Reggie, but 2 of the others. They stopped outside, gave us a curious look through the windows, and called out to me. "Y'all doing all right in there?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Peachy." There's some weird shit going on," they continued. "Check if something's out of place." "But why?" "I don't know," they shrugged. "But we got a stab victim who says the last thing he remembers is noticing that he had too many radios. I don't know what to make of it." "You don't get stabbed having too many radios." "I don't know what to tell ya." It was dull work. Dull. Charlie put on some of her playlists through the speaker system just to make the hours pass by. I didn't take her for a honky-tonk kind of woman, but by the second Dolly Parton album, I figured she wasn't sarcastic. Noting every little thing, only to know that I had to cross-reference it later, was exhausting. It's one thing to have a lot of work to do, but to know you're gonna have to do it again just drains you. I was using a master key to check every locker one by one. I was going on autopilot to the point where I was barely paying attention to what I was looking at, or whose locker I was checking. I was humming along to Backwoods Barbie when something in my brain clicked. I was checking my own locker, running my hands over my jacket. I knew what was in this locker already. There was no point in checking every little bit of it. But taking a step back, something didn't add up. I shook my head, squinted a little, and looked again. I could see my jacket there, one of those brown pilot-like jackets with a ruffled collar, comfiest thing that I had ever owned. But there were 2 of them. There shouldn't be 2 of them. "Charlie?" I called out. "Come here for a sec." She trotted over, still humming along to the music. She knew every word by heart. "Oh, what's up?" "You see 2 jackets in that locker?" I asked. She walked up to me and checked the locker. She nodded. "Yep, that's 2. "There shouldn't be. That's my jacket. I only have 1 jacket." We just stood there for a bit, staring at the open locker. I couldn't tell which one was which. The jackets were identical. One of them wasn't mine. Charlie was the first to snap out of it, closing the locker with a smack. "Hold it shut," she said. "I'll get the duct tape." We taped up the locker just to be safe, and then we sealed off the entire locker room and retreated to the bullpen. I made the call to the duck while Charlie called back home to tell her family she'd be running late. I got an answer on the first ring. "There's an extra jacket in my locker," I said. "Is that bad?" "And you didn't put it there?" "I did not put it there." "Oh, then it's bad." The voice on the other end sighed. "Have you found anything else?" "Not yet, no." "Good," he continued. "Settle in one room and lock the rest." "Why? What's going on?" The question just slipped out of me. I knew better than to ask the duck for clarification, but I couldn't help myself. There were a few seconds of silence. The voice came back a little lower, more thoughtful. "And did you have any coffee today?" "What does that have to?" "It's relevant. Did you have any coffee today?" "Yeah, at lunch." "And do you take milk, sugar?" "Well, both, yeah." "And you're feeling okay?" I looked down at myself as if expecting to see something unusual. I was fine, of course. "Yeah," I said. "I'm fine." "Well, then we can eliminate one factor. The most probable issue here is a flare-up of something that shouldn't be here. Something must have provoked them. There's going to be a lot of them popping up around town tonight. But if we're lucky, they might pass us by." "You make it sound like bad weather." "There are similarities," he sighed. "Now stay by your station. We're switching to secure channels." Charlie and I locked it all, just to make sure we taped the edges. We ran out of duct tape and had to resort to packing tape and evidence tape. Soon the entire station looked like a crime scene. Charlie and I hunkered down in the bullpen, the room where we spent most of our time. About an hour later, the power went out. It's a strange feeling watching a familiar location through a new light. The bullpen usually had these sterile fluorescent lamps. I had never seen the station in the dark before. These things were always on. Charlie and I checked our flashlights, sending bright beams swaying across the room. The speakers went silent, giving Dolly a rest for now. "Oh, it might be the breakers," Charlie said. "I could go look." "You think that's a good idea?" "Nah," she sighed, "but I could do it." "I bet you could." We stayed put. When there was nothing left inside to grab our attention, we turned outwards. We could see buildings down the street were still powered, so this had to be something local. Charlie was probably right about it being a breaker problem, maybe a burnt fuse. But we were not about to test the duck and their recommendations. We were staying put and waiting for the cavalry. Time passed slower than usual. I was a bit worked up and hours started to feel like days. The time was about 9 p.m. when I snapped to attention as Charlie called me over. She pointed out the window, shining her flashlight on something. A rocking horse. A red rocking horse, one of those old-timey toys that kids used to get. It was just standing there in the middle of the snow. "And that wasn't there before," she said. "And unless I'm missing out on some TikTok prank shit, that has no earthly business being there." "Yeah, but it's just a toy." "Is it?" We looked at it for a couple of minutes, shining our lights at it from different angles. Sure, it was just a toy, but somebody must have put it there. Toys didn't move on their own. And that thought made those lifeless white eyes all the more menacing, as the wind slowly pushed it into a gentle sway. Charlie and I tried to keep it cool, but I could tell she wasn't okay. Maybe she just needed a cigarette. As the clock reached 10 p.m., she had to take a bathroom break. We didn't know what to look for and we had sealed off the bathrooms, but if you gotta go, you gotta go. I stood guard outside. A couple of minutes passed and then she came back out. Screw it, I'm having a smoke." Following her back to the bullpen, she removed some of the tape from a window and cracked it open. The evidence tape fluttered in the wind like a dancing ribbon. Looking outside, I could see that the rocking horse was gone. Charlie didn't seem all too bothered by it. I started to doubt myself. I mean, maybe I was just looking in the wrong place. Charlie cracked the window a bit further and lit a cigarette, leaning back in her chair. I sat back down at my desk, grabbing a couple of Tic Tacs from the top drawer. But as I looked back up at Charlie, something tickled my brain. She blew the smoke right into the room. The last time she had smoked, she leaned her head out of the window. She smiled a little as she noticed me looking her way. She raised her golden and white pack at me. "You want one?" "I don't smoke." "Right," she nodded. "Fair enough." She was still doing it. Something about her demeanor was different. I thought back on my locker and the 2 jackets I had seen. There could be 2 of something. Could that go for people? I excused myself and made a hasty retreat to the bathroom. Charlie shot out of her seat, flicking her cigarette across the room. "Hey," she called out. "Hey, wait." I ignored her and I entered the bathroom, and as I did, I looked back at Charlie through a sliver in the closing door. She looked taller, and her eyes had a tint of blue. As I closed and locked the door, I heard a muffled laugh. And then a couple of footsteps. And then nothing. The bathroom was just 2 stalls and a sink. Both doors were closed and I moved past the first stall and then stopped. There was a strange noise. And doubling back, I could see that I had stepped in blood, leaving red prints on the textured floor. I opened the first stall door to find Charlie splayed out on the floor. She was bleeding but alive. She was clutching her chest and losing color, taking shallow breaths. It looked like she had punctured a lung. That would explain how she hadn't been able to call for help. I didn't even want to consider what this might mean and what I had just talked to outside. "Hey, take it easy," I said, getting down on my knees. "Take it easy, I got this, you're good." You, Charlie wheezed. "You were already in here." "It wasn't me, Charlie," I assured her, "and that ain't you outside." I got a plastic card from my wallet, an organ donor card of all things. Charlie still had a roll of duct tape. I had Charlie move her hand from the wound as I opened her shirt. It was just a small puncture wound no bigger than a pencil. I put the plastic card over the wound, taping the sides. That way air could go out on exhale, but it would be sealed on the intake. That ought to give her some more time. I helped her sit up with her back against the toilet to relieve pressure from the wound. She wasn't moving anytime soon. "We gotta call for help," I said. "Where's your phone?" Won't work." "Of course it'll work, what are you?" I stopped to think about it. All of the emergency calls in this area were rerouted directly back to us. Usually I'd be able to call directly on the other units, but the duck had changed us to secure channels. That meant a strict chain of communication, accessible to us only through the dispatch station. We could use our radios, but that would just patch us back to our own desks. There was also my phone. Looking through it, I realized that I didn't have many numbers saved. I had the number for the sheriff's office and Nick, but that was it. I gave Nick's number a go, but it went straight to voicemail. I figured he'd either left the thing in his locker or turned it off, or maybe he had blocked me. There was only one real option to call for help. I had to get to my station in the bullpen. Charlie was going to be okay for a little bit. The bleeding wasn't that bad, and as long as she didn't strain herself, she could last a couple of hours. "I'm getting help," I said. "Take slow breaths, stay upright. Use more tape if it gets soaked." It took my cigs," she said. Why the hell?" "Might be a good time to quit," I smiled back. "Never." I got out and closed the door. I got my gun, turned the safety off, readied myself, and left the bathroom. There was no one out there. Holding my flashlight in front of me, I scanned back and forth. "If anybody's out there, you better let me know," I called out. There was no answer. Of course there wasn't. Instead, as I rounded the corner to the bullpen, my jaw dropped. Every single window in the front door was wide open. Evidence tape fluttered in the crosswind. There was a whole bunch of junk at the far end of the room. A trash can, a couple of empty water jugs, a couple of speakers, trash bags, a pile of shoes, just garbage and plenty of it. And there were a handful of items on the desk too that didn't belong. I tried to keep my eyes on all of it, but there was just no way. It was everywhere. I got to my desk and I tapped the space bar, waking up the system. I put on my headset and briefly looked down to find the number for the duck guy that had called earlier, and with a flick of the wrist, I pressed redial. I looked back up as the first tone came through. The moment that he answered, I noticed that red rocking horse right in the middle of the room. There was no way that thing had just been there. "Something got in," I said the moment that he picked up. "There's junk, like, all over."
"Keep your eye on it. Retreat to a safe location."
"We got an officer down. Something stabbed her. We need an ambulance."
"We got 2 units on the way. Can you hold out?"
"Maybe. We're holed up in the bathroom."
"Get in, keep the doors closed, and wait for us."
I blinked, and the red rocking horse was closer. It was a full 2 feet closer just from the blink of an eye. I jumped back a little. Luckily, my headset was wireless. I had a shitty connection though. I could barely go to the other room before I got interference. There was no way that I could get all the way to the bathroom without breaking the connection, but I had to try. I backed off, forcing my eyes open. It's one thing to accidentally stare at something until your eyes hurt, but to consciously think about it is excruciating. There's no way. I could feel the salty sweat pearls on my brow grow bigger and drip down the side of my nose. Blink. Everything was different. The rocking horse was gone. Garbage bags were cardboard boxes. The empty water jugs were cinder blocks. The wide open windows invited a howling April wind rushing through the room, grabbing hold of important papers and tossing them across the floor.
They're acting on instinct.
The Duckman continued.
They don't want to be where they are. They want to be where we are, but they can't be. They don't belong, so they try to be us.
What the hell does that mean?
It means they can't find a shape that fits them, so they try to take ours. They're gonna be climbing on top of one another to get to you, and if they do, you're gone. Your friend there probably just got a love tap. They tested you.
My back bumped against the bathroom door as the connection broke. The flashlight flickered, and as it did, the lights came back to a different room. For a brief moment, I was looking at a room of Charlie's. 20, maybe 25 of her, all with the same lifeless expression. All but one, the one with a pack of cigarettes. In the back, a couple of them looked like me. I threw myself inside the bathroom and locked the door. These things were fast. They had been at least 7 feet away, but within the blink of an eye, I had felt something brushing against the back of my head. A couple of strands of hair came loose, slowly twirling to the floor. As I locked the door, something slammed against it, hard enough to make a point, but not hard enough to make the hinges buckle. I opened the stall door to find Charlie struggling. She wasn't worse off, at least. She had her gun up in my direction, but had the trigger discipline not to take the shot. "Ought to knock first," she whispered. "This is private." I got in there with her, closing the stall door and sinking to the floor. I could hear them outside digging through the rooms. They weren't even pretending anymore. They were freely running about. When there had been just one, they had to play along. But now there were dozens. "You seen these before?" I asked. "Seen all kinds, but not that. I remember you asking me about what I did to to get here," I said, "who I had killed." "Yeah. What did you do?" I said it a bit too loud. "What did you do? What did you do? What did you do?" Outside the door, I could hear muffled echoes of my own voice. A torrent of "what did you do?" They were trying to match my voice. My heart rate spiked, sending a cold spike into my fingertips as my heart struggled to remain calm. "I fell in love with the wrong kind of man, but got the right kind of kids," she smiled. "And then things just kinda worked out." "Is he with them now?" I asked. "Or do you got a babysitter?" I was trying to keep her mind focused on something, but the homicidal things outside that door and asking about her family always seemed to brighten her day. "Oh, Keith passed some years ago," she sighed. "And never the fathering type to begin with." "I'm sorry to hear about that." "Oh, the Digmans are a shitty family, I'll tell you that." There was a banging on one of the windows outside. Someone was calling in. I got up and out of the stall, leaning against the bathroom door. It was Nick. It was faint, but it was him. "Use the fire exit through the locker room," he called out. "We gotcha." I put down my gun and hurried back to Charlie. We worked out a plan. It was stupid, but it was all that we had. I carried her bridal style while she watched my back with her service weapon. It was far from ideal, but we didn't have far to go. We had to try. She was only getting weaker. Besides, if Nick and the others were here, maybe they had already secured the back exit. Carrying Charlie, I bent down to have her open the lock. I counted down from 3, feeling my mouth get drier by the syllable. The moment that the mechanism clicked, I kicked the door open. There were voices, some mine, some hers, like a weird echo chamber. I didn't look any other way but the locker room as 4 shots rang out, silencing a handful of voices from the bullpen. I burst through the locker room door. There were jackets and garbage all over the floor, but I kept going. I could feel something sharp scratch against the bottom of my pants, like blunted knives not quite making it through the fabric. Charlie took 2 more shots as something vaguely human stepped out of a locker. I pressed on. Kicking open the fire escape door, I expected an alarm to go off. That thing ought to have been on backup power, but something must have cut it. I went straight out the back, an open area covered in crisp, powder snow. To my surprise, I saw Nick. He was already there. "Keep going, I got you," he said, pointing straight ahead. He had his hand on his hip, ready to draw his weapon. I turned left, heading towards the parking lot, but he stopped me. "No," he interrupted. "Straight ahead, just keep going." I followed his instructions for 20 or so feet, only to realize that I was about to head straight into the woods. There were no roads in this direction, and there was nowhere to park an ambulance. Why would he want me to go there? In the distance, I could see 2 squad vehicles coming down the road, number 114 and 115, the latter being Nick's vehicle. I turned back towards him, still holding Charlie. Without looking away, I whispered at her, "Are there pictures of other officers down at the station?" "Yeah, in the break room," she said. "From that one time we got a Polaroid." Looking a bit closer, this Nick seemed a little off. His hair was longer, his eyes were straighter, and those shades were almost white, like they were still reflecting a light coming from a head. His voice was a bit off, like the static of an answering machine, and the hand on his hip, well, there was no service weapon there. "That's not Nick." I slowly put down Charlie and raised my weapon. Looking off to the side, I could see somebody coming through the woods. There were footsteps coming from the other side as well. We were being surrounded. Charlie wasn't wasting time. She put 4 shots into the Nick thing and it ran screaming like a popped balloon back into the station. That shrieking noise had some strange cadence to it, grinding like a raw saw blade on my inner ear. It hurt to listen to, making me nauseous. Charlie put 2 more shots into something flanking from our left and then reloaded. I followed her example. We didn't stop for anything. A cardboard box, 2 shots, a barrel, 2 more shots. Everything that was there that shouldn't be there got tapped twice. And then there was me, an identical copy of me, and what I looked like right at this moment, only with a slight tinge of blue to their eyes. It felt like looking into a mirror. She didn't look angry or threatening. She looked content, like she had just stepped out of a shower. She didn't run, she didn't scream. She just casually walked my way, holding up an empty hand to show that she meant no harm. Again, Charlie wasn't having it. 2 shots, chest and head. The image distorted. My face grew long and disjointed as the back curled like a wounded insect. The arm shrunk into dagger-like bone knobs sticking out of what would be the hand joints. As the jaw extended past her midriff, all I could think of was a melting plastic toy. And then it too ran screeching into the wilds. Something got a hold of Charlie. She screamed, and by the time that I turned around, she had been dragged 8 feet. I couldn't tell by what, there was nothing there. She had another puncture wound in her shoulder. She pointed her gun my direction, and I dove out of the way. She hit something that was coming up behind me. I crawled back to her on all 4s, ending up back to back so that we could check all directions at once. She was barely breathing. I was having trouble breathing with 2 lungs. I couldn't imagine what she was experiencing with just 1. Her head was swaying back and forth like a bobblehead. "I'm out," she whispered. "I got 8 left," I said. "You see something?" "I don't know, maybe." Another me crawling out of the bushes at full speed on all 4s. 2 shots. A Charlie running out of the locker room screeching like a wounded animal. 2 shots. That red rocking horse only 8 feet away. 2 more shots. A strange amalgamation came around the side of the building. It looked like someone had taken the picture of Sheriff Mason and dragged it out. I realized it was probably trying to copy one of the blurry photos in the break room, as I could tell the vague outline of a birthday party hat, but it was all organic. I just looked at it for a while, trying to figure out what it was supposed to be. A badge dragged out across the chest like an oval membrane. Our blue and black uniform fabric, hairy like a spider's abdomen. the face a hollow mockery like a misshapen tree stump, only guesstimating the proportions of a man. 2 more shots and it climbed back in through a window, a pile of strange colors and textures making their way back in. And then another nick. I raised my gun and it clicked. I was out. He looked down at me with a shocked expression on his face, his pink sunglasses almost rolling off the edge of his nose. "What the hell, Rook?" "Nick?" Without a second thought, he whistled. I could see Reggie bounding through the snow in the distance, along with 2 paramedics who had stopped further down the road. I could hear sirens. "Put that shit away and help me," said Nick. "We gotta move her." It was a group effort, but we got Charlie to an ambulance. As more and more officers and Duck officials came back, I could tell everyone had had a rough night. Reggie was busy telling his wife about his heroics over the phone, how he had helped carry a wounded woman to an ambulance. Others were screaming over the radio to check other locations. Some were just looking for ammunition. I ended up leaning against the hood of Squad Car 115 watching the station in the distance. It was getting cold, but I had a feeling I'd never see my favorite jacket again. Nick was sitting in the open driver's seat, leaning out the door with a gas station hot dog in his hands. Seconds later, I could see men dressed in all protective white, lighting up flamethrowers. They were dousing the entire station in fire. Nick poked me with his elbow, and looking back at him, he offered me a candy bar. "I figured you had to skip dinner," he said. "You all right?" "No, I get it." The silence settled. I could hear screeching in the distance as vaguely humanoid shapes ran burning out of the building. There were these popping noises like wet balloons. I sunk my teeth into the candy bar only to realize how dry my mouth was. I could barely taste it. "I think they're moving us to the fire station," Nick continued. "Yeah, we did that a couple years ago during renovations." "I'm gonna need a lot more than a fresh coat of paint for this one," I added. The roof caved in as if to accentuate my point. "Yeah, looks like it." I looked down at my phone and then back at Nick. A thought crossed my mind. "Did you block my number?" "Should I?" "Nah," I said, shaking my head. "Just checking." As the flames reached higher, the screeching stopped. The station was gone. Somewhere in there, my jacket was turning into smoldering coal. I wondered if things would have been different if I had just reported those rubber duck things to the Duck right away. The town of Tomscog can really throw you for a loop. The slightest thing can mean the end of the world. But you can't be afraid of everything all the time. You just gotta roll with the punches. And damned if you do, damned if you don't. From April to May, we had to move to the old fire station. The Tomscog Fire Department had long since been dismantled, being absorbed into St. Cloud and the surrounding area, leaving their old station available. It had been used a handful of times as a sort of community space, but there was limited use for an old fire station. It didn't take long to set up shop though, and with the folks from the Duck helping us out, we got the resources that we needed. With Charlie on sick leave, I had to stay on radio duty for the foreseeable future. As we were running short on manpower, I was solely responsible for running the dispatch during the evening shift. We moved off these secure channels though, just in case I wasn't around for a call or two. I'm not going to say those few weeks weren't eventful, but they were eventful in a way that didn't directly affect me. There was some sort of operation to shut down a wind turbine, for example, that seemed to have dire implications. My days weren't that eventful. I took calls, redirected our various units to check them out or not, and made sure to take note of anything out of the ordinary. I also acted as a sort of info hub for the Duck, who checked with me every now and then to see if something unusual happened. A couple of people called in about spotting Patrick and his crossbow a couple of times, but he hadn't hunted anyone since the Rosemill, so we just assured the callers and hung up. But there was that one call that would change my time in Tomscog permanently. I was on my way home after an evening shift, clocking out just after 10 p.m. I was dragging myself to my car, sipping the last few drops of a forest fire tasting Americano. Apparently getting a decent coffee machine wasn't high on the duck list of priorities. I heard a strange noise and stopped, only to realize that it was my phone, my personal one. It hadn't rung in so long that I had forgotten my custom ringtone, Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. I didn't recognize the number. I figured it might be someone from work who needed me for an extra shift. I answered.
Please don't hang up.
That was the first thing they said to me. It sounded like a man, nervous if anything. I stayed quiet, giving the stranger a chance to say his piece.
You're the new girl, aren't you?
He continued.
At the station.
Who is this?
My name's Adam. I'm looking for my daughter.
Well, I'm sure we can help you, I said. But I need you to call during office hours and not to my private phone.
It's not like that. I've talked to the sheriff countless times, but he's not doing anything. But I believe you can.
This is sketchy, Adam. Why would I be able to help when the sheriff can't?
Well, because you're still here to protect and serve.
I stopped in front of my car, rolling my eyes. The taste of burnt coffee stained the roof of my mouth.
I just need a few minutes of your time,
Adam continued.
You'll get a free lunch.
It was the first bribe I'd ever accepted. The next day, I met Adam for lunch at the one downtown cafe that Tomscog offered. They had little blue sunflowers in every window, and they all had that strange illusion where it looked like they turned towards you no matter the angle you looked at. Adam was in his early 50s with thinning blonde hair and a beer belly that poked the edge of the table. He had these naturally sad facial features, like his face had slightly melted. I couldn't imagine him smiling other than sarcastically. He got out of his seat, shook my hand and asked for my order. I wanted a sandwich and a latte and he was off like a bullet. When we sat down to eat, he scooched a little closer and he lowered his voice. Thank you for meeting me. I'm sorry if I startled you. I'm still not sure if I can help, but I'm sorry about your daughter. He pulled out a small photo. A young woman with a black, pixie-like haircut and black eyeliner. Her name's Elizabeth, he said, or Ellie, L to some. Oh, she's pretty, I smiled, but I haven't seen her. I know, he nodded. But I think you can help me find her. And we finished our lunches. As people walked by, Adam would lower his voice and look over his shoulder. I could tell that he wasn't comfortable being out in public. I had seen strange people in Tomscog before and there were a lot of them, so this wasn't out of the ordinary. But something about Adam seemed more genuine. He was weird for a reason. I don't know how much they've told you, he said. Have Hatchet been around? Hatchet, I scoffed. The pharma people. So no. You got any inoculations, any shots? What, like tetanus? You really are new, huh? He attempted a grin, but it came off as a tired squint. Look, he continued, I'll tell you everything I know, but you gotta promise to help me. I can't promise you anything, I don't even know this girl. Just promise that you'll try, please. Looking across the table, there was no way that I could say no. I had a soft spot for people asking nicely, and Adam seemed like an honest guy, at least genuine enough to know when to reach out of his comfort zone. All right, I'll try. I followed Adam to his car and sat down in his passenger seat. We exchanged numbers and he took out a notebook. He had detailed notes about everything related to his daughter, along with names, dates, witness testimonies, and a handful of other details. I got a brief look at his glove compartment when he got his reading glasses. There were a handful of other notebooks in there as well. Elizabeth had survived a fall from a great height. She had broken her legs and cracked her pelvis, but had managed to make it to a nearby road. They had found her next to Frog Lake. How she had managed to fall from such a great height only to end up in the lake was a mystery in and of itself. But that wasn't all. She was exhibiting some unusual symptoms. By the time Adam got to the hospital, she had been quarantined. Early reports indicated something called a SOAR, but that changed when a new doctor made a second diagnosis. Elizabeth was to be taken to a special clinic upstate, but Adam was never given any details. 3 days later, he was told that she died from respiratory failure. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "So why do you believe she's still around?" "That first diagnosis," Adam tapped his head. "SOAR, that's never mentioned again. Maybe they made a mistake. Well, if they did, why do they refuse to tell me what it is?" He flipped a couple of pages, turning to a section labeled SOAR. Sudden onset rest event. According to Adam's notes, it was a strange condition that could trigger within 72 hours of exposure, and often when a victim submits to rest. "There have only been a handful of mentions of this," Adam continued. "One is at a prison, corporate sponsored. They get this all the time. The other was an explosion of cases in Jupiter, West Virginia. I'm not seeing much of a connection here, Adam. There's like 6 branches of you know what. Never mind. I'm getting off track here." Grabbing another notebook, he handed it to me. He turned a couple of pages and tapped the page. "There has never been a resolved case of SOAR. Check the numbers if you want. It's just names. Dozens, all diagnosed but none of them released. They contract this thing and disappear. So it's fatal. No, fatality means closure. There's no record of anyone dying from it either. They die from something else, or they just..." Adam popped his hands, making a poof noise. He looked at me as if expecting some kind of conclusion, but I shook my head at him. "Take this home," Adam sighed. "I got copies, just look it over." "All right," I nodded. "Thanks for lunch." "Yeah." I looked it over later that night, when my job lulled to a halt. I didn't understand what this had to do with me or the Tomscog PD, but if I could put this paranoid man's thoughts to rest, that'd be a win in my book. A stray thought blew through my mind. There was an incident in West Virginia where plenty of folks had come down with SOAR. I vaguely recalled Nick mentioning Tomscog PD being called there once in response to a geological event, and the dates lined up. Checking the records, I could confirm that yes, the same event that Nick and the others were called out for resulted in one of the largest outbreaks of SOAR that they had ever seen. It couldn't be a coincidence. SOAR was a Tomscog thing, much like the other strange things happening here. Someone had to know something, but chances were that if nobody had told Adam by now, it was for a reason. Either way, I was curious. There was a lot of info in those notebooks. Something about SOAR being an accelerant rather than an infection in and of itself, and how it didn't introduce anything new or foreign to the human system. Records of strange behaviors, such as people drinking rainwater and throwing up white globs of parasites. And violence. Endless witness statements about violence, cannibalism, and cult-like gatherings. As some of that stuff sent shivers down my spine. There were links to online forums where people talked about their experiences. They never say that it was SOAR outright, but the dates and the locations lined up. Some of this stuff has been around since the 70s, maybe earlier. I knew it was a bad idea to get involved. I had been an idiot before and it got me in trouble with Nick and the whole station. But I figured maybe just this once, I could help a grieving father and do some real good. And so I texted him. "All right," I wrote. "What do you need?" It was just little things at first. Some names, dates, and locations. Mostly things to corroborate his suspicions about Tomscog PD and their involvement with certain events. And then there were pictures. Mostly pictures of people involved in said events. Nothing harmful, just confirmation of things that Adam had already figured out. It was all to build an idea of what usually happened to folks with SOAR, as a way to point at what might have happened to Elizabeth. It all pointed to this company called Hatchet Pharmaceuticals. They were the final red thread in every case. And doctors associated with Hatchet would make a new diagnosis and the patient would disappear. Either the records would abruptly end, or they would die from something unrelated. It's like they had a list of top 10 most common excuses, and they just repeated the list over and over. There was even a pattern to it. But that's as far as we could get. After a week going over the records, the names, the dates, it all ended with Hatchet. And not even I could open the kind of corporate records that these people held behind closed doors. After that, things got quiet. Adam didn't know where to go from there, and I didn't have any more to give him. My job was business as usual, and there were no major events going down. Yeah, I heard a handful of strangeness every now and then, but there were no all-hands-on-deck kind of deals. Then one night, I got a call from Adam. I met him on a park bench overlooking Frog Lake. It was late and a cold wind was coming in from the north, bringing a faint smell of pine from the woods. Most of the gravel-filled snow slush had made way to early spring flowers, even a couple of budding sunflowers, but it was too early to tell what color they were. I could warrant a guess, though. Adam had brought along a little bag that he held in his arms. He looked tired, more tired than usual. He turned to me with a sigh. "I don't think we're going to get much further," he said. "Thank you for trying, though. Hope I could help." "You did," he nodded. "You really did. Thank you, but, He adjusted his seat a little, clutching the bag. "If you got a new lead, can I count on you to follow it?" "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, I'm here." "Even if I'm not?" I turned to him with a questioning look. He pulled out a water bottle from his pack, rolling it between his hands. "I'll do what I can," I said. "I mean, I don't like people disappearing any more than you do." Adam nodded and took a swig from his water bottle. He cringed a little and handed me a slip of paper. "Meet me here tomorrow," he said, "and bring a friend. Someone you trust." "What for?" "A Hail Mary, courtesy of Mr. Digman." Adam knowingly tapped the side of his bottle and got up from his seat and wandered off. He gave me a final wave, calling back to me. "See you tomorrow." I texted Nick 3 times about it. He got the address and I tried to underline just how important it was. I got no response. I thought about texting Charlie, but I wasn't sure she'd have my back the same way that Nick did. Also, she was still on sick leave. The thought crossed my mind that I might just cut the crap and talk to the sheriff directly, but I got the impression that he might be involved to a level that might just cause me some trouble if I didn't play my cards right. So I said to hell with it and went by myself. I would have Adam and maybe that would be enough. Let the chips fall where they may. The address that Adam had given me was his house. He lived alone in a 2-bedroom, 1-story house at the west end of town, not too far from Frog Lake. I got there just after my shift. Still no answer from Nick. I had texted Adam a couple of times too, just to see what this was really about. I had been getting a bad feeling about it all day, so I brought my service weapon too. I knocked on his door and waited patiently. After about a minute, I knocked again, looking around. I noticed there was something stuck to the bottom of the door, the corner of a slip of paper. I pulled it out. "Door's open. Go on in," it said. I took out my gun just in case. I opened the door to a pitch-black hallway. I felt around for the light switch, flipped it, and relaxed my shoulders. It was empty. I got in and closed the doors behind me, making sure nothing was following me. This whole ordeal had started to feel like a spy movie, like I was some kind of double agent working behind the scenes. I know that wasn't the case. I was just getting involved with a cold case, that's all. At least that's what I kept telling myself. I noticed another note on the kitchen counter, along with a bottle of wine. It had a nice little blue ribbon tied to it. Make sure I'm secure and call it in. Then you got a trail to follow. Some wine for your trouble. It was nice wine, but I let it rest on the counter. I looked over the note again. Adam, what the hell did you do? It was quiet as a grave. I rounded the corner to the bedroom expecting something horrifying, but it was nothing. Just a knocked over chair and an open window. Looking a little closer, I could tell something was off. There were a pair of handcuffs on the floor ripped open. The chair was broken in 3 different places. The window hadn't been unlocked. Someone had broken it from the inside and climbed out. There were tracks in the slate. Looking back at the scene, I was starting to piece a couple of things together. There was an empty water bottle on the nightstand, the same one that Adam had drunk from the previous night. A trail to follow, making sure that he was secure, broken handcuffs. The idiot had infected himself with something and wanted me to call it in, so I could follow what happened to him. That was his way for me to get an idea of what happened to Elizabeth, and maybe to help her. That's why he had asked the day prior. Except he messed up. He was on the loose doing God knows what, and now I was the only one who knew about it. There was a knock on the front door. I rushed to get it, forgetting to look through the peephole. I opened it just as Nick raised his hand for a second knock. "Hey, this better be important, Rook," he said. "I gotta work in the morning." I may have messed up. He adjusted his pink sunglasses, looking past me. "You got Adam in there?" he asked. "Still looking for his girl, huh? You know him?" "Rook, I know everyone." I sat Nick down by the kitchen wine and explained it all to Nick. I told him how Adam and I had talked, how I had looked into a couple of cases, and how Adam had come up with a plan on his own. I told him that I was suspicious, that maybe Adam had infected himself with something, possibly SOAR, the thing he had talked about. That made Nick perk up. "SOAR? How the hell did he get hold of that?" "I think Digman got it for him." "Jesus, Ace of Base loving Christ. If that's, you sure, he got SOAR?" Nick got out of his seat, holding his hands up like everything was a landmine waiting to go off. "No, you got no idea," he continued. "We had to spray down like 100 cars that were even suspected of having caught a whiff of that thing. If we got a real SOAR case on the loose, that's..." Nick pulled out his gun. I followed his lead. "How the duck catches a scent of this, we're dead," he continued. "And that ain't no joke." All right. "Yeah," I nodded. "All right." There were some tracks outside the bedroom window heading southward. We followed them past the frog-like trail and into the woods. The snow slush was clear enough, but we figured out where he was heading by then. Adam was going for the police station. Maybe he didn't know that it had burned down, or maybe he wasn't thinking clearly. As we made our way through the pine woods, I turned to Nick. He had taken off his pink sunglasses, an obvious giveaway that he was nervous as all hell. "So you know about this stuff?" I asked. "Kinda," he admitted. "When they called us in for that outbreak in West Virginia, we were given some outlines." He held up a hand, counting off on his fingers. "First, it was airborne. Second, it triggers if you rest for 72 hours. Third, if and when it triggers, there's no telling what'll happen." "You seen it, though?" Nick didn't know what to say. He struggled to find the words, leaning his head to and fro. "I guess I did." He explained that there was some sort of unspoken partnership between Hatchet Pharmaceuticals and the doc. Hatchet had the best, if not the only facility that could house people with SOAR. They had experts who knew how to study it, and they had people who knew how to diagnose it. "But some things you can just tell," Nick explained. "You can see it from a mile away. Like most infected people stop to stare at the sky." "Creepy." "It's even creepier when you know why." I raised an eyebrow at that. Nick rolled his eyes. Yeah, I talked to a hatchet guy. He said they're sort of programmed to look in the direction of the source of infection. It's like a magnetic thing, sort of like a migrating bird. Wait, so the source of up? They look up. It's somewhere up, yeah. Up, I scoffed. That's screwed. As we rounded a small hill, we could see the charred ruins of the old police station. Nick and I stopped for a second. We had lost the tracks some time ago, but there was no doubt in my mind that this was the place. It had been a straight line. Hey, if the duck hears about a case like this, then we're done, Nick said. They can't know about this. Well, then this has been for nothing, Nick. Hey, I'm telling you, if they hear about it, we're done. They'll comb through this guy's entire life and you'll pop up. He'll be put in a box somewhere and you'll join him. And then I'll join him. And then we're just one big happy meal for some sick, hatchet experimental shit and God knows where shitlahoma together. He grabbed my collar and looked me in the eye. If he's infected, no one can ever know. No one, please. I nodded and Nick let go. I didn't like it, but this was the guy I chose to trust. We made our way to the burnout police station. It didn't take long for us to pick up more tracks. They were circling the building as if looking for something. Nick suggested that we split up to cover both sides, but I put my foot down. We were sticking together and that's that. Rounding the corner to the back of the building, you could see the sleet bump up a bit where the old fire door lay flat on the ground. Just a couple of feet ahead, we saw the tracks dip southward. Giving them a wide berth, we stepped sideways, keeping our hands on our weapons. And there he was. It was Adam, just as I had seen him the day prior. He had a cut around his left wrist, probably from struggling his way out of those handcuffs. He didn't look any different physically, but his mannerisms seemed unusual. He was just standing there, wet all the way up to his knees and staring at the sky. "You sure he's infected?" Nick asked. "I ain't putting down an innocent man." "How can we be sure?" "I don't know," Nick admitted. "This shit's above my pay grade." He raised his firearm at Adam and I followed his lead. "Hey," Nick called out. "If you understand me, say something." Adam turned to us, not lowering his head. I could see the corner of his eyes as he stared unblinkingly with childlike wonder up at the sky. Tomscog is one of the few places where you can still see the stars at night, but in that moment I sort of wished I couldn't. "I need you to speak," Nick repeated. "Say something." Adam took a careful step our way, leaning his head back further, his mouth opened wide, peeling back his lips. And still, he was perfectly balanced and upright. It's as if his head didn't even matter. "Last chance." Nothing. Not a glimmer of recognition. Nick looked at me and I nodded. There was nothing we could do. It was the end of the line. And the gun went off. Adam dropped to the ground. Nick took another shot for good measure and holstered his weapon. He was breathing like he had ran a marathon. I had to snap him out of it before he fell into panic. "We need bags," I said. "Lighter fluid, duct tape, maybe a hacksaw, I don't know." "What?" "If we don't want the duck or hatchet whoever to know about this has to go away." And Nick nodded, looking back and forth between me and Adam. He tapped me on the shoulder and ran off to get his car, leaving me with the dead body. And the moment he was gone, I broke down. It felt like I had swallowed a block of ice, turning my blood cold. I shivered. I took out one of my gloves to bite down on because my teeth wouldn't stop chattering. I wanted to pinch my eyes closed and cry, but I forced them open. I forced myself to look. I had to convince myself that this was for the best. If it hadn't been, then Patrick would have put a crossbow bolt in me by now. Maybe. Adam was lying face up, still staring at the sky. I couldn't count the stars reflected in his eyes. Dying from a gunshot to the head is like putting the body on pause. It doesn't look like it's done moving. It just immediately stops what it's doing. as if ready to go again at any second. So when he started moving, I barely noticed it. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to what I was seeing. Adam's head rolled, his eyes looked for me. They weren't focusing, but they were looking my way. Something convulsed its way up his throat. I could count its throbbing movements. Little white strands rolled out of the corner of his mouth, like thick hair just a couple of inches long. They retracted and then rolled out again. It repeated this a couple of times, growing a little longer every time. It was like a hand trying to crawl, like something was using Adam like a snail shell. There was a little pop as a couple of buttons opened on Adam's bloodstained shirt. A couple more strands of white had erupted from his belly button. He was an outie. God, I hate that I know that detail. It's burned into my mind. I aimed my gun at his head, setting off 2 more shots, followed by a third to the chest. I paused, breathed, and took aim at the neck. As my finger reached the trigger, something burned my hand. A string of 3 feet long white strands of white had shot out, digging into my skin. It felt like getting strangled with gasoline-soaked dental floss, this bright, painful burn. I took my gun in my left hand and pulled back. At first, I couldn't lose the strands and ended up pulling Adam along like a dog on a leash. On my second attempt, the strands came loose, curling back into his head, leaving these blue and yellow burn marks on my hand. I backed away, raising my gun for another round, but I couldn't get the fingers in my right hand to move like I wanted them to. There was some sort of paralytic effect going on, and I could feel it spreading through my arm. Aiming with my left hand and trying to block out the pain, I took aim at his neck. And then he moved. And not just a little pull, but a proper full-body jerking motion. He rolled backwards slowly, letting his head move every which way with full abandon, dragging it through the sleet and gravel. He got up on his knees, letting his head roll back to once again look at the stars. I fired. I fired every bullet I had, tearing out his left tendon, his shoulder, his neck, and part of his eye. There was no way that he could survive it, and yet there he was, standing up like it was the most natural thing in the world, only limping slightly from the torn fiber in his foot. I tried to reload, but I dropped my magazine. I wasn't used to doing it with just one hand. By the time I got it, Adam had turned my way, and I raised my gun towards him. He burst into a sprint. I rounded the corner to the burned-out station. I could taste the ashes despite my dry mouth. Part of me just wanted to keep running, thinking that there was no way I couldn't outrun a guy with a torn foot. And then again, it didn't seem to slow him down, it just changed the way that he hobbled. He was fast as hell, almost tripping over himself, using his body weight to go faster in an ever-falling motion. Something was burning in my leg. Whatever had attached to my hand earlier had done a number on me, and I was feeling something all the way down in my leg. Maybe I was the one with a disadvantage. In the moment, I wasn't thinking that clearly. This was a matter of seconds. I decided to take my chances indoors. Sure, the roof had collapsed, but the locker room and the sheriff's office were solid enough. So when Adam came charging around the corner, I rolled my way inside a window, letting my thick jacket absorb the crunch of shattered glass on the floor. I plopped down on the floor, but I couldn't get back up. My right leg wasn't working. It didn't contract. I crawled my way across the floor, but as soon as Adam's shape popped up in the window, I didn't hesitate. I put 6 shots in him. It didn't even slow him down. Long strands of white shot out from a bullet wound in his neck and a web across the walls. It pulled his body inside the building almost reluctantly. His body flopped onto the floor unceremoniously as the strands contracted. I propped myself up against the opposing wall, firing every bullet that I had. The pops echoed against the bare concrete walls, ringing my inner ear with every shake. My hands were stained with ash and sleet, but I could barely feel the cold. With the final click of my gun, Adam was still standing. What remained of his head still leaned back. White strands poked out of every corner of his body, searching blindly for something to grasp. Something like me. I couldn't get up. My leg was done, my right arm too. My breathing was shallow. My heart was pounding, but I could barely feel it. There was just this pumping feeling in my left arm, but nothing in my chest. My trigger finger retracted with every beat of my heart, but there was nothing but empty clicking left. The white strands found the steel tip of my white boot. They curled across the surface but found nothing to grab. They retracted, aiming higher. A couple of them found the edge of my boot and the warmth of my leg. I should have felt a burn as another blue and yellow discoloration formed on my skin. But there was nothing. The strands retracted a third time, now knowing full and well exactly where I was at. I closed my eyes and covered my face with my left hand, leaving my empty gun on the floor. And then another shot rang out. Not a pistol this time, but a shotgun. I opened an eye to spot Nick in the window. He had blown a hole the size of a fist through Adam's shoulder blade. Adam's body collapsed face first next to me, the white strands struggling to shelter themselves. He climbed in through the window, emptying every slug that he had into that body. Using my left hand and leaning against the wall, I managed to get up. I had to jump on one leg and then almost slipped onto a handful of debris, but I made my way across the room. Joining Nick, I looked back only to see the floor around Adam sprawling with these long white ringworm-looking things. Can you make it to the car?" Nick asked. "I think so. You go ahead. I got this." By the time that I had made it back to Nick's car, there was a fire coming from the building. It was a pretty solid cover-up. A fire in a burnt-out building. Nobody would think to look twice. Nick helped me into the passenger seat, excused himself, and stepped outside to throw up. He kept mouthing, "Oh my God," over and over, banging his hand against the hood of the car. It took him a solid 5 minutes or so before he collapsed into the driver's seat. He looked over at me. I didn't know what to say. We just sat there for a minute. "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't know who to call." "No, it's okay," he said. "You'd be dead if you didn't." "Probably, yeah." We just looked at each other for a moment, trying to let those words sink in. This wasn't empty platitudes. I would actually be dead. "We gotta keep you up for 72 hours, Nick said. "You should be good after that." "I'm infected." "Yeah, I might be too." He revealed a spot on his neck, a blood stain from the shotgun blast. "It might be nothing, I don't know, but we don't want to risk it." "All right, yeah." I tried to close the car door, but my right hand still wasn't working. Nick leaned over and closed it for me, giving me a pat on the shoulder. "Hey, we're gonna be okay," he said. "If we just keep our mouths shut, we'll be okay." "Sorry I got you into this," I sighed. "Really?" "Oh, you don't get to do that," Nick snapped back. "Not this time. If I had told you about this shit earlier, maybe I could have." We calmed down, taking another deep breath. Well, as deep as my lungs permitted. There were no words, so I just raised my left hand at him. "Partners, but for real, right?" He shook my left hand, giving me a solemn nod. "Partners, for real." Nick and I had to isolate ourselves, not only because we had to stay up for 72 hours straight, but because we were scared we might spread what we had to others. Neither of us knew what this sore thing might do to us, but if 72 hours of being awake was what was necessary to keep us and the others from getting sick, we were gonna do it. Luckily, the weekend was just around the corner. A couple of us had Memorial Day off. Nick managed to get a hold of Reggie, who could cover his shift in return for Nick taking a shift on Independence Day. Fair deal. So, with a 3-day weekend, we had our work cut out for us. Caffeine was a given, but Nick also had to get some heavier stuff. The kind of thing that gets your heart racing to levels that it shouldn't. I'm not going to go into detail, but we needed a serious push to get past those last few hours. Remember, both of us had already been up for a full day when we first got exposed to this thing. So we were looking at almost 4 whole days and no preparation. We made the best of it. We played games, we ate takeout, we set new records on Nick's old Guitar Hero games that he dug out of storage. The plastic guitars were a bit stiff and sun-yellowed, but they worked just fine most of the time. The green button would get a bit stuck though. We went for walks, and we took turns taking cold showers. We had a spontaneous karaoke thing going on in the living room. Anything we could do to keep the ball rolling and our eyes open. Sometimes I would almost fall asleep standing up. Just leaning against a wall was bad enough. My knees would lock into place and my body would slump a little. And that's when Nick would shake me back to life. I had to get him a couple of times too. He once laid down face first on the couch and I immediately flipped it over, almost wrecking his coffee table as he came tumbling down. It was stupid, but we had to be stupid to make it through this. We had been up for over 40 hours and neither of us were making sense. We were out for a walk, hearing the frogs croak in the distance. The sun had just set, but we could still see the light peeking over the horizon. We tried to keep a good pace, but we could both feel it. We were slowing down. I had to keep us focused on something, so I brought up the first thing that came to mind. Your wife left you for a Salt Lake City stripper. Yup, Nick nodded. Had the biceps and the stomach thing and all of it. And they still together. What? No, he laughed. They were never together, but she tried, you know. I'm not following. She went for the guy. She called me up, said it was over, and went for the guy in this big romantic hullabaloo. And he blew her off. Well, he was gay, Nick shrugged, so it wasn't really like that. Nick looked up as if counting the stars. He sighed. The bags under his eyes looked darker than usual. I guess when you've seen the greener grass, everything else starts to look gross, right? Oh, you ain't gross, Nick. You're just another kind of grass, a sort of bluegrass, you know. Bluegrass, he chuckled. I like that. Bluegrass kind of guy. Those last few hours, we ended up watching reruns of Family Matters and chugging Four Loko. I had the Swedish fish flavor. Nick knew a guy with boxes of the stuff. It was vile, but we had to get over those last few hours. Nick was pacing back and forth, but was tired enough to almost fall over. Done, Nick slurred. I'm done. It's just over 2 hours. You can do 2 hours, I assured him. You can do it. I'm gonna go stick my head in the freezer. He did just as he said and stuck his head in the freezer. I was trying to keep up with the Winslows and their goofy adventures, but it was hard to pay attention. I had to fill in the blanks a lot and it didn't make a lot of sense. I barely registered the strange colors on screen as Steve Urkel. You know what we can do, Nick said. We can prep. What do you mean? We can make it comfortable. I'm gonna make my bed with all new stuff and you can crash out here. We can get like tea and ice water for when we wake up. And I get like scented candles and we put on whale song and we sleep like goddamn royalty, I added. Right? Yeah, he nodded, getting more enthusiastic. Yeah, you're right. So we got to work. Nick prepped his bed and I went to his car to get a couple of extra blankets for the couch. Problem was, those were really soft blankets and there was something about the backseat of his car that calmed me. Maybe the smell and feel of the synthetic leather. And so I crawled in the back seat. There was a cold wind blowing and so I closed the door. And in that silence I figured, oh, what's 1 hour? It would just be an hour. Would that really be so bad? And so I crashed in the back seat of his car. I was out for 14 hours. Nick got about 12. I woke up with a massive headache, but the ice water that Nick had prepped helped a little. I had made us a couple of sandwiches, and I thanked the past us for thinking ahead, as the two of us prepped for work. By all metrics, we ought to have been fine. 72 hours had passed. Nick drove me to work. My car was still back at my place. The conversation dulled as I chugged a full bottle of ice water, pouring the last few drops on my face. Nick looked like he had been trampled by some kind of depressed parade. Even his hair looked tired. We're not doing that again, I said. No, we're not, Nick agreed. So we're dropping this. I didn't answer. I had pulled Nick into some bad shit one time too many. And yeah, the ends justify the means. I was looking for this lost girl and I had stumbled upon the very thing that got her lost in the first place. Nick looked over at me and sighed. He took a moment to choose his words. I get it, he finally said. You wanted to help, you still do, but let's think about it. Let's be careful. If you want me to back off, you gotta promise me something, Nick. He rolled his eyes and then looked at me. I wasn't joking and he could tell. With a sigh, he nodded. You gotta promise me that if you pick up any lead whatsoever on Adam's missing girl, you're telling me. You can call the shots, but there's gotta be shots to call. I'm not the only one here to serve and protect, right? Nick tasted the words, throwing a glance in the rearview mirror. All right, he said. Deal. It took us a full work week to get back on our feet. My sleep schedule was a joke. One night I'd be in bed by 6, and another night I couldn't sleep at all. I would zone out at work, missing a word every now and then, much like I had missed the story beats on Family Matters. I would lag behind a bit trying to piece together the context and make it make sense. As I slowly got my routine back in order, May rolled into June. We started getting some proper heat. People were talking about a dry season with no hint of rain for a long time to come. And they weren't wrong. There wouldn't be a drop of water for 2.5 weeks. Midway through June, I was back on patrol duty. Charlie and Reggie were back to covering dispatch. Nick and I were on the same team courtesy of a thankfully short conversation with Sheriff Mason. I got the impression that the duck were backing off, like some kind of situation had sort of resolved itself seemingly. I was on my way home from a particularly rough shift. A couple of tourists have tried to shoplift from the local grocery store. After resisting arrest and racking up 2 counts of obstruction, they managed to fail themselves all the way into a felony charge. Hysterical people were a part of the job, but they were a shitty part of the job. But yeah, Tomscog doesn't have a lot of those. It was nice to have something regular to do for once. Coming home from that shift, I felt like things were getting back to normal. The first drops of rain spattered against the hood of my car as I pulled into the driveway of my house. The moment I stepped outside, it felt like bliss. The water was cooling, reassuring in a way. Like Mother Earth was whispering to me that things were gonna be okay. I just stopped for a second, put down my groceries, and basked in it. I found myself with my arms outstretched and my mouth wide open, just drinking it all in. I stood there for 35 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, that was worrisome. Up until that point, I'd been fine. Could that 1 hour of sore linger in your system that long? could that be what caused it? I tried to rationalize it, thinking that I was overreacting, but in Tomscog there's no such thing as overreacting. If anything, people tended to shove life-threatening bullshit under the rug way too fast, myself included. So just to make sure, I gave Nick a call explaining what I had done.
Yeah, that's a symptom,
He said.
but I think some folks would just sort of stop at that, especially at the ass end of things.
So it could mean that's the last of it, I asked, like it's out of my system.
Sure, yeah, it could. It's like when you get a bad cold. You get a runny nose, you get a headache. But that's just your body fighting it off. This is sort of like that.
So what do I do?
I keep an eye on it, and if it gets worse, we do something.
And do what? Nick was quiet. I looked back at my still-packed groceries, pacing restlessly. Do what, Nick?
Something. I don't know.
There were a couple of signs that things weren't okay, but they were harder to spot than you might imagine. It is only later when I looked back on this time that I realized these weren't really normal things. For example, automatic doors stopped working. They would close on me seemingly at random, as if they didn't register that I was really there. It got annoying after a while, and I even got my foot stuck at one point. Another thing was the water. No matter how hot I set the water to, it would end up going cold after a couple of seconds. I had to start taking really short showers. I called a plumber on 2 separate occasions, and both times they assured me that nothing was wrong. And then there were the birds. There were just a handful of them, but I would start to spot these bright red birds circling outside. They would flee and scatter at the sight of me, but I had never seen them before. They weren't native to the area. In and of themselves, these events would just be weird happenstances. But in the context of being exposed to something that I didn't understand, they had to be connected. And then there was that one morning. I got to work, used the bathroom, and as I washed my hands, I looked up to see my reflection. As I did, I watched it turn to ash. The skin looked like it sagged off my face and evaporated into dust, leaving a blackened, charcoal-like skull behind. Empty sockets, leaving a dead, empty stare. I tried to blink it away, but the image wouldn't disappear. I would turn my head, and as I did, the reflection would do the same, until decay caused the skull to detach and roll off the shoulder. As it did, the light flickered. There is a sound. I expected a thud, but it was something darker, more rumbling, like a drawn-out hello. I ran out, grabbed Nick by the arm, and got out of the station. I got a lot of weird looks that day, but I had started to get a bit of a reputation as a wild card anyway. At least I wasn't just a rookie. Nick pulled himself free, looking me up and down. It took him a couple of seconds to soften his expression. "It's getting worse, huh?" he asked. "Yeah, a lot. Look, the only one I can think of that would know something about this is Digman, but I hate that guy." "What?" I said. "Don't we have guys on surveillance?" "Oh, he's been gone for weeks. Suspected dead." "Dead?" I scoffed. "How are we not talking about this?" "It's not been confirmed or anything," Nick shrugged. "There's no body." "So what the hell do we do then?" Nick paced a little, adjusting his pink sunglasses. Looking back at the station, I could see that we had a bit of an audience. "We could get the doc," I suggested. "They study this, right?" You would go away," Nick said, shaking his head. "Permanently." Nick looked around as if expecting to see an answer in our immediate vicinity. Either that or he's having trouble keeping eye contact. I don't know, Nick said. There's this one thing that's sort of a cure-all kind of deal, but it's dumb, like real dumb, like actual dumb. Nick, I gotta, what are you suggesting? Look, if you can hold on, I'm not suggesting anything else that you could, technically. Come on, Nick, spit it out. He rolled his eyes and he threw out his arms in surrender. You could do a year walk, same as Digman. You would have to make it until New Year's and then a whole other year, but I've seen it done. It's an absolutely insane thing, but it can do anything. When you say anything, what exactly do you mean? Nick lowered his glasses and his voice. It can literally bring the dead back to life. I'd bet my life that it could wipe away whatever shit you got in your system. That's like chopping off your neck because you got a headache. I'm just saying, Nick clarified. There's always a backup plan. Things would escalate from there. The next time it rained, just a couple of days later, I lost 1.5 hours. I stepped outside and blacked out, waking up with a mouthful of rainwater. I started having nightmares. I would have no idea what about. I would just wake up with a cold sweat and a heart-pounding panic. I knew that it was bad, but I didn't know why. Sometimes there'd be bruises. And this one time, I woke up with an awful stomach cramp. I rushed to the bathroom thinking that I had indigestion when I tripped on the threshold. I landed stomach first on the bathroom tiles, and there was this fullness in my throat that just spurted out. I coughed up about 6 thin white strings. It was just the end of them. They were still attached to me though. I could feel them moving in my throat. I tried pulling them out, but the cramp sent this shockwave of pain through me, like the strands had roots in my gut. It felt like pulling them out might kill me. I got up off the floor and grabbed some nail clippers. Taking a single strand, I clipped it off. I got this intense pain in my chest, like my heart didn't know what to do. It felt like I had been stabbed or lost a tooth. There was this sharp, cutting pain, curling all the way from my throat down to the base of my spine. I just stood there, having these white strands hanging from the edge of my lips, like I had swallowed a cheap wig. There was only one option. I leaned my head back and slowly but surely swallowed. I spent the better part of an hour on that bathroom floor clutching my stomach. I thought about getting in the shower, but it would just be too cold. A single dead strand of white lay in the sink, stinking of chlorine and ammonia. It was so acidic that it discolored the ceramic with a tinge of blue. Later that night, I spent time going through Adam's notes. The man had been researching SOAR for some time, and although his notes made little sense, I figured there might be something in there that I had missed. Flipping page after page after page, I lulled myself into a semi-hypnotic state. Handwritten notes took ages to read. The notes were mostly focused on what he thought his daughter Elizabeth had been exposed to, but he was making an attempt to piece together info about the condition itself as well. And that was the scariest thing. It was never a disease or an infection. It was a condition. Every page all but confirmed that SOAR didn't destroy or introduce anything to the body. It escalated something that we already contained. It meant that whatever effect SOAR was triggering had a universal component already present in every single human. And according to Adam's notes, a handful of other creatures. Lions most notably, and certain kinds of fish. Falling asleep over the notebooks, I barely even read anymore. I just saw the pages flip. But there was something off. I was holding my head up with my left hand and checking my phone with my right. So how was I turning the page? As something cold retracted down my throat, it felt like swallowing a sort of tasteless, gelatinous yogurt, soft, boneless, and chunky. I fell out of my seat, tapping my body, my chest, my stomach, my head. I was okay, I wasn't even nauseous. But my heart was racing like a steam engine, and I could feel a strange weight in the pit of my stomach, like I was full but without eating. Something was pressing against my organs, albeit ever so gently. I picked up the phone and called Nick. I ran into my bathroom looking at myself in the mirror. I looked normal. I was okay.
Yeah?
Nick answered. It's worse. It's so much worse.
I can be there in 15. Please. Are you gonna tell me what's...
I made this ungodly noise like I was bracing for a sneeze. But instead of a sneeze, I felt something rooted in my stomach shoot itself out of my throat. A white tentacle-like appendage slapped my phone out of my hand, sending it across the room. The reflection in the mirror was still standing as I fell to the floor. It was turning to ash and reaching its hands towards the appendage, almost like a greeting or an invitation. The two reached towards one another. I grabbed the thing coming out of my throat, but it was slippery. It felt like trying to strangle soap. I couldn't think straight. What was I even fighting? What was happening to me? Rushing towards the door, I caught a final glimpse of that reflection. It wasn't just a decaying me reaching out. There was something behind it, something impossibly dark, guiding its arm. Like a tutor teaching a pupil. It reminded me of how my mom had stood behind me at the shooting range when I was a teenager. A memory that up until that point had been nothing but positive. Crashing through the door, I stumbled through the living room, dragging the exposed white appendage behind me like an unfriendly dog on a leash. I tried leaning my head back and swallowing, forcing it back down my throat, but I just ended up gagging on air. It was straining itself, testing the roots in the pit of my stomach. It struggled, knocking over a couple of chairs as it twitched and slithered back and forth on the floor. I leaned back against the wall, bracing myself to pull. It was gonna hurt like hell, but I had no choice. And then I accidentally hit the light switch. All of a sudden, it retracted. It rolled back down my throat like a measuring tape, snapping hard enough that it tapped the tip of my nose going down. Kinda like the spaghetti scene in Lady and the Tramp. Another memory forever spoiled by that thing. I waited by the door in the light. I didn't know what to do. I was getting worse by the day, and there was no doubt in my mind that it was a sore thing anymore. There had been illustrations in Adam's notebooks, descriptions. Hell, I had seen the thing burst out of him that night in May, just before Nick and I killed him and set fire to his remains. I was screwed. There was no other way to say it. Going to the Duck would put everyone under investigation and I'd be gone. Staying with Nick could mean infecting others. When Nick pulled up, I walked out of the door and held up a hand. I had no idea what I was going to do or say, but I couldn't put him in danger again. Sore could spread at minimum contact, and there was no way that I could control it. I had no idea if a sneeze or a light touch could infect him. I had to keep my distance. "You okay?" he asked, stepping out of the car. You got anything?" I asked. "Any solutions?" "Not yet," he admitted, "but I think our best bet is to go hunting for Digman. They say he's gone, but he's a slippery shit. I don't think you could die if you wanted to." Yeah, I nodded. "Sounds good. You don't look okay. I mean, you got that heroin chic thing going on, but it's like more heroin than chic. I'll be good, Nick." And there was something about my tone that made him quiet down. We looked at one another in silence, considering the weight of our words. It's real bad, huh? Uh-huh, I nodded. I looked down. Usually Nick could fix things. He could help me or I could help him. But this time my partner was as helpless as I was. I think you should go, Nick. You can get sick. Screw that. I'm serious. He looked at me with arms crossed. I hadn't even noticed how he hadn't brought his trademark pink sunglasses. What are you gonna do? He asked. I don't know, I shrugged. But you gotta go. I can't control it. Are you asking or telling me? I'm asking. He bit his lip, putting his hands at his side. He wanted to say something else, but he couldn't. He just gave me this look like he was asking me to reconsider. But I shook my head at him. He reluctantly got back in his car, and to his credit, he did as I asked and he laughed. I packed some things, mostly notebooks, some clothes, and cash. I locked the place up, got in my car, and drove. I couldn't stick around where I might hurt someone. At the end of the day, it was still about protect and serve. I tried to not look in the rearview mirror or the side mirrors. It felt like something was off, like they weren't really showing me what they should. There was that feeling that a tiny tilt would show me something that I didn't want to see. I would have to blink away things that weren't there. I would see shapes lining the side of the road. I'd feel something in my stomach twist and turn, as if commanded by something to act. I bit down hard, making sure that my teeth touch, and I put a hand in front of my mouth. But it didn't help for long. Something tickled my nose instead. I remember thinking, no. That's all I was thinking. Streetlights were passing me by as I sped up. As I got further out of town, the streetlights made way for worse and worse dirt roads, leaving me into the spaces the Tomscog folks rarely went. I didn't really think about it. If that's what it was gonna be, then that's what it was gonna be. I would see humanoid shapes on the sides, darkened charcoal-like things, like the decay that I had seen looking back at me in the mirror. I could taste the sourness in my mouth as something struggled to be freed, and I could see things moving in the mirrors at the edge of my vision. I was doing something that it didn't want, and it was gonna let me know. It wanted to be around people. It wanted to meet others. Screw that. My car shook. Even with the seatbelt, I smacked my head against the roof of the car as I hit a rock. I almost lost my steering. I had to pull the handbrake, coming to a full stop. As my body shot forward, the car screeched to a halt. The second my body thumped against the seatbelt, little white strands shot out of my whole face. A tickle in my eyes and nose, something between my teeth, something running out of my ears like a bad earwax. The strands were almost 2 feet long now, scattered along the dashboard and moving independently of one another. Chlorine and ammonia. The smell was overwhelming, and for a moment I just sat there. I was afraid to move, thinking that I was a sudden jerk away from excruciating pain. I slowly pulled my head back and turned the car off. I just sat there with my face feeling like a leaking lemon. Was this the end stage? Was I about to lose my mind like Adam had? I looked up to see my reflection in the mirror. It hurt when I blinked. Little strands of white were moving my eyelashes, forcing me to blink over and over. I was expecting to see some horrific vision, but all I saw was myself. That was bad enough. Looking out into the dark, I could see silhouettes. Things as dark as decay moving closer. An army asking me to join. Something horrible and primal bringing out the worst in me, making it spill out like an overflowing bowl. I got out of the car and brought my flashlight. If light messed with these things, I'd mess with them all the way to my grave. I kept going down the broken dirt road by foot, desperate to get as far away as I could. I saw an old sign saying St. Gall, but I had no reference to what that might mean. There was no place on the map with that name. Maybe I was just distracted. I think I had heard it mentioned a couple of times. My light would land on things peeking out behind trees, things moving in the grass, distant whispers, interested parties taking note. A drop of blood ran from my nose. I was having trouble concentrating. I couldn't remember the name of the Winslows anymore. Did I even like Family Matters? Was that even a TV show? I fell to my knees. I couldn't keep up with thinking and moving at once, so I settled for thinking. I sat there on my knees, confounded and confused. I didn't even notice me turning the flashlight off and embracing the dark. I remember looking up and seeing something massive coming towards me. It didn't make a sound. It was just this presence, hollow and immense. When it finally spoke, it was as if spoken from behind a pane of glass, resonating, vibrating, trying to break through.
Hello.
I waved back, one finger at a time, like I was drumming on an invisible dashboard. "Hello," I said. "How are you?" It reached for me and the things inside me reached back, like extending for a handshake. Someone welcoming an old friend. A promise of something horrible to come. I was just the broken shell of a snail waiting to be replaced. White strands raised themselves out of me. Something large adjusted itself, causing me to almost tip over. I tried pulling back, but there was no point. Not only was I exhausted, but I didn't understand what I was fighting against. But I remember laughing out loud. Because despite knowing that I was about to die, that something would be torn from me. A thought crossed my mind. Carl Winslow was the dad on Family Matters. And in that moment, I knew that this thing hadn't really won. Not yet. I could still think. I gathered whatever thoughts that I could muster and directed it into a tiny little movement. I twitched my thumb and the flashlight came back on. I had been holding it on the ground and it lit up my face like I was a kid telling a scary story. My face burned as it retreated into me, like a rabbit diving for its burrow. I was left with these chemical streaks across my face and this awful tickle in my throat. But for a brief moment, there was nothing there. It was just a nice summer night with frogs croaking in the distance, and the stars as bright as ever. "Miss, are you harmed?" I turned around to see somebody coming down the road. A nice-looking woman in a blue kaftan. She got closer and I wanted to keep my distance, but I physically couldn't. I can't imagine what I must have looked like. And yet this woman stopped about 6 feet away and sat down. She didn't seem the least bit bothered. You should go. Don't get sick." "I will not get sick," she said. "So that's not going to be a problem." "You could get sick," I mumbled. It could kill." No, she smiled. "That will not be an issue." She got up, scooched closer, and sat across from me. I tried to crawl back, but I couldn't get my arms to move. Sore was reaching into my brain, and I could feel it. I could hear the roots crackling as they physically wrapped around my brainstem. It wouldn't let me control myself again. "Did you come here to get help?" she asked. No, to get away. Don't sick." "Really, even now that is what you're thinking about?" Don't get..." I couldn't finish my sentence. My head hung low as a weight fell on my neck. She put her hand on my chin and lifted me up to look at her. "Look, sweetie, I cannot tell a lie. So what I'm saying is not just comfort. It's what it's going to be, understand?" I tried to nod at her, but I couldn't. "This thing will not kill you, it will not control you. You will not infect anyone. I promise that's not gonna happen. It cannot happen. She wiped a tear from my eye with her thumb. My tear was a light blue. You will feel better in the morning, she smiled. Here, and try to remember the nice human lady with the caftan who helped you, yes. She handed me a handkerchief, gave me a kiss on the cheek, and wandered off down the road. I closed my eyes, listening for her footsteps to disappear. I must have sat there for hours, all night. At the crack of dawn, I found myself still sitting in the middle of the road, clutching a handkerchief with a little blue sunflower on it. My legs had long since fallen asleep. I was hungry and tired, dirty as all hell. I could feel something dried on my face, leaving scabs and flakes to be picked off. I closed my eyes, testing myself to see if I was really okay. I thought about the show Family Matters again. It was a good measuring tape. Carl Winslow was the dad, Harriet was the mom, Laura and Eddie were the kids. And then I couldn't help but laugh. Urkel, I chuckled. Steve Urkel. It was all there, all the little bits and bobs from the back of my mind. I was really feeling better, like the lady had said I would. I don't know how she did it or why. I could still feel something inside, but I was in control. I could keep it down, I could breathe. And there was no pain, not even a threat of pain. It won't kill me, I muttered. It won't, in fact. I don't know how to describe it. I believed her, it felt true. I don't know how it could be, but it was. I was certain of it. I stumbled my way back to my car, closed the door, and put on my seatbelt. There were these splashes of blue across the dashboard from where the white strands had touched. I must have been hours, maybe minutes away from falling under the influence of that thing like Adam. But where he had lost his mind, I had gotten a strange second wind. Maybe it was like Nick had said, that it was just the sickness taking its course. But I don't think that's it. I think what saved me that night was a chance encounter with a woman from St. Gall. The first thing I did was call him. It just took 2 signals. I'm better, I said. I think I'm gonna be okay.
You fixed it.
Well, kinda.
How?
There was a lady and... I looked down at the handkerchief with the blue sunflower and I laughed a little at myself. It was such a stupid moment, but it was so relieving. And Steve Urkel, I guess.
Are you drunk?
I'm sure as hell gonna be. I hung up and watched the Minnesota sun come up over the horizon. I had made it through the night. There might be more trouble down the road, but for now I was okay. But in that moment, I just had to sit for a while. Strange how I can't to this day picture what that lady really looked like. I know she was a nice lady with a blue caftan, but there's like no detail. There's nothing really there. It's just the words and what I remember feeling. But that don't make me any less thankful. It's difficult to adjust to having something change the way you do or see ordinary things, like brushing your teeth. After getting stuck with sore, I got a lot more conscious about my teeth and mouth. It took some time getting used to the feeling of having something in my throat ready to shoot out like a coiled snake, or having breakfast and knowing there was something lurking in my stomach, resenting me, wishing to take the reins. It was still there, but after my run-in with the lady in the blue caftan, it's as if I knew for a certain that it wouldn't kill me. That and it wouldn't be an infection risk to others. That didn't mean it was gone though. Getting back on patrol with Nick, he was the first to notice that I was behaving differently. We had stopped for our bi-weekly gas station hot dog and I got myself a prepackaged sushi instead. There was something about less processed and more raw food that just made my stomach rumble with delight. Nick made the observation, acknowledged it, and let it go. He trusted me enough to tell him if something was up. We were having a proper Minnesota summer, meaning rain when you least need it. The Duck had pulled back on their resources, leaving Tomscog PD to focus on setting up a more permanent station. According to Nick, there had been talks about the year walker getting himself killed or leaving the state, which meant peace and quiet, and the potential for something worse down the line. The whole reason for keeping the year walker from getting killed was strictly because of a devil you know kind of deal. Someone else taking up that mantle could mean trouble. But in our everyday life, year walkers and the Duck were the farthest thing from our minds. Instead, we picked up drunk teenagers, stopped speeding cars, or scolded shoplifters. Nick and I were even invited to speak about being in law enforcement at a local school. It surprised me how much Nick changed when he had an audience of kids. He blossomed up there. He was smiling ear to ear, engaging with the audience, and there was a sort of enthusiasm there that I hadn't seen before. Asking him about it, he had no idea what I was talking about. He shrugged it off as just getting along well with children. One day, we checked the Northwest Trail around Frog Lake. It was an off-foot kind of path, so we used it as an excuse to take a longer walk. Nick wasn't happy about it, but it was better than being cooked alive in a poorly ventilated patrol vehicle. It was probably the hottest day of the year. We were coming around the bend where the northern road curved back south. The left-hand side of the road past the lake was covered in pine trees. Walking past it, something stirred in me, just a twitch. I stopped to look around. Off in the distance between the trees, I could see a man. He was about 6'5", bald and dressed from top to bottom in a pitch-black trench coat. It looked so out of place that I couldn't believe what I was seeing at first. I poked Nick and pointed the man out. "Yeah, no, that ain't right," Nick said. "Should I shoot him?" "We can't just shoot people, Nick." "Then why the hell do I carry this badge around?" He took a couple of steps forward and whistled to get the man's attention. There was no reaction. We gave each other a questioning look as we spread out a little, covering two angles. Without turning away from us, the man backed off. Going further into the woods, there was a short section where we couldn't see him. I hurried forward, yelling at him to stop, but once we got a bit closer, he was already gone. But that stirring feeling in my stomach, that was still there. Nick caught up to me. "We ought to tell the sheriff about this one," Nick huffed. "Guy looks like a weirdo." He was something all right, I agreed, but I don't know what. "Why are you saying what and not who?" "I don't know," I shrugged. "Feels like a what." And getting back to our makeshift station at the old fire department building, we went upstairs to have a chat with Sheriff Mason. He was already talking to someone, but they weren't very secretive, so we figured it was fine to approach. The sheriff turned to us with a plastered smile. His guest didn't make an effort to step away, giving me the impression that this was somebody in the know. It was a man in his early 50s. He had a faded blue shirt, a black tie, and black jeans. But I think what stood out to me the most was his pocket protector. People still use those.
"Hank, these are two of my patrolling officers," the sheriff said.
"Hank Dudley," said the man, offering a hand to us. "Hatchet Pharmaceuticals." "I think I'm wearing socks from you guys," Nick said with a grin. "Nice to meet you." We took turns shaking hands.
"You had something to discuss?" the sheriff asked.
"Yeah, we just wanted to bring something up," I said. "But,
"Oh, don't mind Hank, he's good people," the sheriff said. "Let's hear it."
I told them about our patrol around the lake, and the man with the trench coat, and how he seemingly disappeared. It just gave me a bad feeling, I admitted. I don't know why. Hank gave me a curious look as if making a mental note. The sheriff pondered his options for a bit, leaving the floor open for others to chime in. "I think I know what that is," Hank smiled. "And if it is what I think it is, we really need to be on the lookout. Sheriff." "Agreed," Sheriff Mason said. "How to make sure we're all vigilant. I've heard of this thing, but it usually sticks to its home." As the sheriff walked away and Nick went to get a coffee, I was left alone with Hank for a bit. He adjusted his tie and square-shaped glasses. "Miss, what did you feel when you first saw this man?" Like a general worry, I guess. Nothing out of the ordinary." "You feel that way a lot?" Not really, no." He quieted down, giving a once-over to make sure that nobody was close enough to listen in. "And did you by chance know Adam Salinger?" I was going to deny it, but my reaction had already given away my honest answer. I sort of half-gasped and turned it into a smile. "Yeah, Adam," I nodded. "Didn't know his last name." Hank nodded as Nick returned with a coffee. There was something about Hank's look that just screamed at me to run for the hills. We were law enforcement, yes, but this was one of the hatchet men, and in corporate America, people like him make the laws. "If you see that trench coat man again, I suggest you call it in," Hank said. "I don't think it'd be a good idea to confront him." "I will keep that in mind," said Nick. "There's coffee in the break room if you want." I shook my head. That stuff tasted like a tire fire. The sheriff made an official order later. If we saw the strange man again, he was to be taken in for questioning. Patrols were actively encouraged to seek him out and, upon encountering him, call for backup and to wait further instruction. We were given a couple of recommendations. One was to not be stingy with tasers, and another to not engage even if the suspect looked unconscious. There was also a mention that a strong spearmint spray could be used as a repellent. Yeah, that last one gave me pause too. Clearly, they knew more than they were letting on, but it was useless to push for more. The sheriff was still seen walking around with Hank at his side, and the two of them seemed to have come to some sort of understanding, and they weren't letting anyone in on their secrets. Over the weeks that followed, there was this sort of cat-and-mouse deal with the trenchcoat man. Patrols would report seeing him around the high school at night, and there were people calling in saying that they had seen him standing on rooftops. This wasn't just a one-time thing, it was reoccurring, and in proximity to ordinary people. But no one had been hurt, yet. We saw him a couple of times too, but only in the distance. Once when cruising down the highway, it was just in passing, but he was there. When we stopped and doubled back, he was already gone. Another time was when we came out of a pub downtown, and we were taking in a woman for public intox and disorderly conduct when I saw the trenchcoat man on a roof across the street. As soon as he saw that we had noticed him, he fled. But what bothered me the most was my unease. Every time he was near, something stirred in me, a tickle of something unpleasant. And sometimes I would feel it even when I didn't see him, as if he was close by but just out of sight. It was late July when I got a call from Nick. I had been at home for about 2 hours, relaxing after work, so I had already kicked my shoes off and had dinner.
"He's here,"
Nick said. No hello, no anything, just that. I sprung out of my couch. "Right now?" I asked.
"Yeah, right now. He's right outside. I think he's looking for a way in."
I rushed to my car, grabbing only my gun and tool belt. Nick called down to the station while I rushed over. It was one thing for the stranger to stalk us from a distance, but we weren't taking chances when it came to home intrusion. If somebody had watched us for this long, they knew that we were armed and dangerous. If they still wanted to pursue us, something was wrong. By the time I got to Nick's, I saw somebody circling the right side of the building, peeking through the windows. I slammed my foot on the brakes, put the car in park, and I got out with my gun drawn. "Police, hands on your head," I screamed. "Get on your knees now." I was about 30 feet away, but I got a good eye. That uneasy stir in my stomach was going haywire, and I had to bite down not to have anything escape my throat. The man in the trench coat turned away from me and unfurled his jacket. Except it wasn't a jacket. It looked almost organic. It started to vibrate like the wings of a cockroach. Seconds later, he was gone, flown off into the night. My brain couldn't register what had happened fast enough. I could still hear the buzzing in the distance. And then I heard it again, this time from the other side of the building. There were two of them. And by the time I got to Nick, they were gone. He had locked himself in the bathroom, the only room without a window. I assured him that they were gone, and Nick got out with this pallid gray color on his face, like he had seen a ghost. Those weren't people," he wheezed. I don't know what." Yeah, I nodded. "Me neither, Nick." "You see the size of that thing." He was still clutching his gun as he ran his fingers over his balding head. I put a hand on his shoulder, getting him to lower the gun. He snapped to attention, turning the safety back on and holstered it. "What the hell did they want?" he asked. I didn't have an answer, but I could still feel something was wrong, and that couldn't mean anything good. June had rolled into July at this point. More people were passing through Tomscog on a weekly basis as vacations began. Tomscog wasn't the kind of place for people to come visit, but a lot of folks passed through on their way south from St. Cloud, and at the very least, they stopped for gas. That meant we were getting more traffic than usual, and with traffic came traffic trouble. Instead of having a couple of stops a week, we went to having a couple of stops per day. And we were also getting a lot more calls. People fishing without a license, underage drinking, all kinds of stuff. But through it all, I could see Nick deteriorate. He was clearly worried, and he often told me how he thought he might have seen or heard something. Whatever was out there was clearly not leaving him alone. One morning, Nick didn't show up for work. I was asked to go check on him. Coming to his house, I could see that there was a good reason to be worried. The front door had been broken and there were smashed windows. I called it into dispatch and requested another patrol. I approached and called out to him, but I got no answer. The kitchen was a mess. The fridge was wide open and beeping incessantly. I eventually found Nick curled up in a closet, the one place that nobody had looked. I thought he was going to shoot me when I opened those doors, but he kept his cool. I helped him up, feeling a shiver coming down his arm. He leaned back against the wall as he caught his breath and wiped his forehead. "There's way more than two," he said. "Way more." That day, we were out in full force. Patrols were knocking on doors, asking people if they had seen anything. Officers were posted on rooftops. Charlie and Reggie on dispatch were keeping a map of the town at the station, marking the spot of every collective sighting. We were trying to find a pattern, something that we could use to get a location. We ended up with 4 possible sites to investigate further. The high school, an old scrapyard, a small house by the walking trail, and a house on the outskirts of town. All sites were to be investigated. Nick and I were to check out the lone house outside of town. We drove out there just after lunch. Nick was still shaken up about the whole thing, but he was handling it well enough. He wasn't his usual sarcastic self though. It was a 2-story house, abandoned by the looks of it. All the windows were broken and the paint was peeling off the walls. There was a messy yard with all kinds of scrap and broken tools scattered. A couple of empty planters lined the walkway to the front door. You could see the edge of an old greenhouse in the backyard. It must have been abandoned for some time, as the plastic that covered it had been suntanned by now. If you looked close enough, you could see a handful of dry blue sunflowers struggling along the tree line. "Someone lives here?" I asked. Locals think that it's haunted," Nick said. "It's not like fun haunted, but a people go missing kind of haunted." "People have gone missing out here." "Long ago, yeah." "Ought to tear it down then." "We can't even fill the potholes. This thing will be here for a century." We walked around the premises, checking the house from every angle. There was that tingle in my stomach again, a warning. I got the feeling that there was something there. I didn't know how to tell Nick, so I just asked him to keep his eyes open. Coming back around the front, I stepped up to the door. There was a strange smell to the place, like a combination of sulfur and ammonia. There were blue footprints on the wooden floor. I stopped to listen, noticing a clicking noise in the distance. There was a long corridor leading through the house. There is a sharp turn to the right about halfway through the corridor leading into the cellar. There was something moving down there. Walking through the corridor, I suddenly stopped. There was a vibration in my stomach, like something telling me to wait. Seconds later, I heard something.
Please leave.
It sounded like two people speaking at once in the exact same cadence, but different voices. It was coming from the cellar. "Are you the owner of the property?" I asked.
No, my mother was.
"We're here investigating a reported disturbance."
This does not concern me.
Nick pushed past me, knocking his hand on the wall. "All right, you need to come out," he said. "We need to have a conversation."
I would much rather we didn't.
"I'm giving you a lawful order," Nick said. "You are not the owner of the property you are trespassing. That and refusing a lawful order would be 2 charges. There was a short pause. Nick kept his hand on his taser just in case.
One moment.
A couple of seconds passed before we heard footsteps coming up from the cellar. Stepping out was the shape of a towering man, tall enough to scrape the top of his head across the ceiling. He had wrapped himself in blankets, showing only part of his feet. He had these strange, black leather shoes with 3 pointed ends. I had never seen that kind before. He was absolutely massive. Nick took his hand off the taser instead, touching his handgun. "And do you have any identification?" Nick asked.
No.
"Do you have a name that we could run?"
Evan.
Nick looked back at me with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged back at him. There was nothing illegal about being a large and strange man, but I couldn't shake this feeling that there was more to him. As Nick looked around the decrepit kitchen and living room, I was left alone with the large man, Evan. I didn't want to say anything, but he seemed curious about me.
Are you ill?
He asked. Me?
Yes.
I didn't answer him. I just shook my head, waiting for Nick to finish checking the property.
What are you looking for?
"A strange man in a trench coat," I said. "He's been spotted around this area."
They are not here.
"They?" I asked.
They,
Evan said.
they are not strange men.
"You seem to know a lot about this."
Yes.
Nick joined me in the hallway. The large man adjusted his blankets, hiding his strange shoes. He asked us to join him in the living room. He sat down on an old moldy couch, almost folding himself in half. I had never seen a man sit like that before. The couch groaned and complained as the springs struggled to support his weight. As he made himself comfortable, Nick decided to address the elephant in the room. "Why are you wrapped up like that?"
Molting,
Evan said. "I'm sorry, did you say molting?" Nick asked. Is that the word you used?
Yes, officer.
Evan let out a hand from his pile of blankets. A thin, stick-like arm as black as tar with 4 fingers. It could be misconstrued as a strange glove, but it was much too thin for a man of his stature. He asked to borrow a phone and Nick handed over his. He never told Evan the password, but he still managed to unlock it. A couple of confident taps later and Evan brought up a map. He pointed to an area next to the highway outside of town.
They are looking for my friend,
he said.
They gather here. High ground.
You know how many there are? What they are?
About a dozen. They are hiders.
Hiders?
They are stuck and cannot go home, so they hide and hunt.
A long stick-like finger tapped at the screen.
They will leave. My friend is not here.
We didn't get a lot more out of him. Evan wandered off back into the cellar and we didn't want to push our luck. I was getting chills just being near him, and Nick had been uncharacteristically quiet for some time. The moment the large man retreated downstairs, we got back to our patrol vehicle. Nick was breathing heavily. "You okay?" I asked. "It's dumb," he said. "I'm fine." "What is it?" Nick rolled his eyes, pointing back at the old house. "He smells like And going back to the station, we told the sheriff about the guy that we had met and the conversation that we had had. It seemed to make sense to him, and the rest of the search was called off. Nick was to sleep at the station for now. If these things hunted him for food or whatever they were doing, there was no safer place to be. Then we just had to wait and hope that they would leave willingly. A couple of days would pass, and during an evening shift, we got a call about a serious car crash. The details were gruesome. One man was not only dead, but decapitated. One child, seemingly unharmed, was to be taken in by the CPS. We only got the information third hand and weren't the first responders on site. We could tell that it was important though. Even the sheriff was up in arms about it. The kid was apparently named Fred. Patrols were asked to check the nearby area to make sure that there was no one else hurt. The road was just covered with woodland in all directions, so if somebody else had survived the crash, they could be anywhere. Nick and I checked the adjoining southern roads, only dirt paths leading westward. They were rarely used, but if somebody had run south from the crash site, that's where they would end up. Driving out there as the sun was setting, I felt this constant sense of unease. My stomach was flaring up over and over, to the point where I was digging my fingers into the steering wheel. Nick must have noticed my white-knuckle driving and turned down the radio. "What's up with you?" he asked. "I don't know, it feels off." "All right," he said, adjusting his sunglasses. "You got any idea why?" It feels like a warning, like something's up." "I don't see anything," Nick said, looking out the window. "But I trust you." "You do?" "I mean, yeah," he shrugged. "Don't see a reason not to." Nick shone a light out the passenger side window as we slowly cruised down the dirt path. Suddenly, he tapped me on the shoulder. "Stop, stop, stop," he said, "right there." I stepped on the brakes and he was out in a second. Putting the car in park, I rushed after him. We jogged a couple of seconds only to see a man passed out in a ditch. He must have taken a tumble down a nearby hill, scratching himself in the underbrush. In getting a closer look, Nick gasped. It was the younger Digman kid, Perry. He was in his 20s but had the face of a teenager. But as we saw him, he might as well have been 50. He looked awful. It was clear he had been in an accident and he was bleeding from various cuts and bruises. His breathing was steady, but his shortness of breath told another story. He must have collapsed from exhaustion and blood loss. We did a couple of basic checks. There was no need for CPR, so we figured we'd just call it in. But as soon as Nick put his hand on the radio, I stopped him. It wasn't a conscious decision, but that second of silence had saved us. "What are you? Listen." There were movements in the trees around us. Clicking, buzzing, a strange barking noise like a large excited dog, only wrong somehow. "Don't make a sound," I whispered. "Not a sound." Nick clicked off his radio. We turned off our flashlights. We looked at the tree line, listening for movement. Something jumped from one pine tree to another. Something buzzed overhead. And then something collapsed on top of our patrol vehicle. The thing must have weighed over 600 pounds. Over 7 feet tall, this thing was a whirlwind of elongated limbs, tendrils, and exoskeleton. It bent the roof of the patrol vehicle inward as a long arm reached inside. My first thought was that it could smell us. Another joined in. They literally tore our car apart, flipping it on its side. The passenger seat was tossed across the road like it was a wet paper napkin. With strength like that, they could rip a human arm out of its socket in a heartbeat. We barely saw them in the dark. In the shadow of the patrol vehicle, they were just silhouettes, like moss crawling on a dying light bulb. With the car demolished, they spread out. The barking noise was some kind of thing that they used to smell. I figured it was only a matter of time before they found us, but there was nothing that we could do. Running would be useless, these things could fly. "We can split up," Nick suggested with a whisper. "Trick 'em. And leave the kid," I whispered back. Something brushed against a tree no more than 20 feet away. A twig snapped. "I've seen these," Nick whispered. "Back in Juniper, but smaller." I hushed him and he hushed me back. "Listen, they could smell sore. The thing you got, it's like catnip." So that's it," he said. "We spend time together. I smell like you, so they follow us." It made sense. I had lived with Nick during the time that we stayed up for 72 hours. If they were drawn to sore infected people, they would tear that place apart looking for him and me. It also explained my regular unease. They had been spying on my place too. They must have noticed that harassing Nick caused me to come out to check on him, allowing them to spy on the both of us at the same time. They were clever. "So it is me," I whispered. Probably. You sure?" "No." It was good enough for me. I got out of the ditch and turned on my flashlight. I turned my radio back on, turned off the safety on my handgun, and I took aim. "The dispatch, I found a victim of the single vehicle collision off 24th. We're on." Nick tucked his arms under the unconscious Digman kid, dragging him away. The shadows gathered around me. Leather-like skin reflected off my flashlight as they ducked and weaved to surround me. I took a shot at one of them, causing it to buzz away with enormous force, kicking up a dust cloud as gravel spattered across the hood of our broken car. A dirt road south westbound, heading towards the old scrapyard. "We require immediate medical assistance and additional units. Over." Releasing the radio, I spun around. Things in every direction. It felt like trying to push away water while standing in a lake. Something shot out in front of me, a tendril wrapping itself around my neck as a pink, beak-like mouth opened in front of me like a blossoming flower. Rows of teeth intermingled with black dot-like eyes, with numerous tendril-like tongues eagerly twitching my way. A claw raked my arm, ripping away my handgun. I yelped as the pain registered, and as I did, white strands shot out of my mouth. They burned the tendril, forcing it to let me go. I spat at the ground, taking my flashlight in my mouth as I picked up my gun with my left hand. This wasn't over. Not yet. They clicked and buzzed and barked. They were excited. The smell was exhilarating to them. In the distance, I could see Nick leaving the Digman kid on the road and doubling back to help me. I spat out my flashlight. "Stay back," I yelled at Nick. "Go!" Of course, Nick didn't listen. He unloaded an entire mag on these things. They were taking some real damage, leaping away from me, but there were just too many. As our ammunition ran dry, the circle closed around me. A couple of them broke away to deal with Nick. I remember throwing my handgun at them. I wasn't going to go down without a fight, no matter how much it hurt. I felt so helpless, limbs reaching out of the dark to pull me away. A hulking monstrosity looming over my friend Nick just further down the road. They would all get what they were looking for, and there was nothing that I could do. Predator and prey, the most primal instinctive fear. The dawning realization that you are outmatched, and that the tools you've been given were not meant for fighting but for fleeing. A talon grabbed my neck, pushing me to the ground. Scratches against my back as if trying to understand if my clothes were skin or shell. Barking as hot air tickled my bleeding arm. They sniffed me. Something big bent down, and seconds later there was this immense pain coming from the back of my head. It tore out a thumb-sized chunk of my hair, eating it and savoring it. And then they stopped. Maybe they had just listened, but they stopped. There was a whistling noise and then another click. Movement. Fast movement. One of them was right in front of me. In less than a second, it was flung into the air, brought down, and it had its head torn from its shoulders. They immediately scattered, but not fast enough. Something large, dressed in what looked like a sun-tanned plastic cover, like a makeshift raincoat, tore through them like a rabid animal. It was like watching a hornet take on a colony of termites. It was fast, brutal, and absolutely visceral. These things screamed like stuck pigs as wings were torn, mandibles broken, thoraxes caved in, and viscera spilled. I saw one of them trying to crawl, only to be cut into 2 pieces and kicked off the road. And then as soon as it had begun, it stopped. My flashlight had been crushed in the struggle, so I only saw the vague outline of a multi-limbed thing leaning over me. There was a flash of something metallic, perhaps a machete or a spade, maybe several. "Up." It was a strange but familiar voice. Evan. I got up, feeling my scalp burn.
"Get him out,"
Evan said.
"I will hunt."
What the hell? I could barely form a coherent thought. Something wet patted me on the shoulder, leaving a viscera-stained mark.
"Good luck."
And with that, he was gone. Every now and then, I would hear screaming out in the wilds, but it was distant and far between. By the time that I joined Nick, the kid was waking up. Nick forced me to sit down and take it easy. Reinforcements would be there momentarily. He checked the kid out. "You know your name?" he asked. "Your date of birth?" The kid couldn't focus. His head kept rolling back and forth. It was hard to tell if he was concussed, anemic, or dehydrated. Maybe all 3. I'm Perry," he finally said. "All right, good, we're getting somewhere. You know what happened tonight?" "I'm walking," he muttered. "I'm walking all year." It didn't take long for more patrol vehicles to arrive. EMTs took the kid in, and we were expected to debrief with the sheriff, but only Nick was asked to go. I had to stay behind, watching the many flashing lights fill the road. It took 4 guys to flip our car back, and when they did, it collapsed. 2 doors fell off in one of the wheels. Those things had mangled it beyond recognition. I got it from here. Hank Dudley was the last person that I expected to see there. Hatchet Pharmaceuticals had nothing to do out here, but here he was. He had put on a white jacket with a blue sunflower logo and kneeled down in front of me. "You had a really rough night, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "I did." "I'm gonna have the EMTs check you out, but then you're coming with me." "Excuse me?" "It's not a question, miss. It's what's gonna happen." I just looked at him baffled. He said it so matter-of-factly, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He gave me a comforting smile. Miss, we've had your house, phone, car, wallet, and radio bugged for weeks. You don't think we know what's going on? You what? You got a somehow stable sore infection. You got it from Adam Salinger. That's very important to us. I'm not working with you, I'm an officer of the law. No, you're expendable, Hank said, and it's already settled. He leaned in closer, looking me in the eye, and his smile faded. You really thought you could hide this from us? He asked. What was your plan? You can't do shit, I said. Miss, I already have. It's done, and you're going away. He put a hand on my shoulder, but I shrugged it off. So instead, he grabbed the collar of my shirt. I could shoot you and have you dissected, he continued, but I much prefer to hear you cry. I slapped him. Didn't matter that I was bleeding from my arm. I slapped him anyway. He got up and backed away, laughing at the top of his lungs. I'll give you that one, he laughed. Sorry, I got cocky. He looked to his sides. Men with white shirts, black ties, and blue sunflower logos. Take her in. I got a black hood wrapped around my head, zip strips across my wrists. I kicked and squirmed, but it was useless. Somewhere off in the background, I could hear Nick screaming frantically at them to let me go, but it was too late. I was dragged off and put into a soundproof vehicle, and I'd be gone for a long time. I wish I could give you more detail. I wish I could give myself more detail. But what happened was that they draped a black hood over my head, and that was that. I was to be taken somewhere and nobody would tell me anything. And why would they? I didn't need to know where I was taken or why. They had their own agenda. There was a bumpy car ride, the sound of sliding metal and an elevator. Firm hands gripped my arms to the point where they bruised. Apart from the occasional go, there were no words. The elevator had gone down, so I guessed I was somewhere underground. When the hood came off, I was in a brightly lit concrete room. There was a simple bed, a toilet, a sink, and a metal door. There were no indicators as to where I was. No clocks and no phones. The only thing to keep my mind busy were a couple of magazines next to the sink. They were mostly about things like fishing and camping, from the turn of the millennium. Time passes differently in a place like that. You start to imagine things and you lose track of yourself. From the point where you go to sleep to when you wake up, everything looks the same. It's like no time has passed at all. You start to doubt yourself. Did you sleep for 6 hours or 10 minutes? Has it been 5 minutes since your last drink of water or 2 hours? At times, there would be commotion outside, people grunting and struggling with something. They would swear or scream. You got used to it after a while. It must have been 3 or 4 days before I got to see another person. By that time, I had read through every magazine dozens of times, counting how many times each letter showed up. I had counted every ceramic tile on the floor, the walls, the ceiling. I was desperate. It was a stranger that opened the door. She looked nice enough. A tall woman in her 50s with combed back hair, like she was fresh out of the shower. You're not gonna cause me trouble, are you? She asked. Well, should I? I wouldn't advise it. I'm just here to check on you. I didn't fight her. There were plenty of guards outside. I would just put myself in a world of pain. Instead, as she checked my pulse, shone a light in my eyes and asked to check my throat. She had these thick gloves and a pair of protective goggles, possibly to make sure that I wouldn't accidentally infect her with sore. I can't believe that it's stable, she said. I've never seen that. But you've seen it unstable. Oh, several times. This type of affliction is more common than you think. She put together a couple of pills in a small cup and handed it to me. I didn't take them. It's just vitamins, she said. See? She downed one of them without a drink of water, like a lunatic. I decided that for now I would trust her. She seemed harmless enough. As she was about to leave, I panicked a little. I didn't want to be stuck in that room for more time than necessary, and I was practically climbing the walls at that point. I followed her to the door and watched the guard outside tense up with his taser. "Please," I said. "I'm going crazy in here." Sorry about that," she sighed. "Most people in your condition aren't as mentally stimulated." "Are there others like me down here?" "Oh, a handful," she said. "Most of them just sit there or stand in the corner. So I suppose none of them are really like you." "Miss, I'll go crazy in here. You gotta do something. I'm not like them." She looked me up and down. There was a sort of sympathy there for sure. She was hesitant. "Dudley brought you in, right?" she asked. "Yeah," I nodded. "I don't even know what you want from me." "Well, we're gonna do some tests. We're going to see what the difference between you and the other infected are." "Well, for how long? What's gonna happen to me?" She opened her mouth to say something, but changed her mind. She gave me a pat on the shoulder. "You have to understand," she said. "Most people who come here don't leave. They can't. You're something new, and I don't think anyone has figured out how to deal with that yet." "Hey, listen, I'll play ball," I said. "Just don't stick me in here like an animal." Fair enough. I agreed to do some preliminary tests. I was taken to an examination room where the lady collected basic samples: blood, saliva, urine. She also checked my ears and feet. It wasn't all that uncommon for those infected by SOR to have very dark nails, apparently. She already knew my name, but she introduced herself as Ally. She had been with Hatchet for over 12 years, and before that she had been a professor at UC Berkeley. I didn't have to tell her a lot about myself. She had read the files. "What I don't understand is how all this happened in the first place," she said. "SOR doesn't just stop on its own. You must have done something." "I met this woman out by St. Gall," I said. "Had a blue caftan. After speaking to her, I was just fine." "Oh, I'd love to meet her," Ally said. "But I suspect that whoever that was wouldn't be all too eager to work with us." I had a couple of x-rays taken, and then she emerged with a massive syringe. Seeing my reaction, she put it away. "We'll take the bone marrow some other day," she said. "But I'm afraid that's all for today." "Please don't put me back in there," I said. "It messes with my head." "How about this? I asked the guards to turn the lights off at 9 p.m., and I get you a couple of books to read. Would that help?" I shrugged. It would help, but it still wasn't an enticing thought. "And we'll talk again tomorrow," she added. "Deal?" Sure, yeah, deal." For the next few days, Ally tried to make sure that I was comfortable as possible. Lights out at night, books to read, and she came by at least once per day. Mostly just to get a couple of samples or to talk about the results. For example, the iron value in my blood was a lot lower than it ought to be, so I had to take some extra pills for that. And days would pass, maybe weeks, and the only people that I would see were Ally and the guards, and Ally was the only one talking to me. And we developed a sort of quasi-friendship, where she would get me out of my cell and I would provide her with answers. And sometimes we would just sit and talk for a while. She would tell me about her sons back in California, about her messy divorce a year or so back. It was nice to hear something so ordinary. And then there was that one day when she wanted to show me why they were doing this to begin with, to give some context. We wandered around the other cells. There were about a half a dozen in total. There were more rooms, but most were empty. "We can't go in without full hazard gear," she said. They may look calm, but if we provoke them, it can set them off. She walked up to a door and opened a small hatch, protected with plexiglass. There was a middle-aged man in there lying on his bed. There was something coming out of his mouth. Little white strands. "That looks harmless enough," I said. "Is it really that bad?" Ally knocked on the door once. The man shot out of bed and threw himself at the door with reckless abandon. He had this long wound across his neck where more white strands protruded, and now that he was provoked, I could see more coming out of his nose, ears, and eyes, just like what had happened to me. As some people change more and some less, she explained. Long before my time, they tried experimenting with specific dosages in volunteers to see if the transformation could be steered. Well, could it? And not really, she sighed, but boy, could it do some terrible things. The man pressed his face against the plexiglass. The white strands poked and prodded at the edges, trying to find a way through. Ally didn't back down. And most people already have a minuscule amount of the catalyst in their system, she explained, sort of like microplastics. "What is it?" I asked. "I think the layman's term for it is blameless. A stupid name, but it seems pretty ingrained by now. But there was a Danish-American philosopher that had another name for it." She closed the hatch and looked me straight in the eye, maybe just for a factor to drive a point home. "He called it the soul," she said. "He claimed that this material was what gave our ancestors that first ability to speak, to think, and to reason." I was shown a handful of other patients. I didn't think all that much of it until I saw a young woman. She had this black, pixie-cut hair. I just blurted out my thoughts. I had gotten so used to talking to Ally that I didn't consider what I was saying. "Elizabeth," I said. "Salinger, right? You two know each other. In a way, I know her dad." "Oh, he's been looking for her," she said. "It's horrible, really. She had a very gruesome infection." Ally looked through the hatch. Elizabeth was just standing there drooling on the floor. "There are certain creatures that feed on this catalyst," she explained. "But most people have very little of it. So what they do is they plant like a seed, and over time it blossoms into, well, this." She pointed at the hatch. "Once we're well and ripe, they usually come back to harvest us, like wheat." "When you say creature, you mean?" Ally closed the hatch and turned to me. She leaned back against the door with her arms folded. "I mean creatures, unnatural things, things that slip between the cracks from other places and end up here. Things from places that you and I can't even imagine." Being taken back to my cell, I pondered this revelation. I wasn't inclined to believe the word of a Danish-American philosopher, but I had read about similar theories. Stoned ape theory, for example. There was a lot of talk about the evolution of man being instigated by a third party. Most of it was pseudo-scientific nonsense, though. Not that I read a lot of articles back then. One night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a noise. The guards were all back in their break room, so it couldn't be them. I listened closely, trying to figure out where it was coming from. I ended up leaning against the door. There was a voice on the other side.
"Can you hear me?"
It said. "Barely."
"I'm using the keypad," it said. "It has a microphone. Volume don't go louder than this."
"You're talking through a keypad."
"If it's powered, I can use it,"
the voice said.
"Are you the cop? The one they brought in?"
"Yeah," I said. "Who is this?"
"I'm someone who can get you out of this place. That sound interesting to you?"
"I'm listening." The voice explained that it was trying to gather some information about the facility and that with my help, it could probably break a couple of locks. We would start with something small just to try it out.
There's a lamp in your room. It's turned off, but it's still connected. I'm gonna cycle through these and you will tell me if it comes back on.
Sure. A couple of seconds later, the lamp blinked. Got it, I said. It's blinking.
Good. That means I can isolate your floor. Hold on.
There was a short pause and then a click. The door was open.
Just check it. Don't go out.
It was indeed unlocked. I peeked out at the empty hallway.
Yeah, we got some work to do, but I can get you out.
Why would you want to? I asked. Who is this?
I'm John Digman, and I need to get my nephew out of there.
From that point on, I would spend my day with Ally and the evening with John. We would speak through the keypad through the door. He would ask me to perform little tests. At one point, I was even asked to go into the hallway to check if we could get other doors unlocked. Turns out that we could. I was a bit hesitant about unlocking the door for the middle-aged man, but luckily he didn't hear it. But at that one moment when the lock clicked, I expected him to jump out of his bed and storm the door. I had never actually interacted with John Digman directly like this before. His capabilities were downright frightening. He was getting enough influence to completely control the floor, but if that's what it took for me to get out, hell, he could have it. He was an uncomfortable person to talk to say the least. There was something robotic about his voice and demeanor, and beyond it coming from the keypad. Still, I could understand the urgency. If his nephew was also stuck down here, he'd be eager to get him out. I remember one night when I lay awake and John was tampering with the HVAC system. I spoke out loud to the keypad. Your nephew is Perry Digman, right? I asked.
Yes.
We pulled him out of a ditch, you know. He was in bad shape.
I know. That's why I'm talking to you.
So this is my reward for helping you people.
In a way.
He sighed.
But you're also new enough not to be burdened with preconceptions.
Well, that's a nice way of calling somebody inexperienced.
That's not a bad thing.
There was a click at the door, another flicker of the light, and then a deep sigh from the keypad.
All right. I think we're ready. We act tomorrow during the guard change.
And how exactly do I get out of here? And won't they just grab me and put me back here?
There are no records of you ever being there. And when I'm done, they'll have bigger problems than you.
What are you going to do? There was no response. I waited for a full minute before I asked him again.
Tomorrow,
He said, ignoring the question.
Guard change.
I was awfully anxious the next day. Ally came by to check on me again. We had been doing some more intricate tests for the past few days, and she had shown me the result of my x-ray. There really was something inside me. A large sprawl of thin lines emanating from a growth around my stomach lining. It was so prevalent on the x-ray that it was hard to differentiate from my nerves. It had spread all throughout my body. I couldn't help but to notice the little blue sunflower logo on that x-ray, a reminder that I was still under Hatchet's boot. I can't believe you're not suffering any severe effects from it, Ally said. Most people go through stages of pain, desperation, and then succumb to the infection. Yeah, I barely notice it, I said. Sometimes when I get stressed, I can feel it in my throat though. You know, you might have a key to something amazing here, Ally said. It's gonna take time, but I think what happened to you can be used to help others. You really think so? Ally bent down to look through a blood sample on a microscope. She trusted me enough to not even look at me. I could easily pick up a scalpel from a nearby table and kill her, but she knew that I wouldn't. I really do, she said. I really, really do. I wasn't sure what to do. Having talked to John, I got the impression that things were going to go down no matter what I said or did. What exactly he was going to do, well, I didn't know. Maybe I didn't want to know. That night, as the lights in my cell went off, I was wide awake. I was ready to go at a moment's notice. I didn't know what to make of John Digman, but he had proven time and time again to be more than capable. If he wanted to get someone out, he could. But exactly how, well, that part worried me. I was pacing back and forth in my room, not knowing what to expect. I felt a bit bad about Ally, truth be told. She had done her best to make my time there bearable. I had to remind myself that she and everybody else there were, for all intents and purposes, the enemy. It must have been near midnight when I heard that first noise. It came out of nowhere, an alarm spoken by a monotone digital voice.
Pressure alert.
It repeated over and over.
Pressure alert.
There were a series of popping sounds going down the hall. The lights turned on and off before shutting down completely. After a couple of seconds in the dark, a faint red glow emanated from the floor as the emergency lights came on. And then the door swung open. There were voices in the hallway, someone demanding a person to stop, somebody screaming at the top of their lungs, and somebody running down the hall as if chased by the devil. "John?" I said. "John, are you there?" There was no response. No matter how many times I asked, there was still nothing. And this was it. He was throwing the facility into chaos, and that was that. He never had the intention to help me specifically. I would have to make it out on my own. Walking out into the hallway, I could barely see a thing. There were pipes overhead that had burst wide open, spewing out steam into a thick mist. I could barely see anything. It all just looked like a blood-red fog. I stuck to the wall and tried to make it to the elevator. At times, I would hear somebody running nearby, but I couldn't see them. The thought hit me that all the people from the adjacent rooms were on the loose, running wild. There was no telling what they might do. Maybe the sore infected would ignore me. I made it to a corner. I had my suspicions about where the elevator might be, so I continued to the right. I almost slipped in a small pool of still warm blood. I swallowed my unease and kept going, trying not to imagine what might have happened. A couple of feet later, there was a bloody handprint on the wall. By the angle of it, I got the impression that somebody had been dragged down the hallway. I almost missed the elevator. It was hard to see anything, and the elevator doors were painted to blend in with the wall. There was a numbered keypad, but I didn't know the code. I hoped against hope that Digman had disabled it, but after a couple of clicks, it was evident that he hadn't. "You don't want to use that." It was Ally. She had armed herself with a handgun. For a moment, I thought that she might use it on me, but instead she kept it at her side and kept looking around. "They got orders to shoot anything that goes up," she explained. "So if something happens, you're all just dead. We use the service tunnels in case of emergency." "Okay, so let's do that. Let's use the service tunnels." Ally didn't know what to say. She stepped a little closer and lowered her voice. "There's more than 6 subjects at the facility," she said. "Way more." "Well, how many?" We're talking close to 100. We were going to have to get to the basement level and exit through the service tunnel, wading through close to 100 sore infected people. Ally needed hazard gear to make sure that she wasn't infected, but there were people standing outside the laboratory. There was no way to get past them without a fight, and so we settled to move the other way. We could check the other floors. There was a silent agreement. I would help her and she would help me. We were on different sides of this deal, but we both understood what was at stake. I even sympathized with her a bit. Under different circumstances, we could have worked together. But being kidnapped and dragged to an unknown location by Hank Dudley was just something that I couldn't accept. Still, I couldn't help but feel a gnawing guilt about this. If I hadn't helped John Digman, none of this would have happened. Then again, it was on them too. If they hadn't taken me in, they would have been fine. We made it to the staircase and continued down. I couldn't see the bottom floor. I got the impression that even if the lights were fully functioning, it might be deep enough to still not see the bottom. We could hear echoing cries coming from levels below. After a couple of steps, there was a gunshot. Allie clutched her handgun like a teddy bear. "You ever used that thing?" I asked. "Never," she admitted. "I have." She stopped and thought about it and then nodded. She used a small key in her keychain to remove a little widget from the trigger and handed the gun to me. I made sure the safety was off. We continued to the next level. We wanted to go check for hazard gear, but there were too many people moving in the fog. It was impossible to tell if there were guards or not at a distance. Allie didn't want to risk it, so we kept going. We took a sharp right out of the staircase and onto one of the lower levels. It seemed to be a kind of administration floor, complete with a couple of cubicles and a conference room. There was no one there. "The facility is connected by an underground network of tunnels," she said. "They were originally bomb shelters." "As long as there's a way out," I said. "There should be, but I've never been there." She took a left into an office, her own office it seemed. She dug through the drawers of her desk looking for something. "I've got backup gear," she said. "I just need the keys to the locker." And then she stopped. She stared at something in the middle of the desk. A black spot. Allie didn't know what to make of it. And then she started shaking her head. No, how did they even? There was a click overhead. Sprinklers. It wasn't exactly water. It was more viscous, like thin jelly. It had this awful smell of ammonia and chlorine, and it coated the entire room in it, staining everything. It was the same substance that had covered my skin when I first got infected by Adam Salinger. Allie just looked at her hands, letting the keys slip between her fingers. There was no point in getting that hazmat suit anymore. She was already infected. For a moment, she just stood there as if considering every choice she had ever made that put her in this position. Allie looked at me more confused than scared, as if she couldn't understand it. "Come on," I said. "Let's go." "No," she said. "No, it's too late." "You don't know that. You don't understand it. You don't come back from it," she said. "I'm done." Her fingers curled as she looked up. Her breathing grew forced. "It feels comforting, inviting." And she opened her mouth wide, drinking the black water. I grabbed her by the shoulder and dragged her back out into the hall. I pushed her up against an opposing wall, pointing directly at her face. "It's not done," I said. "We're getting out and you're showing me the way right now." She coughed and something slipped out between her lips. Allie shook her head as if trying to get rid of the intrusive thoughts. She nodded at me. Without another word, we kept going. We continued down another 2 levels until we got to an elevator. This was a lower level elevator not connected to the surface. It was probably meant to exclusively move things between floors rather than transport people in and out of the facility. Maybe it was meant to move subjects without the risk of them getting out. Allie stumbled into the elevator, trying to get the keypad to work. She pressed in 2 times, but couldn't get it right. "My hands," she said. "I'm shaking too much." "Give me the code." She did, and I pressed it. The elevator rolled downward. The doors opened to a nightmare. It was a large cave-like opening, large enough for trucks to drive through. The ground was covered in the black water, and there were a lot of people out there, easily over 100. Not only subjects, but infected support staff, guards, and maintenance workers. There were even a couple of people with hazmat suits who had taken off the top to drink the black water coming from the sprinklers. Allie stepped back. No one was attacking us yet, but she didn't know what to make of it. Chances were that if we stepped out into that water, she would lose herself completely. "We'll stick to the walls," I whispered. "If we're already infected, they shouldn't attack us, right?" "It's not that simple," Ally said, coughing. "This is a sort of sore super predator. Small harvesters attacking other infected. There could be one out there." "It doesn't look like it," I said, "and we can't stay here." "And to hell with it," she spat. "Let's go." We stuck to the walls as planned. We had to push our way past the infected. They were erratic and spontaneous. The slightest push could set them off. It was impossible to tell what they might do next. It was strange, though. They were all moving in the same direction, as if they knew something instinctively. Could they know of a way out, collectively? I held Allie's hand and dragged her with me, but she was slowing down. After a while, she stopped moving completely. I turned back to look at her, and she just stood there, covered head to toe in black water. White strands rolled out of her mouth. "Come on, Allie, come on," I said. She didn't move. I didn't see anything resembling recognition or her understanding what I was saying. What remained of her attention had been shattered. Somebody to her right bumped into her, and Allie grabbed them by the neck, a maintenance worker. In a move that can only be described as practiced and intentional, she pulled the man close and pressed her neck against him. Seconds later, she pushed him away, pulling out what looked like a white blood clot. It sloshed onto her chest like a messy toddler's dinner before slurping back into an open hole in her neck. There was an energy in her eyes, a hunger, a level of control that she found in that one act. And with that intention, she locked eyes with me. She was a super predator. I ran like hell, and she followed me. All the while, she grabbed people along the way, tearing out their throats and eating their infection. She was much stronger than a normal person, and I could see her muscles bulge and tense, swelling to almost twice their original size. She didn't have to stop to continue her rampage, and maybe there was something about me that she found irresistible. I took a sharp left turn going into a side tunnel. It was hot as hell. The steam pipes had burst wide open, and there was no ventilation down there. It felt like breathing scalding water. What remained of Allie sprinted with complete abandon, smacking her arms against the hollow pipes as she kept going. She was gaining on me. I rounded a corner, and there was a door to my right. It opened outward so that I could hide behind it. I had an idea, and I hoped to God it would work. I swung the door open and hid behind it. From Allie's angle, it had looked like I had run into that room. If I could trick her, I would gain some time. I heard her coming around the corner, sniffing the air. She could smell me, but she wasn't sure where I had gone. Maybe the steam interfered. She went up to the door, poking her head against it. For a couple of seconds, she just stood there wheezing, like she was breathing through a whistling straw. And then she entered the room. I slammed the door shut, hoping that Allie didn't have the mental faculty to use the handle. Even if she did, I might earn enough time to get away. The moment that door clicked shut, Allie threw herself at it, making the hinges groan. How that thin woman could force that massive pressure under the door was beyond me. Those service tunnels were a labyrinth. There were no indicators of what led where, and you could barely see 10 feet ahead. If Allie didn't get me, the suffocating air would. My lungs ached as I pressed forward, moving randomly from one tunnel to the next. I could barely keep my eyes open, and after a while I just kept them shut. I could feel the scalding pipes on my left, so as long as I kept them to my left, I knew that I was going the right way. And then I tripped. There was a dead man in the way, and I had tripped over him. I hit the ground hard, knocking the air out of my lungs. There was a short moment where my vision blackened as I rolled onto my back and wheezed for air. Looking down the hall where I came from, I could see someone coming around the corner. Allie had figured her way out and was still chasing me. I got a better view of her. She had this beer gut now, and her arms seemed longer. I could barely see her face anymore, on account of all the white strands poking out of her head. She was making this howling wail sound like a grieving wolf. It pierced my ears, overpowering even the sound of puffing steam. There was no way that I could get up fast enough to get away. She would find me any second. I had to do something. I rolled over onto my stomach and I held my breath. I heard her coming my way, wailing with every step, and within seconds, she was standing over me. I think the dead body confused her. She couldn't understand if I was living or dead. She bent down and poked the back of my head with her white little strands as if to test me. One of the strands poked a hole in my skin as if to see if I would recoil. I bit down on my lip hard, hoping that she would just go away. I clutched the gun, getting ready. There was a hesitation, but I think she figured she'd give it a try. She rose up, bracing herself, but then stopped. I managed to keep calm enough not to roll over and start firing at her. There were sounds coming from the other end of the corridor, a more immediate target. It was better to chase living prey. She ran down the corridor, huffing with every step. She sounded heavier. I gasped for air and got up off the floor. I figured I might go back and start finding a way out through the main tunnels. There had been trucks there, so there had to be an entrance big enough for them to get through. Then again, being out with the other infected was dangerous. Not only might Ally find me again, but there was a large chance that Hatchet personnel had started to clear the floors by now. A thought struck me. A dumb thought, but a thought nonetheless. Ally might still be acting on some sort of instinctive desire, meaning that she might be looking for a way out. She was still freshly infected. There might be parts of her that still had a want of their own. Either way, the safest place for me would be behind the predator, not in front of it or to its side. So I followed her from afar. It was easy to follow her lead. There were so many bodies along the way, most of them with torn out throats or ripped open chests. I counted at least 13. I wandered around those tunnels for the better part of an hour, maybe 2. And finally, I stumbled upon a checkpoint. It had already been overrun and the doors were flung wide open. There were bloody spots on the numbered keypads, using the same 6-digit code that Ally had shown me. But the final door had been toppled right over. She had not even attempted to open it properly. When I finally made it outside, there was an eeriness to it. One moment I was standing in shrieking steam pipes and blaring alarms and red emergency lights. The next moment I was standing in a pine forest near an overgrown dirt road, from panic to serenity in 5 steps. Somewhere out there I could hear the echo of Ally's wailing cry. It was growing more distant, disappearing into the woods. But I wasn't alone. There were a handful of sore subjects out there wandering off into the woods. Most of them looked harmless enough, mindlessly wandering back and forth. I could see Elizabeth Salinger among them, the young woman with the black pixie haircut. She looked just like the rest of them. My thoughts drifted back to her father Adam. What do you want to see her like this? There was a tinge of regret in me. Maybe I could have helped these people if I had stayed. Maybe this could have all been avoided. I didn't even know who I was supposed to be angry at. Myself, John, or Hank. I heard gunfire in the distance. I was still holding on to Ally's gun. Some part of me had wanted to take her out mercifully, but there was no way to know if a bullet would have stopped her. Checking the magazine, I realized the gun was empty. Of course, Ally had never used it. She had just assumed it was loaded. I made my way into the woods in the opposite direction of Ally's wailing, and I hoped against hope that I would find my way back to civilization one way or another. It turns out I wasn't as far from Tomscog as I had anticipated. After a couple of hours, I saw a road in the distance. That in turn led me to a crossroads. There was a sign pointing me towards the highway, allowing me to orient myself. Basically, I could head west towards the highway, and hope a good Samaritan picked me up before Hatchet did. Or I could take the longer route back towards Tomscog and hope that I ran into someone who could give me a hand. I didn't like leaving it up to chance. The devil you know and all that. I couldn't stick around town, that much was for sure. The sheriff had pretty much just handed me over, no questions asked. I'm sure Nick was pissed about it, but I couldn't imagine him giving me a hard time about packing my bags and leaving. It's not like there was a warrant out for my arrest or anything. If anything, Hatchet would be keeping their distance. There was no way to know what I'd told people or what preparations I had made. So yeah, back to Tomscog was the plan. I made my way back to the gas station on the outskirts of town. It was a roundabout kind of way to get there, but it was familiar and the people who worked there had seen me and Nick countless times. I was sure they would let me use the phone if I had asked nicely. I left Allie's empty gun behind. The thing was some sort of internal security model with a disengaged biolock, and the weight of it had thrown me off anyway. I got in line behind a man in a trucker cap and waited patiently for my turn. Just as I was about to ask the cashier to borrow their phone, the man in the cap turned to me. "Ain't you Nicky's partner?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm Tom," he said. "Tommy, Nicky's brother." I stepped out of line and I shook his hand. I had heard Tommy mentioned a couple of times, but I had only ever met him in passing. The two looked nothing alike. Nick was losing hair while this guy was half Sasquatch. I could barely see his mouth move under all that beard. They had the same eyes and cheekbone though. The resemblance was there. "You alright?" he asked. "I ain't trying to bust your chops, but you got pine in your hair, loafers, and a hoodie. Ain't exactly autumn gear." "I was in a bit of an accident," I admitted. "I was about to call Nick about it." "You got car trouble?" "Nah, you wouldn't mind giving me a ride to Nick's though, would you?" "Of course not." We listened to a podcast on speaking Italian while we drove away. And to quote Tommy, he was dating an Italian chick and wanted to be prepared if they were gonna capiche him. I swear to whatever deity there is that he sounded exactly like Brad Pitt from that Inglorious movie. I thought he was joking around for a second, but Tommy was 100% honest. Kinda stupid, but honest. I guess it ran in the family. We stopped at Nick's and Tommy decided to come along to drop some stuff off, mostly groceries. He stepped inside like it was no big deal, almost forgetting to mention that I was even there. Nick was slouching around in his kitchen having a smoke when he spotted me. He almost swallowed his own tongue. He stumbled over a couple of words before he attacked me with a drawn-out hug. The man smelled like an open bag of moist Cheetos, but it was nice to see him. Tommy didn't seem to get the big idea. To him, we were just on a sort of temporary administrative leave. He apparently had no idea about the context. Maybe that was for the best. Tommy left and I filled Nick in, but he had the courtesy of taking a proper shower first. I explained about the facility, about the way that Digman ruined it, and what had happened to my caretaker. I explained that I had no idea what had happened to Hank Dudley or the rest of the escapees, but Nick was way ahead of me there. Apparently Hank Dudley had been found with a gunshot wound to the temple. Tomscog PD had gotten specific instructions to stay as far away from that whole ordeal as possible. "And they put me on administrative leave as soon as they nabbed you," he explained. "It seems like watching your partner get semi-legally kidnapped makes you a bit of a liability. But you'll be back on the force in a bit then." Maybe," he sighed. "But I ain't sticking around to figure that part out." Nick explained the situation. As he did, he fried up some sausage and pasta. It smelled like a grease fire waiting to happen, but at least it wasn't what I'd eaten from a tray back at Hatchet. It was made in an actual kitchen, in a frying pan. The idea was for Nick to get back on the force at the start of October, or at least to come in for a reevaluation. The sheriff was going to need all hands on deck for New Year's, and Nick was one of his go-to guys. They had been through a lot together. "And we have," Nick said. "But I don't think he remembers what it's like working with people. They're only replaceable for so long, you know. So if you're not going back, what's the plan?" "I'm thinking Kansas City," he smiled. "And maybe Dallas if I feel up for a drive. I know some people down there." "You're leaving?" "Yeah, why not?" he shrugged. "I ain't got anything waiting for me in this town, and I bet that I get to shoot a lot more folks around central Dallas." "You really want that, Nick?" "It's a figure of speech. It really ain't." We finished dinner watching an old episode of Top Gear. Nick knew all the lines and kept handing me unwanted trivia. I didn't really see the appeal. Just looked like grown men playing with cars and taking turns calling each other slow, fat, or short. As the episode came to an end, and the streaming service paused on a still image on the title screen, Nick sighed. "I'm glad you're okay," he said. "I tried, you know, but they took my gun and—" "I get it," I said. "Hatchet runs this town." "Yeah, they run a lot of towns," Nick added, "and they cut me off completely." He put away his empty plate and reached for a cigarette. Just as he had grabbed the package, he sighed again and let the thing rest on the table. "Would you mind if I came along?" I asked. "To Dallas." "You sure?" "Yeah." "All right." He ruffled his hair a little and reached for the remote. I searched his features for a hint of a lie or sarcasm, but Nick wasn't like that. It was just one of those things that didn't need any further discussion. And guess we were going to Dallas by the end of the month. There was a bit more to it. My place had been seized and condemned under the guise of a health hazard, so I once again had to stay at Nick's for the time being. Nick was going to have his brothers sell the house once we were out of town. I didn't really have anything to contribute, but Nick was as gracious a host as ever. I think he missed me in his own way. Besides, he was, to quote, expecting his brother's life insurance to kick in any day now that he's dating that Italian chick. Apparently that woman had 5 brothers, one of which literally drove a garbage truck. Waste disposal. It was nice to have an endgame. Leaving town, letting Tomscog deal with itself and just start over somewhere new. I mean, sure, it would be difficult getting a new job with the police down south, but there were a lot of opportunities for ex-cops. Nick had an old buddy from high school who had talked about a bouncer gig in Fairview, so there were already some feelers out there. But that's also where a troubling thought began. Feelers. While my sore infection was still held in check, there were a couple of questions still left unanswered. How would it affect me in the long run? And yes, while I wasn't infectious, did that mean that I would have no adverse effect on others at all? What if I started dating someone? Could I kiss them without worrying about them getting strangled from the inside out? It was a disturbing thought, but it would have to wait. After about a week back at Nick's place, I was getting into a bit of a routine. I stayed out of sight and tried to keep a low profile without being all too suspicious. I didn't necessarily hide, but I didn't walk around out in the open during daytime either. But I still made my way around town, especially in the dark. I even went grocery shopping a couple of times. But it's on those little nights out that I started to notice a couple of things. The first thing was by Frog Lake. Nick and I had to go by there a couple of times to cull the frogs, but now that I wandered by there was a large group of them dead, bobbing around in the water. It was possible that something else was killing them, and for different reasons than the Tomscog PD. It made me wonder what the police department was dealing with when Nick and I weren't around to help. And next was vandalism at the graveyard. A couple of gravestones had been knocked over and at least 2 freshly dug graves had been vandalized. There were warning signs hanging on the little stone wall outside. We had never gotten any calls about that during my time at the PD. But the thing that really caused me concern wasn't even mine to discover. It was Nick who did. He took me out in his car one day and stopped by a road not too far from his house, showing me a field. I didn't get it at first until I took a couple of steps closer and I looked in the grass. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of dried out sunflowers resting in the grass. Most of them had long since lost their illustrious Tomscog blue, but a couple of them still retained hints of it. They were dead as doornails, as if the ground itself was poisoned, or whatever sustained them had suddenly run out. In all my days, I've never seen anything like it, Nick said, chewing on some gum. And this is absolutely beyond messed up. You got any idea what did it? I asked. Well, I was hoping you'd tell me, he said. You're the one who saw behind closed doors and all that. I didn't see anything that can explain this. You sure? The thing is, I wasn't. I didn't know the intricacies of how the creatures in the hatchet facility worked. Maybe they drank sunflowers like they were orange juice. I don't know, I admitted. There was a lot of weird stuff. Anything weird enough to do this? Perhaps, yeah. I didn't like where my mind took me and what it implied. There was a non-zero chance that this was Allie's work. What might she have devolved into? No matter the answer, Nick was quick to pick up on my worries. I'll check with Charlie, he said. She might have an idea. Well, then what? I asked. Well, then we'll know, he said. And when you know, you know. Nick made a couple of calls to Charlie at dispatch. Not the official monitored number, but her personal one. It didn't take long for him to get an idea about what's going on. There had been reports around town about a strange woman roaming around town. Apparently, she had really long white hair. According to Charlie, there were whispers around the station about the woman being some kind of escaped subject from the hatchet facility. My blood froze. This was, without a question, Allie, and chances were she was still on the hunt. All these signs had been noticed closer and closer to Nick's place. The frogs were downtown. The graveyard was just down the main road and across the street. The field was almost visible from his living room window. I talked to Nick about leaving town earlier, but he didn't want to draw any suspicion. Disappearing suddenly overnight wasn't the same as accepting a position in another city after careful consideration. Nick didn't want to draw too much attention and have the duck or hatchet come down on him, especially not when taking his new housemate into consideration. And so we did the second best thing. We prepared ourselves. Tommy had a couple of hunting rifles to lend us, and Nick had this idea of cleaning the outside of the house with chlorine to eliminate any of my smells. That might be enough to at least throw her off my trail for a bit. After that, all we could do was wait. And Nick didn't mind helping out. We were both stuck waiting out the month either way. He would sit up late at night listening to Top Gear on low volume while I slept, and we would switch places early in the morning. This went on for a couple of days, and it felt comforting in a strange kind of way, like we were back on the force watching the Digmans. And then one night, I saw her. It was almost 3 a.m. when I saw something move out back. I woke up Nick and we sat down with our scoped rifles at the ready. We couldn't see a lot out there, but we could see her long, stripy hair. Except it wasn't hair. They were white strands emerging from her eyes, ears, and nose and mouth, like her entire head was an overflowing toothpaste tube. It had grown so long that she dragged it behind her, like the macabre train of a wedding dress. It would snag against branches and leaves, forcing her to pull her head in random directions. I cracked the window and I took aim. It was dark, but I could see the white strands waving in the wind even at a distance. But there was something else. She was running and she was heading in a particular direction. Before I got the chance to figure out her target, there was a sound, a blood-curdling screech. She was tackling something out in the field. Before I could pull the trigger, I noticed something. She wasn't alone. "Are you seeing this?" Nick whispered. He peeked out between the curtains, dressed in nothing but a pair of cargo pants. He had been asleep just a minute earlier. The man looked like a 12-year-old boy. Didn't have a string of hair on his chest. It always made me chuckle. He was talking about other shades out in the field, some following Ally and others going ahead. If we took a shot at her, we'd be pulling the attention of about a dozen people who were seemingly just as rabid. I didn't recognize them from the facility or the tunnels. Had she infected the locals? I didn't recognize them from around town either. Maybe they were passers-by or people from truck stops along the highway. Strangers. They had brought down an animal, something large. It screeched and stomped, but it was already over. And after about an hour or so, they all left. I put on my boots and I wandered out. The autumn cold burned my hands and sunk into the cold steel of the trigger. Hunting rifles aren't as fancy as those high-tech handguns that Hatchet has, but you sure as hell know when they're ready to go. I crunched through the crackling frosted grass only to see what remained of a doe in the field. The doe was covered in white chemical burns, soaking right past the fur and into the top surface meat. All in this swerving organic pattern, like sleeping worms. The problem was it was still alive, and there were white strands coming out of it. "Holy shit," I whispered. "They can infect animals." "Yeah, looks like it." Nick didn't waste any time, and he quickly put a bullet in its head. I didn't have time to stop him. There was no doubt those things would come back for us now. That sound traveled far. I grabbed him by the arm to pull him back to the house, but he just shook his head, still just dressed in his stupid cargo pants. "No, you see where they went," he said. "North by northwest. It's a straight line. They're looking for me. There's no chance that They're not looking for you," he snapped back. "What's north by northwest of here?" I blinked. Holy shit, how could I have missed that? We returned to Nick's place. I checked the maps on his computer and facepalmed so hard I thought that I was going to break my nose. Yeah, all the signs had been pointing at them, slowly making their way towards me, but it was also a straight line to another area further outside of town. Ranching land. Digman's place. The same that we had kept under surveillance months back. "They're heading for Digman," I sighed. "Come on. I bet you a month's salary that the Digman kid made his way back there when that Hatchet crap went down," he said. "You take that bet?" I did not. We sat down and thought about it. We could just pack up and leave and nobody would be any wiser. They'd be busy sweeping up the bits and pieces of this nonsense for weeks. There'd probably be a couple of funerals as well. Nick and I were off the team, so there was no reason for us to get involved. We could be out of town within the hour. But then again, if we didn't act, people might get hurt. Most probably so. Either way, we fetched our gear and made our way to Nick's car. For the moment, the two of us just sat there considering our options. We were going somewhere, but neither of us could wrap our heads around the destination. Surprisingly, it was Nick who broke the silence. "This is it, all right," he said. "The last one. We do this last one." "Right," I said. "Last one, and then it's Dallas time." "Right," he agreed. "Dallas time." He adjusted his pink sunglasses and rested his head against the steering wheel for a second, simultaneously cursing his own stupidity and at the same time offering a prayer. Digman's ranch was a bit out there, so we'd make it there by car far faster than they could make it on foot, but still it was just a matter of minutes. Nick took a sharp turn following the main road through town. He was a bit too used to driving a police vehicle. he was breaking several traffic regulations. Then again, there weren't a lot of traffic cops in or near Tomscog anymore, not with me and Nick off the force. He took up position on a hill on an opposing side of Digman's compound. We had a good view of the surrounding area and could clearly see the field on the southeast side of the property. If they were coming from anywhere, that would be it. We'd be able to pick them off far in advance. And so we got out, readied ourselves, and waited. And that was that. We waited for hours, and there were no rabid beast people coming to eat the Digmans that night. As the clock rolled on and late night marched into early morning, a frustrating realization had dawned on us. From this night on, we would have to watch the Digmans again, at least if we wanted to clean this mess up before we moved on to greener pastures. Nick and I were on the same page here. It felt strange leaving this behind, especially for me considering that in a roundabout way, I was involved in letting Ally out. It felt like coming full circle in a way. Tailing and watching John Digman had been one of my earliest assignments in Tomscog. It was only appropriate that it would be the last thing that I did as well. I don't think the irony was lost on Nick either. The following night, when we returned for our first shift, he had already picked up hot dogs. We spent a couple of nights out there. At first, it was just because we wanted to make sure nothing would turn around and bite me in the ass, but it soon dawned on me what might really be at stake here. It wasn't just about watching Digman's back. If those things killed a yearwalker, there was no telling what would happen. The saying goes, if you kill a yearwalker, you get their wish at the end of the year. What might a bloodthirsty, mindless creature wish for? Would I even want to know? And Nick had a slightly different take on it. They can't make wishes, he said, chewing some gum. They gotta have souls to make wishes. You think sick people ain't got a soul? He looked up at me, obviously a bit taken aback. Maybe he had forgotten that I was, for all intents and purposes, one of them. Nick just gave me a shit-eating grin and leaned back with his rifle. Nah, he chuckled. You're deader than Jimmy Hoffa. I couldn't help but to laugh. Who the hell pulls out a Jimmy Hoffa reference in this year of our Lord? It took a couple of nights before we noticed some movement around Digman's place, and not roaming monster people but a curious passerby. That and Digman's place itself was pretty full of movement. Strange lights and movements in the middle of the night. Hard to explain, but I wasn't there for that. I was there to make sure that nothing tried to eat itself into a wish. We thought about taking a shot or going in closer to get a better look, but we couldn't risk it. Someone passing by doesn't mean ill intent. Besides, the guy had a scarf. What kind of monster would dress up in a scarf? By the time that we had made it down to the main road with Nick's car, the guy was already gone. Maybe we had been wrong. We spotted that same person 4 more times over the following days. A single person with a scarf sneaking around outside. I think it learned to anticipate us because it seemed to start running just before we even got there by car. They were out for something, but no matter how prepared we were, we couldn't get there in time. And Digman was nowhere to be seen as of yet. Maybe he, like me, wanted to keep out of sight for a bit, until Hatchet had calmed down and got off our back. Finally, Nick and I decided to set up a bit of a trap. Instead of staying by the car up on the hill, we'd be waiting in the dark down by the road, weapons in hand. Next night came around and we were in position. We kept the car up on the hill to make it look like we were still up there watching from afar, but we were actually on foot, down by the main road outside of the compound, ready to step in and confront the stranger. If they were infected, we would have to deal with it. We stayed quiet when we saw him coming down the road. We just kept our heads low. It was just some average man. His scarf looked like something that he had just thrown together, like a pair of cut-up old pants or something. Everything else looked fairly coordinated. It was strange to say the least. Unknowingly, I touched my own throat. I had felt something tickle plenty of times, like I was a bad cough away from something breaking. Is that what had happened to this guy? He was just standing out there as if waiting for us to come down the hill and chase him. And then a thought hit me. He was stalling. I turned my attention back towards the woods, and just as I had suspected, we weren't alone. I slowly sunk into the underbrush, poking Nick at the side. He rolled his head around and I saw the light in his eyes dull. We had been tricked. It had wanted us to catch it, so that we would come down from that hill and away from the car. Now we had walked straight into its trap, and we had no high ground to defend ourselves. By thinking ourselves as the predators, we had turned ourselves into prey. We were being surrounded. God damn it, Nick whispered. Come on. We kept our heads down, hoping that they wouldn't catch us anytime soon. I couldn't see Ally among them. There were 8 in total, including the one on the road. Men and women of various ages, all with scarves covering their throats, possibly to hide some kind of disfiguration, or to keep something in their throats safe from the cold. There was no doubt in my mind that they were sore infected. I could feel it. They moved between the trees looking for us. Luckily, it was just as dark for them as it was for me and Nick, and Digman's place had been powerless all night. There were no floodlights or streetlights, and that made it hard to judge just how far away these things really were. And they weren't speaking, and they were clicking. It was such a miserable sound. Every time they clicked, I felt something inside me click back, like something poking at my stomach. They were calling out to me, and a part of me wanted to answer. I had to bite down on my lips so hard that I almost bled. One of them passed right by me and Nick. If it had stumbled just a little, it would have fallen right on top of me. Instead, I heard it wheezing as it struggled to move. It was a strange noise, as if the breathing was coming from the scarf rather than the mouth or the nose. I couldn't even see Nick. I couldn't even tell him what to do. If either of us moved, we'd be screwed. Problem was, whoever might move first could give the other a chance to run. That thought, in and of itself, made me look over in his direction. He would do it, and I knew he would. And that son of a would do it at the first drop of a hat, and I would have to live with it. No way. It all happened so suddenly. The moment that my heart raced to catch up with my thoughts, something happened at Digman's ranch. Flames sprouted out of a window, alarms blared, lights and sounds and fire all at once. Disaster had struck. The whole forest lit up, illuminating dead, curious eyes. They were flabbergasted by the fire. I had got up on my feet, ready to get locked and loaded, and apparently Nick had thought the same thing. "Go!" he yelled. "You go!" I yelled right back. With both of us too stubborn for our own good, I kicked him in the shin and popped one of the scarf people open like a water balloon. Maybe it was a combination of several things. The fire seemed to scare them, and we appeared out of nowhere. One of them threw herself at me, and for a split second, that scarf gave way to these long white tendrils sprouting out of her neck like a hellish lotus flower. She was way too close to shoot, so I could only push her off and wait for Nick to finish the deal. I didn't have to wait long. A man dislodging his jaw like a snake, as if threatening to swallow me whole. A wounded woman scurried up a tree using only her legs. It's as if these things were wearing people suits, but were something far different underneath. Like they were straining against the confines of the human body. It stirred something in me and it terrified me. It's as if my heart was growing colder. A final attacker reared his face from behind a pine tree and charged me. I had a bullet left. I raised my rifle and took aim, only to feel a tug on my hand. White strands coming out of my own arm, holding back the trigger finger. I barely had a chance to react as he was close enough for me to smell the chemical burns. Nick shut him down with a final bullet to the neck. There were a handful left, but they were far and few between. Somewhere in the distance, there was a noise, a vibrating yell. It wasn't that loud, but something about it made the leaves rattle like a threatened snake. And despite it being nothing short of monstrous, there was something about the tone that made me shudder with recognition. It was Ally, all right, or at least something wearing Ally like a cheap suit. I got down on one leg and turned from left to right, sweeping the forest for those white strands to poke out at me. But they weren't there. They were moving away. My trigger finger ached and I looked down a couple of times just to make sure that there would be no more interruptions. "We gotta go," I said. "They're gonna come back with more." "What? How?" I didn't know. It's as if some part of me could feel what was about to happen and what they were about to do. A small part of me was already listening, and it was hard to stop. I shook my head, trying to set my thoughts straight. "Let's just go." We got back to the car up on the hill. We both collapsed against the front of the car, letting our feet rest for a while. The walk up and down the hill was brutal, especially in the dark. "We're gonna have to keep an eye out," I said. "I didn't see the big one." "It sounds like we're putting Dallas on hold then," he sighed. "You can go, Nick, really." He nodded, looking down the hill. Digman's place was going up in flames. What the hell had they done in there? "Yeah, I know," he said. "I could." He leaned his rifle on his knee, looking down the scope. He elbowed me a little. "You seeing that?" Perry and John Digman are making their way out of the house. They looked defeated as they watched the fire. The kid looked emotionally destroyed, like he had been through more than just a fire. "You know, a clean shot will get you a wish," Nick said. "Could get rid of that infection. Hell, could get you rid of that thing in the woods too." "Yeah, I know," I said. "I could." I saw them through my scope. I had taken harder shots at harder targets at longer ranges, but even now, something in me told me that I couldn't. Despite it all, I wasn't about to let opportunism and instinct take over. Not that one night, at least. Ally was still out there. I couldn't leave the town to fend with that kind of thing on its own. In a way, it was my fault that she was out there. Hell, maybe it was my fault that she was the way she was. I don't understand how this infection crap works. I just knew that I wanted to put her down and put this all behind me. To dot the I's and cross the T's before I rode off into the sunset. To protect and serve. We returned to Nick's place. It had been a couple of long nights, but things were looking better. The Yearwalker kid was being moved to an apartment complex where it would be easier to keep tabs on him. It would give us more time to look towards the real issue. Ally. The person turned thing turned other thing. Nick and I had an agreement. We would deal with this one last problem, and then we were heading to Dallas, a ride off into the sunset. Maybe it was a stupid plan to begin with. Maybe we were just delaying the inevitable or moving the goalposts. I knew for a fact that Nick was a bit hesitant about leaving Tomscog to begin with. That town was as much a part of him as his arm or his pink sunglasses. But after the setback at Digman's ranch, Ally and her cohorts were going to have to lay back for a while and recuperate. If she was capable of making that kind of decision with a conscious mind, that was still up for debate. For a couple of weeks, we stayed behind and tried our best to find new leads. We figured there ought to be whispers around the police station, but according to our insider Charlie, it was business as usual. The only thing that had changed was an increased surveillance budget on Digman and his nephew. Not a word about Ally or the strange people that she associated herself with. It was the beginning of October when Nick came up with an idea of his own, that instead of trying to hunt her down, we could try our best to lure her out. The only problem was, he had no idea what we were dealing with. Neither did I, to be honest. Sure, I had an uncomfortable truth of my own hiding in my stomach lining, but I didn't understand it. It's like having a kidney doesn't make me a doctor. It just means it's there. "We should get a hold of that guy again," Nick blurted out. The tall, weird guy. He didn't need to say the name out loud. I knew exactly who he was talking about. Nick was talking about the guy named Evan. I say guy in very loose terms because there was no telling what kind of creature or identity that we were dealing with. Evan, as he was called, was something that we had run into a couple of times before. He seemed helpful enough when need be, but there was no denying that this was a thing that was far more than human, or less than if you prefer, but he might have insights on hunting down Ally. It wasn't that hard to get an idea of his whereabouts. There had been a handful of sightings, and Charlie had dispatched continuous updates whenever something new popped up. Problem was, it was all sightings and passing. There was nothing permanent. He was always on the move. Still, we figured he might agree to see us if given the opportunity. That's what we banked on, at least. We ran into Evan by mistake. We had been driving around checking a couple of locations where he had been spotted, and decided to stop for a gas station hot dog and a coffee. There was this old park bench by the side entrance of the gas station where Nick and I sat down, and all of a sudden, there was Evan. It was hard to tell what he looked like. He was like a moving pile of blankets, all haphazardly sewn together. It looked more like something you would cover your car in to protect it from rain rather than clothes to wear. There was even crime scene tape used to keep it together. The sun had just started to set, casting a long shadow from an already tall man across the table. He sat down with a thud. Despite me and Nick both sitting on the same side, we could feel the weight shift. This was like sitting face to face with a small car.
Officers,
He said. His voice was just uncomfortable, like a cat in a centipede had an unfortunate baby. Evan, I said, keeping tabs on us.
Yes.
There wasn't much more to it. I gave Nick a curious look and he shrugged back at me. This was my show, he was just there for the ride. We need to find a dangerous woman, I said. She has something terrible inside of her and we need to deal with it.
Why?
He asked. Because somebody needs to. People will get hurt.
Yes.
I couldn't see his face under the layers of cloth, but I could see it tilt to the side. He was listening, waiting. Yes, I scoffed. So we don't want that.
I don't understand.
Nick put his arms on the table, ready to play the bad cop. That lady was ready to put the teeth to your little Digman guy, he said. Slurp him up like leftover kimchi. If you don't want your little pet boyfriend to end up on a Sunday platter, I suggest that we work together.
What's kimchi?
Evan asked. It's like an old cabbage fist fighting a radish salad, Nick said. Focus. You helping us or not?
Yes.
Nick leaned back with a groan. He gave me a tired look and adjusted his sunglasses. It was my cue to pick up the conversation. All right, I said. Let's talk. Evan told me there were things that he could do to help us find her, but it might be risky. He would need bait, and the best bait around was sadly me. I was already infected, but it was stable. I could still feel it, and in the moments where my mind drifted, I would feel little tendrils making their way up my throat, parting my lips. I had begun to sleep with a plastic cover over my pillow, or else there would be these awful chemical stains in the morning. But this was also what would bring Ally out of hiding, the promise of a great meal. But it wasn't that easy. Evan had a plan to make me more, as he put it, appetizing, but he warned me it wouldn't be pleasant. A couple of nights later, we drove out to a hill outside of town. It was a starlit night with a swift October chill cutting straight through my jacket. I could feel something inside of me curl into the pit of my stomach, huddling for warmth. And Nick and I had to make our way up a slithering gravel path on foot, per Evan's instructions. We found him at the top of the hill with a telescope. If I didn't know any better, it almost looked like a picnic. "Are we looking at stars tonight?" Nick said. "I can spot the Big Dipper, you know, but it's more like a big spoon."
"No spoons,"
said Evan.
"You, come here."
He pointed at me. I stepped forward and he moved away from the telescope.
"I need to know how far gone you are,"
he continued.
"Tell me what you see."
I looked back at Nick. He crossed his arms, giving Evan an uneasy look. This was far out of both of our comfort zones. Then again, it was just a telescope. Telescopes didn't bite. I walked over and leaned in, making sure to not touch the dials. At first, I didn't spot anything in particular, but after I found the right angle, I could clearly see a celestial body. Something large and brownish red. "Hold on," I said. "Is that Jupiter?"
"What do you see?"
Evan asked. It was a difficult question. As soon as the planet came into focus, my eyes would blur. I would have to blink away the moisture. Maybe it was the cold, or maybe it was something different. It wasn't just moisture, it was more like tears. Like my body shivered out of fear rather than cold. Stepping away, I took a deep breath. There were lines of tears streaming down my face, but I didn't understand why. I sniffled. "You alright?" Nick asked. "Yeah, I don't know why this..." "Hold on," I said. "This is weird." I stepped back, looking again. It was clearer now, as if something inside me dared to look a little closer. It was definitely Jupiter. I could see the storms and swirls. But there was something else. Right there in the middle of it. Is that an eye? My stomach turned upside down and inside out. I had a violent physical reaction, falling backwards and heaving out my dinner and lunch into the dry autumn grass. It was nothing like the times that I had been sick before. This was a single painful cramp-like movement. It felt like the infection inside me was trying to make a run for it, bringing all my organs along. Nick dove forward, checking on me, but I could barely hear him over my own beating heart. Every time I blinked, there was this red discoloration on the inside of my eyelids, a fading image like I had stared at the sun too long. There was an eye staring back at me from the inside of my head.
"It is an activator,"
Evan explained.
"It is unpleasant."
I couldn't say anything. My body was a tight knot of cramps and stomach acid. Nick was barking at Evan to do something, but he just stood there. I had this intense shudder come down my spine in waves with every blink, as if an unheard sound resonated with me. And then I passed out. I woke up in the back of Nick's car. Nick and Evan were waiting outside. They looked like they had been there for a while. The moment my eyes opened, I had a massive headache. It took me a moment to realize that it was from the stench. The entire car had this intense, chemical odor. Turns out that thing in my stomach had gone absolutely berserk. Evan and Nick hadn't noticed that I was awake yet, so I just lay there, waiting for my head to stop spinning.
"It has progressed. It will progress further."
"Is she gonna be okay?" Nick asked.
"She will see a lot of things. I will help."
And with that, Evan got up and left. Nick shrugged as if expecting something more tangible, and then he checked on me, noticing that I was awake. "Sorry about the car," I wheezed. "Yeah, tell that to Tommy, he's the one who's gonna fix it," Nick sighed. "Come on, you need a shower." I got back to Nick's place, took a shower, and I crashed on the couch. It was not just an uneasy sleep, it felt like an uneasy grasp of the world itself. Like I was having trouble differentiating dream from reality, and awake from unconscious. Like the worst fever dream that I ever had. I'd wake up gasping for air only to realize that I was still sleeping. I would find myself on my knees in the bathroom, heaving up whatever remained of my stomach, and I would dream of it at the same time. I'd forget where I was and what I was doing. Even in my mind, I would refrain from looking up. In my half-dream state, I would see that red planet when I looked out the window. It's as if my eyes were stuck in that telescope, and I would see that spot of red in the distance in perfect clarity. And in the middle of it, among the swirling storms, I would see that red eye looking at me. But it wasn't just looking at me, it was looking through me. It was concerned, like a mother hen looking at a child unborn, aching to peck at the broken shell, to help, to plead. In the morning, I was sicker than I had ever been. I had a fever and my eyes were swollen. I couldn't close them properly. Nick was screaming at somebody on the phone one moment and throwing me into a bathtub the next. I remember him apologizing as he stripped me down and covered me in ice water. It was a surreal experience, like it wasn't really happening to me. It felt more like watching him do it to someone else, but through my own eyes. He brought these big bags of ice from the supermarket and poured it all in, but I couldn't feel a thing. I remember looking at him and trying my best to figure out if I was dreaming or not. I couldn't raise my hand to poke him on the nose, making me consider that maybe this was real life. Had it been a dream, nothing could have stopped me. "I don't care what that guy says," Nick said. "You're one bad cough from an ambulance." I finally managed to move my hand, touching his nose with a boob. It felt like the air itself was jelly. "A perv," I said. "You're a perv." Nick buried his face in his hands. I almost recognized it as relief. Maybe I was getting better. At some point I fell asleep, but I was still in that room. Nick was gone, but the room remained. The light was different. There was a hole in the wall and strange trees outside. Evan was there, leaning against a broken doorway. There was an eerie silence in the air, like there was supposed to be crickets outside, but there weren't. "This is what remains of somewhere else," he said. His voice was different, smoother, almost human. He was a bit smaller and dressed in a poncho rather than a makeshift blanket fort. "You can come and go as you want," I asked. "Or are you from here?" "No," he said. "There is a lot of me to go around." "And that's messed up." "Yes." I looked out the crack in the wall. A starlit night. I knew the red planet was out there, the red eye. I felt my stomach acid swirl. "Normal people don't see it," he continued, "but those who do see it a lot." "It feels like it's alive," I said. "I hate it." "It is worried about us," Evan said, "thinking there is something wrong." "Is there?" Evan took a few steps forward, leaning out through the crack in the wall. The texture of these ceramic tiles looked different, older. "Imagine the egg of a bird, but it takes longer to hatch than it should. And finally, it moves. But you are not seeing the feathers, no beak. You start to worry if your egg is the bird you expected." "Snakes lay eggs too," I said. "And turtles." "Or maybe the egg is dead," Evan said. "Maybe something else lives in there." "I'd be worried too," I said. "So what exactly are we in this metaphor? Are we the egg or what's inside?" "Neither," said Evan. "We're what lives in the bumps in the shell." "Eggshells don't have bumps. They're smooth. And not if you look close enough." I got out of the bath. The water was long gone. It was a pleasant night, not too cold, not too warm. I joined Evan at the crack of the wall looking out. In the distance, there was a tree. It was larger than anything I had ever seen, tall enough for the branches to reach the sky, as if trying to pluck the moon like low-hanging fruit. Except it wasn't a tree. It was a mussel with branches being white, living tendrils. A smell tickled my nose, the same smell that I had felt back in the car. My smell. Veins as wide as highways, cuts and bruises as tall and wide as parking garages. Every heartbeat sending pulses of blackened blood, as thick as waves on an upwards ocean. It never stopped moving, squirming, reaching. "She's nothing," Evan said. "She's blameless." "Oh, that's not nothing," I gasped. "Perhaps there's a good reason to worry." Something inside me resonated with that thing. I could feel how satisfied it was. It had wanted this to become something whole. It had wanted to bring it all together. It wanted to reach through the cracks in the shell. It wished for it. It wished for it every moment of every day. A wish upon a red, weeping star, desperate to look the other way. I woke up screaming. I had crawled out of the bath, curled up into a corner, and clawed at the walls like a cornered animal. Nick had wrapped a blanket around me and held me like a child, shushing me. His arms were stained with acid burns and there were spots of his blood on the walls. And yet, there he was. Exhaustion took hold as my lungs gave out. I couldn't scream anymore and settled into a forced, wheezing breath. "It's all right," Nick whispered. "You're awake, it's okay." I couldn't speak. I could feel that muscle in the dark space beyond, clawing at the world, begging to reach through. And there were so many things looking to help. I could feel them everywhere, inside and out. That's what Ally would want, given the Yearwalker's wish. A slip of the red eye, and a wink at something aching to break through. Something horrifying, but blameless, through countless worlds beyond. How could I do anything but scream? I blinked in and out of consciousness. I dreamt of splinters of worlds long dead, fields of blue sunflowers hiding little houses of lies and flies. I saw people dancing around a winter lake, singing in forgotten tongues. The circle of dance, a symbol for the yearly trot of the earth around the sun. It was a way to speak a word in a manner that something impossible could understand, and the word not spoken was wish. I had seen struggles and pain, screams and desperation, empty people bringing silence. Thousands of lives all at the same beach of black sand at the end of hope and things undone. Cruelty at every turn, at every corner. Uncaring, inhuman, and true. And through it all, inevitable pain and darkness. Except for a single voice in the back of my mind. Something warm stroking my sweat-soaked hair. Whispering, "It's okay. You'll be okay." When my eyes opened, I was in a warm bed. I was looking up at the ceiling as the morning light broke through a hazy window. I felt something in my stomach, a resignation. The thing inside me had fought to take control, but it had failed. Like the lady in the blue caftan had said, it wouldn't be the death of me. She had been right. Instead, it lingered like a wild animal, cowed to submission. I looked at my hand, willing a single white strand to protrude from my fingernail. I did it without protest. Control at last. Nick was off in the corner, sleeping on a desk chair. He was gonna have a stiff neck. He was leaning at a really bad angle. He had bandaged both his arms and there were spots of red breaking through the fabric. I sat up. My clothes had been washed and dried. They were on the floor right next to me. I could tell there had been a struggle. There were buckets of something foul-smelling by the side of the bed. Several towels all stained with blue. Empty plastic ice bags. There were a couple of belts on the floor. Maybe Nick had to restrain me at some point. I sat up, my hands were shaking. My body was so empty of nourishment that I was afraid to think of food. It felt like a hearty meal would hurt. "You good?" Nick looked up from his chair. He winced a little as he uncrossed his arms.
Yeah, I said. Sorry about. Let's not talk about this, he said. Please. All right. Nick got up and walked over to the door. He was going to give me some privacy, but just as he had closed the door, he turned back to me. Hey, I'm not a perv, he said. Yeah, you are, I scoffed back. Okay, you're good, he sighed. Asshole. Apparently, Evan had mapped out what was going to happen to me to the best of his abilities. It was a lot worse than he had anticipated, though. There had been talk about a fever and uncomfortable dreams, but I had been kicked around worse than Evan had thought possible. Nick had been on the brink of getting me to a hospital, but that would have been a one-way ticket back to a hatchet facility. After a couple of days of recovery, I was back on my feet. I could have eaten a horse. I felt better than I had done for months, like I was finally fully in control. I was still a bit hesitant about going to sleep, but that was more psychological than anything. It felt like a part of me understood something that the rest of me didn't, and it made me uncomfortable. With a little bit of time, I was sure that it would settle down. We made it back to the top of that hill. It was a calm October afternoon, but the wind remained. Evan was nowhere to be seen. Nick was religiously chewing gum. Turns out that it was nicotine gum. He was quitting smoking. A new start. You still want to do this? He asked. We can just go to Dallas. If she gets the Digman kid, it's gonna be bad, I said. Real bad. That bad, huh? He picked up a rock and flicked it down the hill, like he was skipping it across the lake. There was a thump as it smacked against a log. It would kill a lot of people, I said. That's what it wants. So let's just let the duck deal with it, he said. It doesn't have to be us. Maybe, I sighed. But do you want to risk it? He picked up another rock, throwing it with the same flick of the rest. Despite being thrown at the same power and angle, it hit something else. Nick nodded at me. You scared the shit out of me, he said. I've never seen anything like that. Sorry, I said. I was having a bad time. He gave me the most obvious, no shit look that I had ever seen, and turned his attention to finding another rock. So, you figured her out yet? He asked. Sort of, I sighed. It's been a lot. And you know where she's at? I was going to say no, but for some reason I didn't. Instead, I listened. I forced myself to listen. I took the reins. I imagined that distant, red eye in the sky, and I listened to all the little heartbeats shivering under its gaze. The sound they made was colder than the October wind, like little nails running through my skin, pulling at me. Yeah, I said. She's north. Nick didn't question it. He could tell that I needed a minute, so he just gave me a pat on the back and made his way back down the hill. I'll get the hunting rifles, he said. This, and then Dallas. And this, and then Dallas. He left me alone for a bit, leaving me to my thoughts. The world felt so frail, like a shivering egg. A firm push at the wrong angle and something would break. We would puncture the yolk. I could see why they all wanted the Yearwalker dead. There was too much at stake. And maybe we would have to make some difficult choices. After a couple of days, it was clear to me and Nick that Allie was harder to get a hold of than anticipated. One day she'd be at the edge of town, the next she would be in the next state over. We figured she was getting some kind of help with transportation. Maybe somebody was driving her. It wasn't far enough for her to be on a plane, but she was definitely not traveling on foot anymore. Nick tried to convince Charlie to put up a roadblock, but it just couldn't be done. Not just because there was no point to it, on paper, but also because she would lose her job. It'd be apparent that she was still in contact with us, and while it wasn't illegal for her to talk to Nick or me, it was something she would get fired for. She figured she could do more good where she was rather than at home with her kids. And Nick and I would keep our ears on the police radio, and I would stand in the living room like a walking dowsing rod, feeling with an outstretched hand which way Ally was going. It changed so often and so fast. This kept going well into November, and there would be calls from the station asking Nick to get back on the force, but he just hadn't answered. It was a dumb tactic, but it worked for now. Chances were it wouldn't work for long. They'd either get tired of asking and start telling, or they would figure out that he was up to no good. Nick didn't seem all that bothered though. For all bad things that one could say about Sheriff Mason, he and Nick were on good terms. And then came a day when Ally's movement stopped. It was sudden, and from what I could feel, not too far away. She was still moving around a little, but not nearly as far or as often. She wasn't dead. Something had changed, and I didn't like it. Nick and I had prepared to face her and be done with this whole ordeal. But what were we going up against? And before we could figure out an answer, we got a call. It was a foggy Tuesday afternoon when Charlie called me. I had been shooting cans in the backyard when I heard the phone. I slumped down in a raggedy plastic chair and picked up, cracking open a lukewarm beer. "Yeah," I said.
I'm hearing some chatter on John Digman. I think the Duck are gonna make a move.
So,
if you don't want the Duck involved in this whole year-walker business, maybe you ought to pay him a visit first. Give him a heads up.
I don't give a shit about John Digman, I said. Not after that stunt that he pulled at the Hatchet facility.
Look, I'm just telling you what I know. You play whatever cards you want.
There was a slight pause as Charlie took a deep breath. I could hear her walking away, possibly locking herself in the bathroom. Maybe somebody was listening.
Besides,
she continued,
it sounds like you won't be around for long anyway.
And with that, I got a dial tone. I relayed my talk to Nick. He was just as skeptical as me, but we were getting into enemy of my enemy territory, and John Digman was an insider among insiders. We were worried about what we were getting up against, and I could only think of two people who might have an idea. One of those people would be John Digman. And with that, Nick and I went to see him. It wasn't a long drive, just a little past the downtown area, to an apartment complex on the outskirts of town. Not the fanciest place, but we had driven by there a couple of times on patrol. Didn't we do a wellness check here once? I asked Nick as I leaned against his car. Isn't that what we're doing now? He snarked back. I suppose, I said, but this feels a lot more casual. Yeah, Nick nodded. Casual. We're all chill and shit. Right. We walked past the reception and up the stairs. We had been given an address by Charlie. They had kept a close look on Digman for some time, but she had assured us that we would be in the clear for a couple of hours. They mostly checked him in the evenings, and this man didn't have a lot of evenings left. There was a small corridor leading to a shallow plywood door painted a bright pastel green. If a burglar wanted to get into this place, they could just punch their way through. This place was as secure as a tent. Still, they had to be doing something right. Maybe it was the landlord. They had quite a reputation around town. I knocked on Digman's door but didn't get a response. I looked over at Nick, who just shrugged at me. I knocked again. We waited a couple of minutes, whispering to one another in the meantime. I can text Charlie, I said. Maybe we got the wrong place. Yeah, we should just go in, Nick said. We can't just break the door and go. Why not? We're not cops. What you're describing, Nick, is a home invasion. Sure. He barely needed to kick it in. A brisk shove with the shoulder was enough to break the whole thing wide open. The place was a mess. It looked like somebody had lived in that room for weeks, possibly months. Open takeout boxes paired with half-drunk soda and eroding paper cups. A smell of dying sugar and festering mold. I didn't even need to look around to know that there'd be cockroaches. Nick almost gagged. And before we got a chance to look around, we spotted him. He was in a chair by the window turned outward, away from the door. It was strange. From that angle, all he could see was the top of a tree. The rest was just sky. John Digman looked terrible. His skin was turning an actual gray and his hair looked metallic. His eyes were bloodshot and his breathing labored. The first thing that I thought of when I saw him was some kind of horror store mannequin. It didn't make sense that a man like that could still be alive. Nick couldn't keep a straight face. For all his disgust and mistrust of John Digman, I could tell that he hated seeing him like this. These two had met on more than one occasion. They probably knew each other pretty well, all things considered. Nick walked up to him, leaning against the window. "Jesus, John," he said. "You look like shit." John didn't move his head. He turned his eyes upward. Even that took a tremendous amount of effort. "Screw you," he coughed. Some things never change, I guess." I faced John, who turned his gaze to me. There was something there, a spark of recognition. We had talked before back at the Hatchet facility. There was a tinge of something at the corner of his mouth. Was he happy to see me, or was he trying to say something? His eyes turned downward towards his hand. He blinked at me. The words just wouldn't come. I reached out and touched his hand. Little strings of metal protruded from his fingernails. Little strands of white protruded from mine. In a moment of understanding, that twitch in his mouth curled into a smile. "Figures," he whispered. I looked up at Nick. "Give us a minute." And Nick was more than happy to step outside for a bit. As I held John's cold hand, his eyes rolled back into his skull. Seconds later, mine did too. It's hard to explain the sensation of stepping away from yourself. It's like when you've been sitting down for so long that your body doesn't feel like a body anymore. It's just a vessel for something else. You detach. That's what I felt like. I was moving away from something that I didn't need. Away from that sensation. The world looked a whole lot different, and yet familiar. The world looked a bit darker with a tint of midnight blue. We were in the same apartment, but the windows were busted. Far in the distance, we could see a towering tree, reaching for the moon. I wasn't really me and John wasn't really John, and yet we were just as us as we would ever be. I hate to say it, but in that space, John was sort of handsome. His long hair was stripped of all metal-tinted gray, and his eyes were this warm, green-brownish mix. He looked 20 years younger. He looked like a kind of roadie at an underground punk concert, the kind who would share his bottle of water with you. "Oh, it's so much better out here," John sighed. "So quiet." He got out of his car, or what remained of it. It looked slightly different and a whole lot more disintegrated. The thing nearly fell apart as he got up. "I guess I'll be seeing more of this place soon enough," he continued. "It's that bad, huh?" I said. "Yeah." He leaned against the wall with a heavy sigh, rubbing his tired eyes. He put his hands in his pocket and talked out loud. "It's not an infection, really," he said. "It's more like a merger. But it's not just a thing, it's you. A different you. And there are so many of those. That doesn't make any kind of sense." "Well, there's this you," he said, pointing at me. "The one from this place. And then there's another one somewhere else. One that's on fire. One that's evolved in underwater caves. Another that's just a stringy, hungry animal." "I'm guessing that's the one that I got," I said. "I don't feel very on-fiery." "Yeah, no. You would know if it was the fire one," he said. "It's all like branches from a really long tree, or different heads of a hydra, but it's all just you." I thought back on the people that I had seen in the hatchet facility, those who drank from the sprinklers. They weren't the same as me and Allie. Different branches, same tree, all just trying to come to light, to exist, to get away from whatever hellhole had been. "What about those who can't control themselves?" I asked. "Some just lose control, others just die." "Nature doesn't care, and like it or not, this is nature," he said. "Different natures trying to coexist in a system that never prepared to mix, but still nature. Sometimes it gets weird." "Can we fix them?" I asked. "What, all of them? No, that's not realistic." "And what about just one?" He thought about it and then shrugged. "I suppose," he said, "but you gotta go pretty far out. I don't think you're ready for that." "Maybe we could get a hold of the woman and the captain," I said. "The one who fixed me." "Holy shit," John laughed. "You met Dawn. I'm surprised she's still around." "You know her." "Oh, every place has one of those," he said. "Sometimes it's just a kid in a blue sweater. Sometimes it's a woman in a caftan. I think one of them was just some guy named Tom. Every place has someone who cares for it, and when it falls to shit, they usually do too." He leaned out the broken window, poking away some of the remaining glass shards. It was a nice night out. Then again, it was hard to tell the time of day. It seemed to always be night here. "There was this one place where Clark Gable ran for president," he said. "Crazy shit. I think they had him on the $10 bill. Man lived to be 85. I joined him looking out the window. "I wonder what that would have been like," I said. "A whole other world." "Oh, there's a lot of them," John nodded. "And I got this strange feeling." "About what?" He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He closed his eyes for a couple of seconds. When he opened them, there was a sparkle that I hadn't seen before. A bit of life. "Maybe there will be another place in another time, where two unlucky people figure this out again," he said. "And maybe one of them will joke that there was once this one world where we elected a reality show host as president." "You think so?" "It's way crazier than Clark Gable." "Fair." He stepped away from the window and there was a faint blue glow to his eyes. Something had changed. "You ought to go back," he said. "I'll see about that thing." "Oh, what thing?" "Helping someone," he said. "Just one, all right." I nodded and stepped away from the window. "All right," I said. "Let's go back." "No," he said, shaking his head. "Just you." I gasped as I pulled back. It was bright outside and the white strands in my fingers retracted. It felt like I had held my breath for a full minute. The air in me was stale and barren. And in front of me lay John Digman, dead. It was unceremonious and ugly. Nick had come back inside the moment that he heard me gasp. The two of us just stood there for a moment. And Digman had been a part of our world since the moment that I came to Tomscog. And with his death came this passing of the torch. I just couldn't fathom whom the torch had been passed to, or how. He said that he would help, I muttered. He said that. All right. Nick didn't question it. I was so thankful for that. For a moment, I just leaned my head against his shoulder. I couldn't help but to sob a little. He didn't say a thing. Maybe John was right. Maybe there would be another place with other people, figuring out the very same things. And maybe in that time and place, we would be the strange ones, the monsters. But right now, we were just people. And maybe that was okay. There wasn't a lot that we could do. We had to leave him there, or the duck would get on our back within a day. We still had work to do. And Nick and I propped the door back up and left John behind. It was too late to do anything anyway. He had seemed like a practical man. He wouldn't have wanted us to risk anything for the sake of ceremony. Instead, we got back in the car and gave each other a tired look. So what next? Nick asked. I say we go for it, I muttered. Just like that. He said that he would help. And Nick turned his attention to the road, nodding to himself. All right, he said. We'll go tonight. And we planned what we could. We had a heading and we had hunting rifles. There was no better way to time this, and there was no point in dragging it out. We were going to deal with Ally once and for all, and then we were heading to Dallas. We turned our phone off and left them at Nick's place. There was no way to tell what or who we'd encounter, and we didn't want anybody to track us. This was off the grid as much as it was off the record. Nick had got us masks, gloves, and a set of spare clothes to change into. In fact, he was ready to leave town at the drop of a hat. If everything went to plan, we were heading for Dallas in the morning. Packing everything into his car, we set off just before midnight. On the way there, Nick put on the radio. Just background noise to drown out the most worrisome thoughts. We had gone from law enforcement to vigilante, and now we were closing in on being downright assassins. It turned my stomach. I wondered if my mother would have accepted me like this. What are you gonna do in Dallas? Nick asked. Maybe he just wanted to break the silence. I wouldn't have put it past him. Probably get a small place somewhere. And maybe work retail, I said. Retail, Nick frowned. You okay to work with people like that? We work with people all the time, Nick. Yeah, but we usually got handcuffs. Maybe I'll do something with handcuffs then. Nick snorted. The radio host prattled on about God knows what, laughing to themselves. Just like us. We turned onto a dirt road leading up onto a hill and into the pines. We weren't that far from the Hatchet facility distance-wise. There was a lot of uncomfortable terrain in between, but a bird could probably get there in 20 to 30 minutes flat. A thought crossed my mind. Maybe Ally was going back. Making our way upwards, we left the car far behind. There were no trails, so we had to make our way through the underbrush. The November wind was picking up. Nick muttered something about rain, and I could feel the sting of a chill. It was going to be a long night. As we had reached the top of a hill, the ground evened out. Moving between the pine trees, we found an opening. Looking out, we could tell that we were in the right place. It was a small valley hidden in the middle of nowhere. The ground was covered in blue sunflowers and small handmade wooden structures. Huts more like, just a handful. Is this it? Nick whispered. Yeah, I said. She's here. I could feel it. That little part of me calling out to me, telling me to join with the others. Ally was there and she felt different, clearer, calmer. We positioned ourselves on the top of the hill, using the scopes of our rifles as binoculars. We could see people moving about, a handful at most. Most wore these strange hand-carved masks. One guy had a plastic cutting board as a mask. Reaching out towards them, I felt something but different. They weren't like me or Allie, but there was something there, a seed. We watched them for about an hour or so. We could see them moving between buildings. We counted them, giving them names like Spiky and Limpy. We counted 6 of them moving about, with another 6 or 8 either resting or staying inside, but none of them looked like Allie. Maybe we ought to just start popping them, said Nick. Flush her out. Unless she disappears again, I said. I say we wait. For what? For whatever. Well, that's a shit plan, Nick said. You're a shit planner. We're still doing it, I added. I'm not missing this chance. Nick shook his head and turned his attention back to the scope. He didn't like it, but he wasn't about to let me do this on my own. Stupid or not, it was better to be stupid together. We stayed there for 2 hours before we saw commotion. Someone was running through the field. I barely registered the movement at all. I heard it before I saw it. People were laughing and screaming, like it was a big game. Steadying my rifle against a rock, I got a closer look. Perry Digman, the yearwalker. They had captured him. They had kept him there. That's why Allie was drawn out and why she was around. They're gonna kill him, I said. We gotta pick them off. They're not killing him, said Nick. If they wanted to, they would have. She's down there somewhere, right? Right. So why hasn't she killed him then? It was a good question. The thought crossed my mind that maybe whoever had killed the yearwalker might have to take their place. If that was the case, it'd be in their best interest to keep them around until the end of the year. Or maybe they were fattening him up like a pig. I had no idea. They got their reasons, I sighed. Probably. There was a snap of a twig, somewhere close. I repressed my instinct to move. Instead, I kept my head down and I listened. There were footsteps all around us, and they weren't trying to hide it. They were clumsy, stumbling through the forest like a newborn deer. I peeked over at Nick, holding up a finger to my lips. He nodded. A couple of people walked past. They were barely upright. Some of them didn't have shoes on. Others were barely dressed to be outside. As 1 became 8, I started to recognize a couple of them. I had seen them back at the facility. They weren't paying much attention, and within a few minutes, they had passed us by. I tried to keep myself from holding my breath, instead forcing air into my lungs at a steady pace. The last thing that you want is for a sudden exhale to give you away. But then the last stranger passed us by, and that was someone far more familiar to me. She was dressed in a gray hoodie and had this black pixie-like haircut. Elizabeth Salinger. How the hell had she made it here and why? I knew it was a dead giveaway, but I couldn't keep my eyes off of her. Her out of all people. Before I could figure out an answer, her head turned to me, those piercing eyes cutting straight through the night and meeting mine. I felt like a rabbit being stared down by a lion, like she was about to do something violent at any second. Instead, she blinked at me. A little water poured out of her mouth as she gargled. She made a noise, this awful guttural grunt, like she was trying to swallow her own throat. And then she coughed up a glob of water and spoke.
Just one.
She gargled. And with that, she turned her attention away, leaving me to finish whatever business I had. Turning to Nick, my eyes were wide open. He kept looking at me and then back at her and then back at me again. I shook my head at him. Just one. After that, hell broke loose. We saw Perry Digman get a hold of a rock and chase off his attackers as they closed in on him. They clearly weren't trying to kill him. They were either toying with him or trying to capture him. Either way, they were about to get some company. Elizabeth and her sore infected crowd were heading straight for them. I had no idea what was about to go down, but we had a different target in mind. Perry was already heading off straight into the woods on the opposite side. "She's not coming out," I said, "and shit's about to hit the fan." "Oh, what are you suggesting then?" Nick whispered. "We go down there," I said. "Stay low and I'll get a better idea of where she is, and then we finish it." "You up for that?" he asked. Of course I was. As Perry and the masked folks ran off, Nick and I got up. I'd help the kid if I could, but there was just no time. And yet I had this feeling that John was still around to help in some way. We made our way down the hill and into the field of sunflowers. As we moved around, we noticed poles with electronics attached to them. Old phones, speakers, radios. Anything that could produce a noise or an image. Some of them even worked. While I didn't understand it, a part of me seemed to enjoy it. There was a pit in my stomach that liked the noise of the in-between spaces, the static. It was comforting, not to me, but a part of me. There were still masked people running about. Nick and I stayed low and out of sight, hoping against hope that they wouldn't get too close to notice. I had pulled my mask up. It was strange. The sunflowers almost moved out of the way as we passed through, like they were inviting us to get closer. I didn't like it. Dry and dead things should rustle when you move past. They shouldn't bend out of their way. We moved past what looked like a root cellar where they had kept Perry. A nasty place, some kind of underground prison cell. Not much further ahead, I could see a log cabin. It was sort of hidden away by the pine trees and barely visible in the night, but I felt that it was the place to go. That's where she was. There was screaming in the distance. Nick turned his attention to my right, and before I could react, he stood up. He raised his rifle and without a second thought, he fired. That one shot rung out like a dinner bell. There had been a masked man creeping up on us from the side, and now the jig was up. We had gone loud, and it was now or never. Nick slapped me on the shoulder without lowering the rifle. He was telling me to go. I headed straight for the cabin as Nick reloaded and fired another shot. I could feel the trickle of rain. If we had stayed quiet a little longer, it would have masked our movement perfectly, but now it was too late. The door to the cabin flung open and a young woman in a green dress wielding a meat cleaver ran out. I aimed a shot at her leg and I pulled the trigger, sending her reeling into the dirt. All the fight ran out of her. She flung the meat cleaver to the side and crawled away, whimpering for me not to kill her. I hadn't intended to. I just reloaded and entered the cabin. It was a cozy enough place. 2 large rooms, a couple of carpets and a fireplace. A bed, some chairs, a table. It was quiet, and somehow that made it worse. Rounding the corner with my rifle raised, I saw a woman in a white dress. She was sitting with her back towards me, but I couldn't tell if it was Ally or not. It didn't look like her. Then again, there was no telling what might have happened to her these past few weeks. Months. But Ally had been rabid. This woman was sitting at a makeshift desk, putting pen to paper. She had a goose feather pen and an inkwell, for crying out loud. "Name?" I asked. "Oh, I'm sure you remember." I raised my rifle to shoot as she turned to me. My body froze. Her face was a tangled mess. It wasn't even a face anymore. It looked like a biologic mass, twisting and turning, competing to stay on top like a bucket of eels. The smoothness of bone gave way to the fibers of muscle. Her head looked more like a struggling bag, trying to contain a broken memory of a body. I was so mesmerized that I couldn't understand what I was looking at. The voice wasn't really coming from her, it was coming from that pit in my stomach, and the many screens and radios in the fields around us. There was even a walkie-talkie on the radio, and it was coming from there too. "Sorry about last time," she said. "It's been hectic." "So it is you. You're Ally." "In a manner of speaking," she explained. "But I become so many other things, so many other people. But I am what I am, yes. Good enough for me." Rifle raised, I squinted. I looked past the scope and into the iron sights. She wasn't moving, not throwing herself in the ground. No pleading, no begging. Instead, that swirling mass just looked at me. For a split second, I doubted myself. Maybe I ought to aim for her heart, her stomach. No. Headshot. The moment that I squeezed the trigger and the heartbeat before the bullet had pierced her skull. A single sound echoed in the cabin. Yes! She was excited, eager, like she had been waiting for something like this to happen. Blood spurted out of the back of her head, and the whirling mess in her face unfurled on the floor like an exploding flower, leaving only an empty sack of skin behind. It suddenly dawned on me what it reminded me of. That ungodly tree in the other world. That thing that reached towards the sky. An unnatural skin construction. An amalgamation. Just to be sure, I put a couple more bullets in her. Her heart, her lungs, 2 more in the stomach. It was strange though. Looking at where she had sat, there was nothing there. What had she been writing on? The door burst open. There was a knock on the wall as to alert me to their presence. Not just anybody would do that. I knew that it was Nick before he rounded the corner. "We gotta go," Nick said. "There's more. A lot more." "Got it," I said. "We're done." The word hung in the air as time slowed to a halt. The forest grew darker, the clouds parted, and an impossibly large full moon loomed overhead. The roof of the cabin was gone, long since rotten away. I had been taken there into that space, into the other place where John and I had spoken, where a distant flesh tree reached for the moon. I didn't have a rifle. I saw a vague shadow of Nick as he faded out, leaving me alone with another person. Ally. She looked like herself in here. Calm, collected, calculated, friendly even. Something was screaming at me to run, and I was having a hard time arguing against it. And something else told me that it was a bad idea. She'd be faster and deadlier. "I figured something like this might happen," Ally said. "That's why I let that thing take my place to begin with." I turned to her. She was just a few feet away, as if she never left that writing desk. She was still there, but this time it wasn't empty. She was making notes as she read a basic leather-bound book called The Diary of Emmett Rask. Once you start to make sense of these places, there's really no limit to where you can go or what you can do, she said. Prop up a little straw doll to take your place and you can work in peace. Well, then I'll kill you here, I said. Ever thought of that? She raised an eyebrow at me and smiled. I'm so thankful that I met you, she said. You've enriched my life immensely. She said something else. It wasn't really a word as much as it was an intention, but these images flashed before me. But not really images, more like memories. Things that I had lived and experienced in other places. It was me, but another me. In one place there was fire, strange markings in the sky. I was being forced to the ground by masked creatures and speared with iron rods. They weren't killing me. They were pinning me to the ground to be consumed later, like skewering a worm on a hook. She never even asked for it. They just wanted to please her. In another place, I was dressed in a traditional cotton dress and dragged into a lake to drown. They had lied to me, telling me that it was for the good of the village, but it wasn't. It was for the good of her. And all the while, she just stood at the bank of the lake, looking blameless. I was in water but breathing. Something in the dark grabbed me by the neck, like they had done when I was a pup. But they dragged me to the forbidden deep, like she had demanded. I was to be eaten. A will to live can only get you so far. Teeth was the real force of nature. And it wouldn't stop. 1,000 places, 1,000 selves. The numbness of space, the searing heat of fire, the rot of acid. Volcanoes, lightning storms, trampled, cut, burned, sliced, starved, and crushed, one by one, they all gave way to her demands. A parade of deaths happening at her command, the heiress of something that I could barely understand. And then it was just me, the end of the line, the final one. And I was just standing there in front of her, struggling to remember my body. She had gotten up from her desk and taken off her reading glasses. "I can't think of another way to consume you," she said. "What can I even do that hasn't already been done?" I couldn't answer. I couldn't speak. So many of me had never had lungs or mouths. Some had barely been born. I was having trouble finding myself and what I could do. My mind was reeling. Her hand crept closer. She reached for me. A touch. That'd be all it took. "I'll have to improvise," she said. "It'll be fun." Oblivion at her fingertips, somehow, somewhen. And none of me had been able to do anything, anywhere. What was I supposed to say? But then my jaw ached. It moved. Little white strands pushed themselves out of my mouth. They touched her hand, burning it, wrapping itself around her arm. She pulled back, but it wouldn't let go. Finally, she pulled with all her might. I had tried pulling on those strands before, but it had clung to my innards like an animal. This time it did nothing. There was no resistance. It let itself get pulled out, and like a clogged drain, the infection was ripped out of me. A mass of swirling white tendrils collapsed on top of Ally, burning her like a frenzied jellyfish. I understood. I had won over that thing inside fair and square, and this was my prize. It was giving me time. Even if it destroyed her in the here and now, this was temporary at best. But without the sore infection in me, she couldn't pull me back into this place. She would have to find her way back to my world, to my place, and that was not going to be easy. Ally screamed as her flesh sizzled and burned. She struggled as her fingers turned to bone and her nerves failed her. She collapsed to the floor. I wanted to say something, but it would be useless. That thing in a way was me, another me, and just like countless others, it was going to die. It had already started to wither, the little white strands twitching as the primitive nerves began to die. It was already fading, but I was going to live. I turned to run, and the moment I did, I tripped, landing face first into a field of dry blue sunflowers. I was out. Real. It was so disorienting, but I could feel myself moving. I couldn't stop. Nick pulled me up to my feet. "Come on," he yelled. "Don't weird out on me now. We're going to Dallas, goddammit." Dallas, right. I coughed and something felt odd. I was lighter, empty. I even sounded differently. Had this thing been poking at my voice? We made our way back up the hill. The masked ones were freaking out, tearing their hair out and running screaming into the woods. One of them set the cabin on fire and then themselves. It wouldn't last for long in the rain, but it managed to collapse the roof. By the time that we got back to Nick's car and slammed the door shut, I was soaking wet and ice cold. Nick was no better off. He dumped the hunting rifles into the back of the car and started it up. As he put the gear in reverse, I couldn't help but let out a cry. Nick had his hand on the parking brake, but he stopped himself. There was this deep sadness in me that I couldn't explain. Just touching upon the memories of those different places and ends, it made my heart ache. It wasn't fair. Was it all my fault? I couldn't help but to cry. Nick put a hand on my shoulder, giving me some time to collect myself. "Let's just go," I said. "Let's go to Dallas." "Are we done?" he asked. "I don't know," I bawled. "I don't know and I'll never know. This is too much, Nick. It's beyond what I can do, what anyone can do." "So we're not done," he sighed. "That's what you're telling me." I threw my hands up in surrender. How could you fight something like Ally, the blameless woman? Nick turned the ignition off, leaving us both in the dark. He took his hands off the wheel and looked straight ahead. We sat there for a couple of minutes as he stroked my shoulder with his thumb. "I don't think she can die," I said. "It's impossible. So why not just go? Why not just go to Dallas?" "Oh, because we said one more thing," Nick said. "We said this one last thing and then Dallas. That was the deal. I'm not one to break a deal." "But it'll never be just one last thing," I cried. "She won't stop, not here, not anywhere, not when, not how. I don't know, Nick." "Well, then we'll figure it out," he spat back. "We figure it out and then we deal with it." He put the car in reverse, turned around, and started driving us back down the dirt road. As he did, he tried to say something, but the radio distracted him. He turned it off with a groan. "I don't want to date you," he said. "I don't want to bang you, and I don't want to have some kind of asexual, not relationship, but kind of thing going. We're not like that." I didn't say anything. I let him go off. He clearly had something on his mind. "I don't have a lot of friends," he said. "Hell, my brother and I are like, what, second cousins? I mean, we're not, but we're like that, you know." He laughed as he took a turn a little too harshly. "I don't even know his birthday," Nick laughed, "and he doesn't know mine. All these people, they're people. Off in the distance, somewhere over there, you know. But you're here. You're with me. You don't give a shit about the little things and you look past the shit. You know how rarely I get that. How rarely I get someone in my life who gives a shit." He held up a finger. "I got that once. One time. And we all know what you did." He continued. "But you're not like that. You're not running off unless we agree on it. We're partners, real partners, and that's gotta mean something." "Nick, you don't have to." "No, forget that," he said. "This isn't just your deal anymore, it's our deal. And I don't care if it's not possible, we're gonna do it anyway." He slammed his foot on the brake, sliding to the side of the road. He turned to me with a deep sigh. "We do this thing and then we're heading to Dallas," he said. "Or are you running off?" I leaned back in my seat, feeling the unease swirl in me. The pictures of the many ends that I could, would, and had faced. But Nick wasn't looking at that. He was looking at a start. And I didn't have a whole lot of those to treasure. I turned to him, wiping away a tear. Nick opened the driver's side window, letting in some fresh air. "No, Nick," I said. "I'm not running." He nodded at me and took off his pink sunglasses. With a flick of the wrist, he tossed them out the window. I bet they're still there today, waiting by the side of a dirt road in rural Minnesota. And with that, we sped into the night. It was better to be stupid together. As the end of November loomed, Nick and I were trying to figure out where to go next. Ally and her kind had turned to something that we could barely comprehend. It was hard to wrap our heads around, but we had agreed. We would deal with this one last thing, and then we were heading to Dallas. Nick had this idea to trace her steps. Ally was a predator, more a creature than person. She had hunted something down and feasted on them, as Nick so eloquently put. There's gotta be a bunch of bones laying around. Not in a physical sense, but a metaphorical one, meaning that there had to be traces. While we had chased after her, she had been busy hunting prey and feasting on them. And at some point, something clicked, turning her into whatever she had become. A strange sort of quasi-human unraveling at the seams. You could tell just by her face. It wasn't all that hard to get a few crumbs to follow. Charlie on dispatch told us that there had been reports of highway assaults, and there were a few more missing people being reported than usual. That had to mean something. Sifting through a handful of cases, one stood out. It was an older one, but it caught my attention. There was a case talking about an obsessive woman named Marielle, who had been missing for a long time. Apparently, there had recently been a ping on that case. Somebody had recognized her at a supermarket down in Mankato. I had felt the pull of Ally a couple of times going south. This Marielle had a couple of strange mentions in her file. For example, how she was obsessed with a particular phrase and a word. Blameless. While it was impossible to confirm, my working theory was that Ally had gotten to her and consumed her. This somehow created an amalgamation of the two, perhaps giving Ally the clarity of mind she needed to overcome her feral state. It would explain a couple of things. And then there was that book, The Diary of Emmett Rask. That seemed important. For all that I could find about this, nothing was substantial. Rask was prolific but strange. He wrote poems, children's books, a couple of short stories, but his diary, that was seemingly an urban legend. The working theory was that Rask and his identity theory touched on the idea that you can ascribe a person's essence into words that, when read, could be translated and transcribed onto the very being of another. Perhaps somewhere in that picture of his life, there was a vast bank of knowledge about worlds that never were, or places that couldn't be. And maybe he knew more than he let on. There was no way to tell, but that would explain why Ally got a hold of it. And that was another bone buried somewhere. If she had it, that meant that someone else didn't have it. If Ally could wrest something like that away from someone, she would have made a very powerful enemy. Maybe an enemy powerful enough for us to make use of them. That could work. And we didn't know a lot of people who might have any kind of insight into this type of thing, but there was always Evan. Problem was, Evan hadn't been around for some time, and he was a pain in the ass to track down. He always seemed to appear when he had to somehow, but you can't wish upon a star and hope for the best. And Nick and I drove out to Evan's place in early December. The place looked abandoned, but what else could we do? There was no car there, no obvious signs of movement. Nick was enjoying a gas station hot dog as I stood outside the house, calling out at the top of my lungs. Returning to the car, I leaned against the hood with a shrug. "Got any other ideas?" Nick asked. We gotta make more noise," I said. "I don't know how good his hearing is." "Who says that he has hearing?" Nick scoffed. "Maybe it's like 1,000 little tongues vibrating on the back of his neck or something." I'm gonna ignore that. Nick shrugged and picked up his hunting rifle, firing a shot into the air. It rung out across the forest, scaring off a flock of birds. That ought to get his attention. As predicted, it didn't take that long for Evan to show up. Not from the house, though. There was just a sudden shade looming over us, and then he was standing behind our car. And good thing he wasn't there to rip our throats out, or he would have had a field day. It was easy to forget how unpredictable a creature like Evan can be. The large figure was still covered in his makeshift poncho pile of blankets and debris, reminding me of a trash island. He said nothing as we turned to him. "We got a problem," I said, "and we need your help." He tilted his head to show that he was listening. Nick and I took turns explaining the situation with Allie, her efforts to break something fundamental into her acquiring of this unusual diary. I tried to explain how bad it was about to get. "This could hurt a lot of people," I said. "Maybe all of us."
"Yes,"
Evan agreed. "Maybe you could help us then," I said. "Take her down." He shook his head.
"No,"
he said.
"I've got a friend in need."
"And that's so important that you're ready to risk all of this," Nick chimed in, "knowing how bad it can get." Evan nodded. Apparently something was just more important to him. We didn't leave empty-handed, though. Evan had an idea of who might have had a copy of the diary of Emma Trask, but he wasn't sure about sharing that information. He was afraid that we might do something rash and unpredictable, if not properly supervised. While I couldn't guarantee anything, I promised that we would do our best to keep it civilized. And with that, he handed us a business card. A simple plain black laminated card with white text on it. Geppetto, just to show that it was from him. He drew a symbol on the back with a silvery marker pen. And with that, we had a new target. Geppetto was an entrance code to an underground club up in Minneapolis. According to Evan, the owner had an unusual contact that in turn owned a copy of the book. It was all a bit wishy-washy, but at least we had an address. It was a lead, if anything. The following weekend, Nick and I drove up there. We discussed clubwear all the way up there, and how neither of us had just kicked back for the past year. And then again, we weren't really club people. Not that we were too old, you just get a feel for these things over the years, especially as a cop. By Saturday evening, Nick and I were standing outside a club called Puppets. It was on a busy off-street with a crowd that was either too drunk to keep going or too sober to think a place like that was a good idea. Meaning the only people inside were regulars or misguided tourists. Add to that, the place was a creep show. They had these weird, white plastic dolls in one of the windows. Nick leaned over to whisper as he saw them. "I'm not sure why," he said, "but I hate those things." Showing the black card to the bouncer, we were ushered inside. "Hey, don't we need a stamp or something?" Nick asked. "Inside," the bouncer huffed. Stepping inside, my jaw dropped. Close to 50 people, all dancing to this intense rave music, all wearing white masks. We had seen those masks before. I had seen them too close for comfort. There was no way in hell I was wearing one. An attendant approached us and I just waved the Geppetto card at her, declining the mask. Nick did the same, but let me carry the conversation. She took a long look at the card and the symbol that Evan had drawn. She looked up at us, her eyes darting back and forth. "The boss," she said. "You looking for the boss?" "An acquaintance of his," I said. "Someone, a bit odd, has a collection." "Nah, you gotta be more specific, doll." I thought back on that time when I had been forced to wear one of those masks. It had been at the start of my time in Tomscog. and there had been masks everywhere. There was one guy in particular that stood out in my mind. I could barely remember him, but there were details fluttering in the back of my mind. "I think he's got a gray hoodie," I said. "Expressive mask, thick hair." "Oh, Mr. Handsome, you're here to see him." Nick and I looked at one another. I shrugged at her. "I suppose we are." We were guided past the dance floor and into the kitchen. The attendant kept talking to us over her shoulder. "Any friend of Mr. Handsome is a friend of ours," she continued. "He does so much for the society, you know." "And what society is that?" Nick asked. "Oh, you tease," the attendant smiles. "Break a neck and then come ask me that again." "Isn't it break a leg?" I asked. "That works too sometimes." We were led down a spiraling staircase and into the underground maintenance area. There were corridors marked with letters ranging from A to H. By the G's, someone had added a pedo with a white marker. The attendant pointed us down the hall. "You go on ahead, I'll wait upstairs." We approached the door at the end of the hall, looking up at a single red light. I knocked on the door while Nick took a step back to keep watch. Old habits die hard. Officers work in pairs to watch each other's backs. Something thumped against the door. It was hard to tell with the bass humming through the floor. I decided to enter. There was an empty takeout box on the floor, apparently thrown at us. The room was fairly small and covered in a red light. It reminded me of a dark room. In the middle of it sat a person in a gray hoodie with a white mask, just like the people upstairs. I had seen it before. As he turned to us, I was reminded that it wasn't a mask. He just had a strange and twisted face in porcelain white. It moved as his mood shifted. He reached out his arm, but it didn't stop. It went about a foot longer than it should, past me and Nick, closing the door behind us. He got up from his chair and somehow grew taller. It's as if the shape of his body could adjust and differ depending on what he wanted to do. It was eerie to see, and given our previous interaction, I wasn't sure we hadn't been led into a trap. There was a long pause as we watched one another. Nick had his hand inside his jacket, where I knew that he had a hidden handgun. The walls were covered in tools, materials, and electronics. One corner was full of boxes stacked to the ceiling. A couple of masks hung from strings tied around pipes lining the edge of the room. They slowly rotated, pushed by invisible winds, like a silent, restless crowd. I put on my cop persona and straightened my back. "Good evening," I said. "Did you recently lose a copy of a book named Diary of Emmett Rask?" His neck grew about the length of an arm as he pulled back from us, bobbing back and forth like an owl trying to focus on its prey. He nodded twice in rapid succession. "We're tracking down the thief and dealing with her," I said, "but we could use some help. I'm not sure if you're the right person to help us." There was a long, sound coming from him. Nick looked at me as if trying to tell me to keep going. "We're having trouble finding her," I said. "We sort of lost that tool. We also don't know how to deal with her. She's dangerous." The strange man nodded, still making that same sound. He walked over to the masks hanging from the pipes and plucked one from a string like a ripe fruit. Sitting back down, I saw the lower end of his jaw unhinge and loosen with a strap, as a long blue tongue extended from his face. Using it like a paintbrush, he started making changes to the mask, pushing up a cheekbone, adjusting the corner of a lip, a touch of blue, a touch of red. Massaging the mask with his hands, he shaped it like clay. It was made darker, longer. There was a tint of blue running from the eyes, like someone crying, yet the expression was neutral. Finally, he pushed his thumbs in at the top, making two protruding nubs, like budding horns. He turned to Nick, holding it out like a gift. He had this eerie smile on his face, nodding enthusiastically. He didn't say a thing. He just huffed as if trying to laugh. Nick took it, giving a closer look. Before I got a chance to say or do anything, the mask maker grabbed my hands. Nick stepped to the side, drawing his pistol. These two long hands with fingers that wouldn't stop moving or changing size grasped all the way up my wrists. It wasn't forceful but unpleasant. It didn't even look at Nick, instead focusing every heartbeat of attention on me. I felt like I was being stared at by the sun. It was overwhelming. He put something in my hands and moved my fingers. It just took a couple of seconds, and then he stepped back and allowed me to see what he had done. He placed a card in my hand and I had my hand right, I owe you, and then he held out his hand, as if asking me to give it back to him. I just stood there for a moment before it clicked. "You're saying I owe you," I said. "That's what you're trying to say." He nodded. I handed the paper back to him. "Fair," I nodded, "as long as this helps." We left that place without turning our backs to him. He went right back to working on another mask. The moment that the door closed, I could hear whistling. Nick put his gun down, panting heavily. "I was this close," he whispered. "This close." "You think that'll help?" I asked, nodding at the mask he had been given. "For anything but next Halloween, I mean." "Nah," he shrugged. "I'm going as Charlie Brown." "Nick, I'm serious." "Look, these freaks got their screws so loose we don't even know what toolbox they're in anymore. But we keep coming back to them, and that's gotta count for something." I looked down at the mask. A simple neutral face in a coal black, with blue tears streaming down. It was uncanny, so realistic I thought that it would blink at me. "Sure," I agreed with a sigh. "Counts for something." I drove back while Nick fiddled with the mask. He looked it over, treating it a bit like a magic mirror. The rhythmic flow of the streetlights gleamed off the mask again and again, reflecting what little light it could in these strange molded plastic. "Should I put it on?" he asked. "Are we supposed to?" I asked back. "What else are we gonna do?" he scoffed. "It's a mask." "Maybe I'm supposed to do it," I said. "But he gave it to me, right?" he sighed. "I'm going for it." I didn't have time to protest. He put it on, adjusting a strap on the back of his head. It fit him perfectly. Nick leaned back in his seat. "It doesn't feel like anything. It's just a mask." "Try saying something or thinking something," I said. "You don't think that I'm thinking something?" "Well, generally no, Nick." He shook his head at me and then closed his eyes. I glanced over at him a couple of times. He was making little movements with his head and fingers, like a dog having a quiet dream. It looked strange, involuntary, and then for a second he clutched his chest, inhaling forcefully. I threw myself on the brakes to pull over and check on him, but Nick just waved me off. He pulled the mask away, shaking his head. No, I'm fine, he hesitated. "It's fine, it was just a lot at once." I didn't care. I pulled over and put the car in park, looking at him. "I thought about what we need," he said, "and it showed me something." "What?" "I think it's a way to get to her," he said. "And you're not. I mean, this is weird." We made it all the way back to Nick's. By the time that we arrived, we were exhausted. I collapsed on his couch, wrapping myself in a blanket as his TV ran in the background. Nick slumped down next to me, still holding his mask. He looked weird without his pink sunglasses. He told me about his experience with the mask. He said it felt like he had been in a dark room, talking to a stranger on the other side of a wall. They had told him about something that he needed to find, and a cryptic message. that Ally wasn't out to kill. She was waiting for an eye to blink, a blind spot in which to act. "I don't get that part," he said. "What eye? What blink?" "The Yearwalker," I said. "Maybe this proverbial eye blinks the moment that it grants a wish. Maybe that is what she's waiting for." "So, New Year's Eve," Nick said. "That's our target. We banking on this?" "Hey, I don't know, you're the one making out with a scary charcoal oracle face." "I am, huh?" He turned the mask over, holding it up to his face. He wanted to put it back on, but he didn't. Instead, he let out a long sigh, closing his eyes. "I think you're right," he continued. "I don't know why, but I think you are." "Oh, I usually am," I smiled. "Maybe that's why." "Maybe." It was strange. No quips, no callbacks. That, more than the mask, concerned me. For the next few days, we went on a wild goose chase. There were items that we needed to get. Some of them were simple, like a large white sheet and a couple of metal rods. Others were a bit more difficult. We had to drive to a nearby town to get an old movie projector, for example. And then there was Digman's ranch. John Digman's place had burned down, but we went there to poke through the ashes. It didn't take long for Nick, adorned with the strange mask, to find out what we were looking for. A green metal lockbox in the back of a collapsed building. Looking a bit closer, there was a time-worn plastic title glued to the side. The End of Eternity. By that time, Christmas was just around the corner. Nick and I didn't have a lot of time to think about it, but it was nice seeing the town do something so normal for once. All the shops had little sales and there were decorations in every driveway. Lanterns, candles, and a couple of menorahs adorning the windows. The occasional decorative blue sunflower, some with little Santa hats. All in all, Tomscog was still a town full of people, and people still loved Christmas. Nick got me a laptop. He was tired of me using his computer, I suppose. Funny, that's the laptop that I'm writing on right now. I got him a couple of round sunglasses, but black, not pink. They looked way cooler. I couldn't tell if he liked them or not, but he wore them a lot on his own accord. As the days grew closer to New Year's Eve, Nick had it all set up in his house. A screen, the movie projector, and the strange film. I asked him to double-check the film roll, but he insisted that it was a bad idea. We were going to play it on New Year's and never again. He treated that thing like it was something dangerous, and I wasn't inclined to doubt him. Then it was time. As New Year's approached, the town transformed again. Fireworks were going off at all hours of the day. People were out celebrating and singing in the middle of the day. But I was inside with Nick, clutching my hunting rifle. We were finding Ally and taking her out. And yet I had doubts. As we sat on his couch, watching the empty projector screen, I asked him, "Are you sure this is gonna work?" "Yeah," Nick said. "They said it would. It's really gonna be that easy. Stepping through, boom, and then done." "Oh, I think there's more to it than that, but we got this." "You mind if I take a peek?" I asked. "I want to know what you know." Nick threw the mask at me with a shrug. "It ain't saying shit," he explained. "It's my mask and it doesn't want to speak to anyone else." I tried it on, but nothing happened. He was right. The mask must have been bound to him the moment that he put it on. It had even started to look like him, a bit. The nose was different, the hairline too. I gave it back to him. As the clock crept closer to midnight, I was freaking out. He switched up his clothes from a white sports t-shirt to a black shirt. He said that it was camouflage, but I think he just wanted to look nice for New Year's. That final hour before the ring of the bell felt like an eternity. Nick insisted that we wait. He would flip the projector on and I was to follow him without looking. That was important, not to look. Something about the film was dangerous to see. According to Nick's mask, the film was a sort of gateway to something horrifying, but if you didn't look, you might be okay. But that was the key word here. Might. There were no guarantees. Not anymore. As we closed in on 5 minutes, Nick put away the mask and grabbed his rifle. "Close your eyes," he said. I did. And then the film rolled to life, one click at a time. I could feel the heat of the projector. I could see the changing color through my closed eyelids. Something was showing, but I wasn't supposed to look. Nick took my hand. He was nervous. He took a few deep breaths. "We good?" I asked. "Yeah," he sighed. "We good." We stepped forward. For a moment, I thought that we were walking straight into his living room wall, but after a couple of steps, it seemed that the room had grown larger, much larger. It didn't stop. "Just a little more," Nick whispered. "Keep her in your mind." I imagined Allie the way that I had first seen her at the Hatchet compound. This woman was an educated genius. You didn't get that kind of position at a place like Hatchet without being exceptional. That she had ended up here was, at the end of the day, just a strange happenstance. A long, winding road of bad choices. Maybe this was just another one of those choices. And Nick let go of my hand. "You can look now." And I did. There were no more fireworks, no celebrations, just an alien sky, a ruined landscape, and a distant tree reaching for the moon. The ground was covered in this fine powdered blue and black ash. It had a similar color to Nick's mask. I was glad that he left it behind. That thing creeped me out. "Hold up," Nick said. "I gotta test something." He held up his rifle, firing a round into the air, pushing the casing out to turn to ash, same as the ground. Nick checked the chamber, showing me. The bullet was still there. "The mask said that time works differently when the eye blinks," he said. "She's vulnerable now, huh?" Something like that. We headed towards the tree. It felt like walking through the ruins of Tomscog. I could see the outline where certain buildings had stood, but it was hard to navigate. Was that the cornered pub or the supermarket? It's impossible to tell. I found an old piece of sheet metal. It had been pressed into a pattern, but it looked burned. It had a logo on the side. Hammerhead Pharmaceuticals. It even had the blue sunflower logo. I showed it to Nick. "Not quite Hatchet," he said, "but similar." "It's weird, right?" "Yeah, but what do you expect?" "Hammerhead. Similar but not the same. Well, except for the logo." And time really does move differently in the places beyond. In a second, you can be a mile away. In a minute, you've just moved a couple of feet. It's a space bound by fragmented and infrequent rules, remnants of something that used to govern. By the time we made it to the tree, I couldn't tell if it had been days, weeks, or seconds. The base of the tree was so massive that it stretched to the horizon and back either way that we watched. It was impossibly large, like a vertical ocean. But it wasn't the size of the thing that bothered me. This wasn't a tree. It was organic. Muscle, bone, sinew. Some large, some small, some downright alien. Every rippling heartbeat moved like flash floods, straining under the flimsy shell. It was alive and well, a cancerous growth protruding from the ash and earth. There was a large building up ahead. It looked like an old hospital, the edge of which had been swallowed by the tree. The full moon felt like a midnight sun, sending a warmth across my arms. Looking down, our shadows had grown longer. It looked like they were trying to pull us back, begging us not to go any further. The building loomed ahead, accentuated by blue sunflowers. We stopped just before the main entrance. Looking up at a sun-bleached sign, I saw the Hammerhead logo, but not much else. Nick checked his rifle again and then nodded at me. "And this is it," he said. "How do you know?" "Trust me," he said. "This is it." We made our way through the dark corridor. It's surprising how dark it can get when all the electronics are gone. There were no windows and only a vague reflection from the light outside. It was quiet, peaceful. There was a swaying sound coming from outside like shifting winds. It took me a while to realize that it was the pulse of the tree, a force of nature if anything. I found a staircase and we hurried upwards. Rifles at the ready, my breath catching up to my throat. I had a bad feeling and I didn't know if it was coming from my worries, my body, or something in between. We weren't supposed to be there, in so many ways, but this had to end. We were going to Dallas. By the time we got to the top, it was pitch black. I could feel the door handle. Nick was catching his breath too, so I just stopped for a second. I didn't want to go out there. If anything, I felt like turning back and crashing on Nick's couch. We could be in Dallas by the morning. We didn't have to risk it. My mouth blurted out the first thing that it could think of. "Did you really like the sunglasses?" I asked. "Yeah, really?" "Yeah," he insisted. "It was never about the color or the shape. It's the intention, you know." "Intention?" I asked. "What intention?" "You wanted me to look cool." I snorted. It was dumb but cute. That sort of summed him up in a way. He tapped the door to alert me. It was go time. We pushed and the doors swung wide open. It was an old helicopter pad, or what remained of it. The H had been reduced to an I. I could see old emergency relief boxes stacked empty in the corner. Bullet holes lined the sides of the roof. Someone outside had been shooting up, and someone up here had been shooting down. There were empty bullet casings on the ground, sun faded on one side. There were tracks in the dust. Someone had been there recently. I looked up, seeing the towering mass ahead of us. She had to be here. Allie couldn't get away again. It didn't take long to spot her. She had grown since the last time that I saw her, at least twice the size, with only remnants of her white robes clinging to her. She was barely holding a consistent shape, much like the tree itself. Instead of a changing face, her entire body was morphing in and out of whatever tool, pose, and movement that she needed. She was climbing the tree, heading to the top, to reach for the moon with the rest of the world. Instead of stretching out an arm, a cyst would burst to reveal a new arm, leaving the old arm to wither and die. A hooked hand would reach, pull her upward, and something else would take its place. A localized storm of flesh and mass, making its way upward like an infection reaching for a vein. We had been right on time. She had only just started. Nick crouched down, steadied his rifle, and took the first shot. I followed his lead. It was like popping balloons. Sudden little screams compounded into a mass of voices calling out in senseless hate. Nick kept firing. We got a couple of shots off and he was right. Time didn't work as it should. The bullets never left our chambers, but they still hurt her. I was on my 12th shot when I hit her shoulder, sending her reeling to the ground. Allie crashed into the concrete, breaking apart and reforming with a painful moan. "Not now," she called out. "Not now." I glanced over at Nick and he met my eyes. He was terrified. His lips trembled. "Don't stop," he wheezed. "Not for anything." We didn't move an inch closer. We kept our distance and we fired over and over and over. She kept screaming, screeching like a wind in pain, a tortured choir. "How can you be this moronic?" she cried. "Are you this hungry to die?" Nick shook his head and kept firing. I did too. An arm punctured, a jaw cracked. A shoulder blade splintered. We had to keep going. We had to. She had trouble moving, instead trying to spasm her way across the roof. She was going for us, but she couldn't. We were always ahead, running circles around her and never stopping the ceaseless bullet rain. Her blood sunk into the eroded cracks of the concrete, spilling across the roof in a crackling pattern. She turned to me, her reformed eyes trying to roll back into their sockets. When she looked at me though, something changed. I saw me and Nick on top of a burning mountain, firing at a sizzling mass of lava, stabbing her with spears as she rolled around in a lake, sticking her with bayonets in a bombed-out apocalypse-scape. The fight wasn't going to end here. It wasn't ever going to end. She was immortal, unending, inevitable. I stopped firing and I looked into those eyes and I saw that it would never end. We were begging her to make us Sisyphus, pushing the same boulder up the hill forever. She would not stop, she couldn't, and she thought herself blameless in this. And then I got slapped with cold metal right across the jaw. Nick didn't hold back, it hurt like hell. "Don't stop. It's pointless," I yelled back. "Look, she can't stop." "So?" He turned back to her, firing another shot, another and another. A finger flying off the side of the roof, a scalp popping open like an inverted pocket, a hand hanging on by a thread. I felt this darkness sinking into my chest, begging me to just give up. But Nick's voice was louder. I saw it clearer and clearer. In another place, we were sailors chasing a whale. We were the Mayan twins killing the bird demon, Heracles killing the Nemean lion, Perseus killing Medusa, King George and the dragon, Theseus and the minotaur, Arjuna wielding the Rudra Astra, slaying countless unyielding demons. In those places and times, we burned her with fire, acid, and toxin. We pierced her with spears and swords and axes and knives. We used every conceivable weapon, every tactic, every clever trap and trick. But she just did not die. She always found her way back, and we would have to do it all again. And yet there I was, I still pulled the trigger. An endless, pointless cycle of violence, desperation, and opposition. She would not die, and we would not let her live. Immovable objects and unstoppable forces. For every piece broken, another would take its place. And then Nick stopped firing. I blinked. Looking up, his rifle hung loose at his side. He was smiling like an idiot. He looked at me and then pointed at Allie. She was more of a bullet hole than a creature. She had stopped moving. Not a twitch, not a huff, still as the grave. Nick wiped some blood spatters from his forehead. I hadn't even thought about how long we had stood there. "What had happened?" I asked. "I goddamn knew it," he grinned. "I knew she was a liar. The mask said that she was a liar, and I felt it." "A liar," I said. "That's it. That's all this is." "You've met hundreds of people who are nothing but liars," Nick sighed. "How is this any different from someone desperate to get out of a citation?" "Oh, the arms for one," I said, pointing at the dead body. "And the head, kind of." "Funny," Nick nodded. "Real funny." He sat down and I followed his lead. Allie didn't even have enough blood left to bleed by now. "You think we gotta pay the mask guy?" Nick asked. "You gave him an IOU." We better," I said. "I'm kinda done with this." "With what?" This," I said, nodding to Allie. "Done." And Nick nodded, adjusting his black sunglasses. He couldn't help but smile as he did. We just sat there for a moment, looking at half the moon peeking out behind the vast bio tree. The only wind I would feel would come from air being pushed as waves of flesh rolled with an unseen beating heart. "I got a good feeling about this," Nick said. "I really do." About what? This, he said, gesturing to Ally. I think we've done something here. Something real. Oh, maybe, I said. Right now, I just want to shower. Let's wait a day before Dallas and get some takeout. I had almost forgotten it. It felt so distant, it felt too real in a way. There was this life here with Nick, and then there was that other life with taxes, loans, elections, and rear-wheel drive. Could I really live like that? Could I willingly choose to be safe and warm when I had seen how close we were to the edge? I wasn't sure, but Nick seemed to be. There was a little ticking noise, metallic. I couldn't tell where it came from. I checked the chamber and my rifle, the bullet was still there. Looking over at Ally, I could see bullet fragments rolling out of her wounds. Tick, tick. I looked at Nick. He was still looking up at the moon. I didn't have enough time to warn him. Something shot out of Ally like a scorpion sting, a second spine coming out of the remains of her jaw. Just a small puncture wound. Right to Nick's heart. I couldn't think, I couldn't scream. I raged for a minute, a second, a day. My heart was skipping beats like a broken record, bursting my thoughts into a desperate static. I threw myself at Ally. The eroded roof collapsed, sending us tumbling into the dark. It would never end. I would be Cain to her Abel, slaying her in the field. I would be Thor, killing and being killed by the great Jormungand, the world serpent. But no matter my role, no matter the place, and no matter the how, the when, the why, we would always destroy one another. And when it happened, it would just continue somewhere else. But she would be back. She would try again. And if I stopped, she would win. For a moment, she wasn't moving. I stepped out of a crater of broken bones and flesh. Ally was already putting herself back together again. This broken place where time was never ending, allowing her to try again and again and again, just like the bullet in my chamber. Something was looking the other way, and down this night and in this moment, the rules didn't apply. I grabbed a cinder block and beat her to a pulp over and over and over. I was screaming at her, begging her to die, not with words but with actions. I didn't even notice that I was bawling like a child. This was it. Me in that pit, that would be it. I couldn't let her win, but she couldn't lose. I've never felt so desperate. That insight into what your reality was turning into, what you had lost along the way, what you could have had if you just kept your mouth shut and looked ahead. I could have just gone to Dallas. I'd had so many chances. I had been such a senseless idiot, just like Ally had said. I had destroyed everything, and now I was gonna have to keep destroying over and over. There would be no end. I couldn't fathom that thought. I couldn't live with it. It felt like my heart was turning an icy blue, begging me to lie to myself. I sat there, beating a dead body with a rock, screaming, like the last wolf howling at the moon, for no one to hear. And then a tap on the shoulder. I turned around. Nick? He had made his way down the stairs. There is a puncture wound straight through his chest, all the way through his heart. It wasn't big, but the bleeding was intense. Of course, she couldn't die here, so neither could we. The mask had called her a liar. She hadn't lied about being immortal. She had lied about there being nothing that we could do. Nick looked me over, checking me for wounds. It was harder than it looked. I was more blood than human. I was largely alright though. It's okay, he said under his breath. We're good. We're not good, Nick. We're okay. It's good. Nick, come on, you're... Not now. He put his hands on my shoulders and then pulled me in for a hug. I slobbered all over his shoulder, ruining the only part of his shirt that wasn't blood and sweat. I could feel the cold metal on his black sunglasses. I held him tight. It's okay, he said again. It's okay, we got this. "We can't stay here forever," I cried. "We can't stay here. We can't be like this." "We can fix this," he said, stroking my head. "We made it this far. So this is it. This is the end of the line, just killing this thing over and over." And Nick chuckled, holding back a sob. So? But there was that one thing that neither Nick or I had counted on. Maybe it was a snag in the machine, a deteriorated frame snapping apart, who knows. But as the movie projector in his living room caught fire, something had happened. It felt like falling. I was pulled away, but Nick wasn't. Flashes of white, gold, and black, bursts of static playing with my mind. The last I saw of Nick was him checking the chamber, holding up a hand in a casual goodbye. He still had his black sunglasses on. In a moment, I was standing in the middle of his living room in front of a blank projector screen. I was dripping blood across his carpet. The projector had tipped over as one of the legs gave out, spreading out what remained of the cursed film as soot on the wooden floor. It was just a minute past midnight, and the celebrations were going strong outside. But all I could hear was my beating heart and the tip-tap of dripping blood. The black mask that Nick had been given had split in two. The face now resembled me. The tears looked the same. Nick was still out there. He would always be there. Long after I'm gone, he'd still be there. That icy thought gripped my gut and twisted. I cried myself to sleep on the floor that night, never even getting to the shower. It hurts to recount what happened next. The weeks of dead-end leads. The duck left Tomscog after the year walk came to an end. The missing posters of Nick across the town popped up and disappeared as time passed. Still though, he had left that place with a hole in his heart. He would have died. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. I never stopped trying to find a way back, but there was nothing left to do. All trails had turned to ash and all hope had followed. Evan was nowhere to be found. Not even the yearwalker was around. All that remained for me was a strange town where I wasn't wanted. So what could I do? I left. And for a while, that's been my story. That is, until not too long ago. I was talking to Charlie. Yeah, we still keep in touch every now and then. She doesn't get out much. Turns out there had been sightings of Perry Digman, the yearwalker in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I drove up there as soon as I could. I met Perry as he left his shift at a restaurant. I don't think he recognized me, but I sure as hell recognized him. You don't easily forget the faces of people that you've saved, not even if they're surprised and under a struggling streetlight. We had a short conversation, and we came to an agreement, a realization. He's going to do the year walk again to get his Uncle John back, and now I'm doing one too. Hold on, Nick. We're still getting to Dallas. We good.